Your camera doesn't focus on chud ass losers. That's probably what it is. You know what? You're right. In any case, yeah, PBS News needs new donos so I can get new equipment. That's what it is. It's because you cover the face by moving around, so it fixates on the faces. I know. All right. Make the f-stop higher. It'll give you more depth of field. Okay, we don't need all this backseat producing right now. But yeah, I think I slept a good deal, but perhaps not. But we're here regardless, and we got a lot going on. And we're going to get into it. We're going to get into all of it and more. Somebody's cranky. Yeah, I hate traveling. And it's crazy because, like, well, one, I hate traveling, but the thing I hate more than traveling is when, like, my home stream setup that's supposed to be consistent is bricked. It's just like, it makes me unbelievably mad. So that's what it is. When I come back home and, like, normally I just keep everything intact. And then it's just everything is bricked. Like, look at this. Look at what's going on right now. It's so fucking goddamn annoying. It's the thing that I hate the most. And it makes my autism go into overdrive. It makes my autism go fucking wild. I hate these cameras so much. I feel like, don't you sometimes feel like the technology just hears you and fucks with you on purpose? I can't be alone in feeling this way, right? Like, the more I talk about how shitty this camera is, the worse it gets. The more I talk about how, like, this camera is fucking me, the more the camera's like, yeah, I am actually. Fuck you. I'm going to be even more out of focus. I'm going to be more out. It's like, yeah, your Wi-Fi, it does that shit too, I assume, sometimes. When you're like, why is my Wi-Fi not working? And your Wi-Fi hears you and decides to trip out even further. That's the life that we live. It's going to get worse with our AI overlords. I feel like our AI overlords are going to be fucking with us in the same exact way. I work in IT. I can confirm it's true. Yeah. Anyone who works in IT knows what I'm talking about. And obviously, anyone who works in IT also knows the best possible thing you can do to fix anything is to turn it on and off. Unfortunately, I can't do that because I'm live. And when I'm live broadcasting, once I start, I can't stop. And that's what it is. So, kind of cooked. It's just going to be this way. People haven't even been making a big deal out of it. More people have been annoyed by my suit choice, my sartorial choices, rather than the fact that the camera keeps going in and out of focus. But switch to phone, then back to camera. That's not how that goes. All right. Outsource the problem to someone smarter than you. No, this is the problem. I have done that. That's why. Okay. Sometimes stupid is better. Okay. Simple is better. Stupid is better. Sometimes you do outsource the problem to someone smarter than you. And when you do that, they always tweak things because they always know better than you do. Okay, they always are like, no, you don't understand. This is my life. This is what I've done my whole life. So it's not March. Like, this is obviously a much better way to do things. Like, fuck manual focus. Let's do autofocus. Obviously, it'll work. Backpack stream for the fun of it. Maybe we can go on a walk with Kaya. Okay. All right, we're done. We're done here. I'm starting to time people out, making incredibly stupid suggestions. Okay, yeah, let me fucking dox my life further after Fox News has already planted paparazzi house on my fucking house. Backseating is over. Trump is threatening to blow up Oman. Oh my God. Let's start there. Trump is back. He's going crazy. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to do a BRB screen real quick and fix this fucking thing, because if I don't, I will lose my goddamn mind. Okay? So BRB. Hopefully. Okay, we're back. We're back. Camera's supposed to be fixed. We'll see. Oh, okay. Your sports coat looks very spiffy. I'm sure the grandma's watching you will think you're a very fine young man. Okay, we're back. And we're good. We're freaking good. Okay. My mom called me the R word. Oh, that's strange. Unc, you're too old to be getting this mad. Your heart can't take it. It's true. This is why New York is better. Yes, it's also true. Fix your suit. Shut the fuck up. Suit's fine. All right. Yeah, it's Obama tan suit time. All right. So where were we? Oh, that's right. We were talking about Donald Trump, the president of the United States of America. Donald Trump is back. The long 3-day long weekend is over. And Donald Trump is back, and better than ever. He's got a lot on his mind. And I guess one of the things that he has on his mind is specifically death and destruction. That's what is on his mind all the time. And he's here to tell you all about it. Let's take a look.
Control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control it?
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Would you accept an agreement with Iran that just
Incredible.
calls for further talk?
Incredible. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Okay. I love that. I love that Donald Trump was like, you know what? Out of all of the countries in the region, in the Gulf region, let's put the crosshairs on the one country that is known for being chillers, that is like actively trying to be the Switzerland in the region, you know? Yeah. If out of all the Gulf states, fuck it, we'll blow up Oman. I don't even understand what this man is saying and doing anymore. And quite frankly, I don't think he knows either. I don't know if this was like a instance where he was actually talking about Iran and accidentally said Oman, or if he means like, Oman presents a threat to the deal because they're like too neutral on the Israel stuff. I don't know if that's the case or not. But very cool stuff. Obviously, this is why I said I won't believe the ceasefire is happening until, the ships are pulling out and the ink has dried on the paper. And this is part of the reason why I said that, because I understand that there is no ceasefire if Israel doesn't want there to be a ceasefire, right? And Israel certainly doesn't want a ceasefire. We've shown Itamar Ben-Gvir talk about how this is a bad deal for us, so it won't happen. We've talked about how Benjamin Netanyahu has been chirping at America, making this ceasefire deal less likely to take place. So he's all over the place. He's all over the place with his inconsistent deal making. And it's really interesting because he's the one who also claims that Iran is in a state of panic, where the Iranian side, the Iranian negotiators are at odds. The reformers are at odds with the IRGC hardliners. And that seems not to be the case. This is yet another instance, I think, of Trumpian projection, where the more chaos exists on the Trump side on the deal, the more chaos exists between Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, the more he claims the Iranian negotiators are in a state of panic. Once again, I always find myself asking the question that Bill Clinton also rhetorically asked Benjamin Netanyahu, I believe, all the way back in the early 90s. Who's the fucking superpower here? Right? That's the question I have. Who is the superpower here? Is it Israel or is it the United States of America? Now, of course, the answer is simple. It is the United States of America. It's not Israel that is the superpower. However, America's not acting like it. So yeah, let's continue.
Box on the uranium, or
No.
is the only option in
No,
your
the
mind
basics,
one
no,
for?
I would for some of it, because it's a memorandum of understanding for speed. And one of the things that will happen is the strait will open immediately. But it's got to be perfect. I'm not going to do this. I didn't do this to get a crummy agreement. The worst agreement ever signed was by Barack Hussein Obama. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country.
I can't help but notice that Trump loves doing this thing where he brings up the actual pivotal achievements of his predecessors that were unbelievably successful even on their own, and certainly infinitely more successful in comparison to what he's doing. Because there's no way out of this. There's no way out of this bargaining process where Trump secures a better deal than Barack Hussein Obama did. Okay? There isn't, because Iran has won things militarily. At the time, America had maximum leverage when Barack Obama went to the table and secured the JCPOA. That time is long past. Trump mentioned Oman because Bagheri announced that Iran and Oman are working on a framework for... Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah. So that's where we're at. I don't even understand why he makes a big deal out of... I don't even understand why Donald Trump makes a big deal out of the toll thing, because that's an inevitability. Something fell behind me. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it doesn't matter. Jesus Christ. Ghosts. It's not ghosts. Okay. Where was I? Oh, yeah. The toll is an inevitability, which is precisely the reason why, if I'm Trump, I'm trying to deflect away from that. I'm trying to shift the attention away from the fact that there's a toll at all as quickly as possible. I'm trying to move away from that and to, hyper focus on the areas of concession that I could potentially extract out of this deal, the nuclear grade enriched uranium and, shipping and handling that uranium and how wonderful that's going to be, right? Steam Deck is now unbuyable? Wait, why? We Europeans being in a cooker with no AC, chief. I'm cooking in a fucking heat wave in Europe, chef. Steam Deck is now unbuyable now. What? Why? Oh, is it because of the Strait of Hormuz? Is that where all the Steam Decks are coming from? Yes, it's the thing dangling above the GameCube. Yes, you got it. So I think he perceives the tolls as a strategic failure optically because it shows that the situation in Hormuz is materially worse for everyone than pre-war. No, it doesn't have to be. It's only materially worse because Trump is refusing to concede. And the rest of the world knows that the only spoiler in this process, the rest of the world, if left to their own devices, would absolutely commit to a framework where Iran, they pay a toll to Iran, and Iran takes that as like reparations, and Iran takes it as like restitution for all the assets that are frozen, right? Slowly but surely. And there's definitely a way to make that work. I believe the Iranian government has said, oh, this is not a toll. It's for environmental protection, right? If you want to like greenwash what this is, it's obviously a toll, but like they're calling it an environmental protection fee, right? So like they obviously understand the domestic considerations here, and they're trying to create a framework that works for everybody, that looks good for everybody, except Donald Trump either doesn't want to take the L on this, or he's ready to commit to taking the L on this, but Israel doesn't want Donald Trump to take any concessions whatsoever because Israel wants the war to continue. That's it.
For the whole world, the Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we would like to have them.
I'm not kidding when I say this. This sounds a little crazy, and I know Iran probably would never be on board with this, but just to explain to you what could work, if they just offered like a 1% kickback to America, just to make America feel like, just to make Trump feel like he's gotten something out of this, I can see Donald Trump saying, all right, we're down with this. This is a good deal. Like Iran could just be like, listen, we collect a toll for environmental protection fee. We split it between Oman and Iran, obviously, because this is Omani territorial waters and it's Iranian territorial waters. And in exchange for that, as America being like the hegemon that is responsible for keeping all matter of transit in the seas open, we will give you 1% of the toll. And you can put it in your Liberty financial scheme or your cryptocurrency or whatever. Just you could pocket it, right? Like you can just take the bribe. Please let the rest of the world go back to regular commerce. And I think Trump would be like, all right, that's fine. Sweeten the fucking deal. Throw a goddamn Trump Tower in there, okay? Trump Tower, Tehran. I swear to God, Donald Trump would be like, all right, let's do it. Because I know that all of the foreign adversaries that go into the deal-making process with Donald Trump will float the idea of a Trump Tower. Trump Tower Havana in Cuba, Trump Tower Caracas, right? And Trump Tower Tehran. They all understand how the mafia boss operates. They know it's quid pro quo. Everybody understands it. It's unbelievably corrupt. And seemingly, nobody cares. Okay? No one cares. Like literally, no one in America cares. None of the Trump supporters care, or they're at least like completely oblivious to it. And honestly, Trump is definitely taking advantage of the lack of the lack of legal protections or seemingly the lack of interest surrounding, holding this administration accountable. Now, obviously, one of the reasons why it's virtually impossible to hold this administration accountable is not because there's a tremendous power consolidation around the leadership in the MAGA movement, the Republican movement, but also because the Democrats don't have any motion. They don't control Congress. I would say that one of the things that I have noticed that I find to be particularly frustrating is that it almost feels like the media is also on board with this. Like there's very little. I mean, there's coverage on it, right? Obviously, I'm not going to say that there's no coverage on it. There's certainly coverage on the corruption stuff. It's huge, but never to the same degree of smoke that even took place in like 2016, the first Trump administration. The first Trump tenure, he would do stuff like this. Never to this degree, okay? Never to this degree. I cannot explain to you how much he has leveled up his graft. And understandably, a lot of people were like, this is an aberration. This is ridiculous. This is not how we operate. You're supposed to create like shell corporations and work through subsidiaries if you want to do corruption. Look at the fucking Clinton Foundation. What are you doing? And this time around, Trump is just like, I'm corrupt. I love doing corruption. It's an order of magnitude similar to the coverage on you, lol. Yeah. Yeah, there's more coverage on a fucking Twitch streamer than there is on like Trump's unbelievable corrupt machine that is this parasitic force sitting on top of this government and just sucking up whatever kind of value they can potentially suck up, like a goddamn Hoover vacuum, and just facilitating Trump's personal wealth. It's something that I'm personally very familiar with in Turkey, okay? Trump one was scoping out the joint. Yeah, he was just casing. He was just looking at the White House going, all right, we're going to put gold. We're going to put gold from Home Depot everywhere. But he was also casing the joint. He was literally looking around. He's like, I got a fence. I can ship some of this stuff. But it is pretty crazy. Now, new hat on display, by the way. Trump 250 hats, Make America Great Again. He gifted everyone this morning that was at this conference a 250th year anniversary hat and also a commemorative coin. Isn't that wonderful? God, this country, this fucking country, man. It is, yeah. It's incredibly gaudy. You're right. It is incredibly fucking gaudy. And you need that hat to fly international? True, I do. I do need it. I need the hat bad. Automatic entry into the country. If they see me wearing that, they'll be like, oh, this guy's obviously a real fucking patriot. Wait a minute. It says here that you're a terrorist. Well, you're probably the good kind of terrorist, huh? Yeah, not the previous libtarded administration probably put you on the no-fly list. Yeah, step right ahead, sir. You seem like you're a January 6th veteran.
Immediately joined and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us.
Mr. President.
Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries, and it's turned out to be so good, so effective, and so we're.
Buddy, UAE is our dog, okay, as a country. No disrespect to people who are stuck living in the United Arab Emirates, but like the leadership is completely servile to American interests. Not only are they completely servile, but like they've literally bought in. Like they bribed the Trump administration early on, which is ironically one of the things that I was talking about when I said this is an unbelievably corrupt administration. The United Arab Emirates, the Saudis as well, and even Qatar, which had not done so last time, they all got together and pumped Trump coin and his own, investment opportunities fairly aggressively with the hopes that Trump would protect them. Now, of course, Trump hasn't really protected them at all yet, but now that they have bribed him so much, it's a sunk cost, right? They're bought in. They can't really do anything else. Yeah, Qatar gave a plane, but that's like nothing in comparison. Qatar gave a plane, which once again is nothing in comparison to like the amount of investment we're talking about, like direct investment we're talking about from the United Arab Emirates.
Requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar, and Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining the
I don't know. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you,
And dumbfuck MAGA supporters will still be like, well, Trump, excuse me. I'll have you know, Trump, my big, beautiful president, he doesn't take a salary. And it's like, yeah, dude. All right. So what? Trump's net worth is nearly tripled in his second term, reaching $6.5 billion. It's incredible. And then look, cat turd, cry more. Buddy, your net worth didn't triple. Trump's net worth tripled. Okay? He's corrupt. He's doing corruption. You're so fucking stupid. What is your buy-in? This doesn't make any sense. Why are you excited? Why are you stoked for Trump tripling his net worth with unearned power that he has, like with the exploitation of his office, the presidency? I understand many Republicans don't think, period. And some of them that do think that the establishment is corrupt anyway, right? So fuck it, destroy it. Fine. But that destruction is supposed to, I don't know, have some downstream consequences for you that are positive. Donald Trump's corruption is only enriching himself. So why are you celebrating it? This doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh, my team is winning. It's like, little bro, you're not a part of the team. Where is the buy-in? Where is the return on your investment? None of this makes sense, but it's unfortunately a reality that we have to deal with because, as I keep repeatedly mentioning, MAGA is a cult. It is a cult, and not a particularly intelligent cult, not a particularly sophisticated cult, just a cult nonetheless, but a very stupid one. So, unfortunately, this is one of the problems with this design, where people are so invested in Trump being as corrupt as possible that they humiliate themselves. Okay? They just released the new New York Penn Station renders, and it looks like they modified it to appeal to him. Gold in the interior and his name etched into the concrete. Wait, what? Exclusive renderings of Penn Station's overhaul show Trump's name with presidential seal. Wait, what? The winning plan to rebuild Penn Station features renderings of a new train hall with American flags at the entrance, gold accented railings, and columns and escalators. Okay, I don't mind this. It's not as gaudy, but like the fact that it has Trump's name etched into it is disgusting. Okay, the moment he's out, we got to rip those apart. You didn't know about this? No, I didn't. Just take it out once he's out. Yeah, we got to rip those. We got to chip away at that. Like, yeah, you know how, in like the period of denazification, they took out they etched out all of like the Nazi insignia that was on the side of the buildings and shit. Like, that's what we got to do to everything that is Trump related. Get Zoran on the phone right now. Okay. First of all, Zoran probably suggested it. Okay, he was like, Mr. President, if you if you allow some federal funding to come to New York so we can build some fucking housing, like you can name whatever you want to name, you know, you're my goat. Yeah. Also, speaking of Zoran, he's been making a lot of interesting choices. Okay. Before we get back to Trump, let's talk about Zoran. Okay. I'm sorry. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Okay. Zoran is doing a Eid al-Adha celebration. I don't know what to say about this. This is in fucking sanity. Okay? He's full dripped in Gooner merch. Okay? He's fully dripped in Gooner merch. Can Zoran help with your subpoena? No, he's the mayor of New York. What the fuck kind of power do you think he has? Of course he can't do anything about that. Anyway, you wish you could pull that off? I don't know if I could ever pull that off. I don't even know if I want to pull that off. I saw this as well, but this is AI, I think, but it's still awesome. You wearing the wrong fit, New York City mayor? Arsenal Dish Dasha. You can get a LeBron Thobe. It's fucking awesome. Up the Arsenal, lads. All right, fucking gooners. Dial it back. It's not a Thobe. I don't know what it's called. It's one of those things, but MashaAllah to AOC, by the way. LeBron Fez ordered for you. Join Zoran and us and be an Arsenal fan. It's hard. I have to represent the real working class team. Leve Pule. As a scouse salad. Is that fucked up? No. That's worse. The fuck is wrong with her? Why is she LARPing by wearing a headscarf? What are you talking about, dude? It's fucking, she's being courteous. Like, why are you so fucking triggered? Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. Be a Barca fan. Man U is worse. You have a Fez lineup merch. Mehdi is a Liverpool fan, bro, so you're in good company. Dude, AOC can't do anything right. Okay? Everything she does, if someone's got to get mad at anything and everything she does, I swear to God. My man said LARPing. I don't know if they go to the mosque at some point, or I don't know, maybe it's because it's a prayer event. Normally, you're supposed to cover your head when you're in a mosque. But yeah. Woke 1.0 cultural appropriation grievances is so back. No, that guy wasn't even doing a cultural appropriation grievance. That guy was just like mad that she's wearing a headscarf. Anyway, all right, let's get back to Trump.
What's contingent, what's not? I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. So, because we can make a great deal with this guy right here.
Support journalism you trust.
Support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Anyway, cabinet meeting in the White House continues.
They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jared. They're doing a good job. But right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't get the support. Without
Okay, but you don't need it, so who cares, right? Because it kind of feels like you do care. And it also kind of feels like you're not getting the support that you want. Maybe that you need. I don't even care. I don't even want it. I hate the support. I've been telling people, don't support me. I got this on my own. Have you seen how hard we've destroyed the Iranian Navy? Did you see the New York Times breakdown of how hard and how often Trump is praised and flattered in these cabinet meetings? Trump is the only person who can save America according to his cabinet. I mean, yeah, this is just... I think we all know. Did you see this poll about you? Yes, I did. I think we all know these people know how to manage Trump. That's why they're in the position of power that they're in, right? That's why they're occupying a space of influence in the administration. Because what is this? Suit game getting stronger? Okay, Chile. Where is it? Where's the fucking poll? I thought I tweeted about it, but I guess not. I tweeted so much. This is what the... oh, yeah, dude, this is... I mean, this is perfect, okay? I'm sorry. I'm not one for symbolism, but if you don't see the symbolism here, I mean, it's pretty blunt. It's hitting you right in the fucking face. You got the UFC Superdome that they're building right in front of the front lawn of the White House. Okay. And then you got the ballroom that's also being built. It's in the process of being built. I mean, this is perfect. This is what America is. This is literally what America is all about. What are we complaining about? What's the expectation? Did you expect something different? Normally, I feel like leadership, they are supposed to do stuff like this at a moment when they have at least like a little bit more excitement, like in the early stages of like fascism, when there's a lot of victories that you can point to, right? Like, oh, we have a command over the economy, and there's usually there's a boost, right? There's like almost an immediate improvement in people's like economic situations before everything falls apart. That's usually when you build the shit like this. You don't build shit like this when everybody hates you. When everybody hates you and you build shit like this, they hate you more. And the problem for Trump is he's leaned into more of his fascistic tendencies in the second term when he has far less motion. And he blew it too. Like, he got in, he thought he had a mandate when he clearly didn't. It was a marginal victory over a historically unpopular candidacy with a bunch of chaotic things that unfolded in real time. Super old president. Everyone's hiding how old he is somehow until it's seen in broad daylight that it's like it's impossible to hide. It's very frustrating for people. Negative real wage growth experience for a year and a half. People are not going to forget that. They're going to continue punishing that. And then, you have your unpopular VP substitute the unpopular and very old president that is committed to continuing a genocide. Of course, Donald Trump won on those under those conditions, and barely, right? But he came in and he thought he had a fucking mandate. With this marginal victory that he got, he thought he had a goddamn mandate. And they started operating like he had a mandate. And what did he do with that mandate mentality? He blew it immediately. He was like, we're doing mass deportations and we're doing tariffs. We are going to literally do the reverse to the economy that we said we were going to do. We came in, we're going to fix the economy and we're going to make things cheaper. That was the major, bargain. That was the major argument. And instantly, we pulled the reversal, right? They came in, they hit austerity with Doge, with an incredibly unpopular figurehead, one of the most autistic people on the planet, coming in and just saying like, I'm a rich guy who never really works, and all I do is tweet, and I'm going to fire tens of thousands of federal workers as we, dismantle the institutions piece by piece, things that are supposed to work, that are pertinent to everyday existence in the United States, like, mapping out weather patterns, or making sure that the meat that you're purchasing at the store is not poisonous. Like, these are things that are supposed to work all the time, invisibly in the background, and you only recognize what these institutions do when they fall apart. He did all of that, and then tariff liberation day, planes falling out of the sky, omen after omen. And now, at the peak of his unpopularity, he's like, yeah, I'm going to hollow out the goddamn, side lawn of the White House to build my own personal vanity project. And then on top of that, I'm going to do, I'm going to do the UFC Superdome. Now, personally, I don't even care about the UFC Superdome. I don't even care about the ballroom either. Who gives a shit? I just don't want him to have it because he really wants it. That's it. And I don't think he deserves to have something that he likes, because only if you're a good boy, you get to have treats. Okay. You don't get to build treats for yourself when you're a petulant, spoiled child. That's like breaking everything. Okay. That's my main resentment towards the ballroom. I've never really given a shit necessarily. I do think that Democrats should absolutely lean into the imagery here, though. The idea that like there's no money for healthcare, but only money for bombs, only money for Israel, and also Trump's fucking personal vanity project. Get out of here. I hate to admit this, but Trump was right. I saw this. He said that if I vote for Kamala Harris, gas prices, grocery prices, and my utility bills will go through the roof. I voted for Harris, and my gas prices, my grocery prices, and utility bills have gone through the roof. It's true. It did happen. It's great. That's just American democracy, either side you vote on, things are not going to change. Okay, China turns sneaky eating in class into a real competition. Why are you sending me this shit? Stop. Looking at things that are happening in China kind of give me the same exact vibes of looking at things that are happening in New York City, where like the rest of the world is falling apart, but they're doing all right in comparison. You know what I mean? Like everything in America sucks right now. And then you look at New York and they're having so much fucking fun. And you feel it when you're there too. When you're in New York, you're like, oh, God damn it, this shit looks awesome. Why can't we have some of this? Right? And the same, I get the same feeling when I look at China. China's like, oh, we're just having fun over here. Things are fantastic. Things are incredible here. How are you guys doing? Oh, well, we have a ballroom, I think. That's cool. What do we have to look forward to in American democracy? Nothing.
Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't.
Not a damn thing we got. Not a damn thing. Nothing is positive. No positive trajectory for American empire.
How much economic pressure do you feel to get the Strait of Hormuz open?
Well, you have to say, the United States has so much oil that we are an exporter of oil. So we have plenty of oil. We're very lucky. We're blessed with the greatest piece of land in the world from that standpoint. And we have...
Dog, when you're the president of America, you're the leader of the free world, okay? Now, obviously, I don't believe that messaging at all, but there are responsibilities that come along with being the president of the United States of America, sitting on that throne, okay? Your responsibility isn't just to the American people, who are also suffering an unprecedented crisis right now, because obviously, regardless of America's exporting capabilities of oil and gas, oil is a commodity that is necessary for survival. There's inelastic demand, and it's traded. They trade it globally, right? So it's still going to increase prices here in the United States of America unless we just decide to not sell to the rest of the world, which is not going to happen for two reasons. One, the oil and gas industry are going to tell you to fuck off, right? Because this is beneficial for them and they care about profit more than anything else. And two, even if they were to stop selling oil to the rest of the world and only sold to the United States of America, that would be an unbelievable catastrophe for the rest of the world that also is now relying on American oil and gas anyway. So that would cause complete economic collapse elsewhere. So you can't even do that regardless. So yeah. It's the damned if you do, damned if you don't style situation. Look at Patagonia getting sued by Patagonia. Look at her Insta. What is that? What? I don't even know what this is. What is happening here? Why are you sending this to me, Ghost Princess? Do you think this is an important piece of news that we need to cover right now? What are you talking about?
More than anybody else, and now when you add Venezuela to it, we have, I think, 64% of the world's oil, and we're getting along very well with
drag
Venezuela,
queen?
by the way. It's being run really beautifully. The big companies are moving in. It's going to be amazing because it's also, like us, they're very blessed in that sense. But we have natural energy that no other country has. We have more than anybody else. So it's really a world problem because most
people are saying that the ballroom's not about building a ballroom. From what I understand, it's apparently to skirt presidential bookkeeping and surveillance regulations by building a data center under it. Have you heard anything about that? Yes, I have. I don't know the veracity of such claims. I feel like it's just speculative.
Most of the world doesn't have that, and we're making it available. During the closing, I don't know if you've seen some of the satellite pictures, boats, hundreds of boats lined up. It looks like...
She's incredibly based and used to partner with Patagonia, but they're being super evil. Okay, guys, we'll look at that later. Okay, please, what the fuck, man? Please lock in. Please, I beg you. Can we lock in? Can we lock in right now? We're talking about the most important issue of all time, okay? The president's ballroom. And also, on top of that, Trump's claims about how a fucking ceasefire is imminent when it's not.
I used to say the Long
I will look at Patagonia's situation later, please.
Island Expressway with cars. They're lined up and they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, they're coming to Alaska to fill up their boat, their big boat. Some of them are really big, 2 billion gallons, even bigger than that now they make them. They make them up to 4, Chris, I hear. Now they make them up to 4. The 4 are now the big ones. Used to be the 1s. Now it's 4 million barrels of, think of that, 4 million barrels of oil in one boat. But they're lined up and they're
so many barrels.
Right now heading to Texas, and they've already filled up and they've gone back. In addition to that, you have a lot of boats, you have about 1,500 boats in the strait wanting to get out, and at the right time we'll release them.
But the American people, sir, are seeing higher gas prices.
Yeah,
now, it's come down a little bit, but it's still $4.45.
Oh, it'll come down a lot. It'll come down to where it was before. We had it, when I was in Iowa, we had, driving by, and we saw gas stations, $1.90 a gallon, $1.85, $1.87 were the 3 that we saw. We had it down in some places.
Are you going to cover the bricks and minifigs controversy too? Charlie just released 2 videos in a single day about it. Apparently a chain store stole $200,000 in Legos from a dying man.
Below. Now we can't help a California where they charge so much tax that, you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California, but we had oil, we had gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends.
Does that give you more urgency?
But regardless,
I'm not covering anything that you guys want me to cover in the chat. Stop asking me to cover stuff. I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Oh my God. I haven't actually been able to do like straight up normal news coverage and commentary for like the past couple of days because I've been away from home. Please, you need to stop with this. Please, I beg you.
of anything, regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
Does that give you more urgency, Mr. President? You've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices that are still high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you the primary urgency I have. I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices that we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything.
Yeah, you knew there'd be an increase. You knew there would be an increase, and yet you still did it. And not only that, but also everybody hates it. And they're increasingly hating it more and more every day that goes on, every day where they have to pay more for gas. And it doesn't seem like you're stopping. What will it take? Like, I knew that American foreign policy is never responsive to the democratic needs of the majority, right? I've talked about this quite a bit. But this is shocking. Like, this is... Because, like, I know Americans don't care about death and destruction elsewhere or the instability they cause elsewhere. Because, like, right now, one of the major things that we're doing is we're fucking up the rest of the world. There's an energy crisis elsewhere. We're only seeing like a minor impact. Everyone is tapping into their strategic reserves right now. There's diminished economic output in general, and it's ongoing. And there's a more restrained version of productivity in the rest of the world, and its impacts are going to obviously be felt by America as well, but to a much more limited degree. And Donald Trump is seemingly not very interested in that at all, which is fine. But Americans are feeling the pain a little bit. And I genuinely did assume, I genuinely did think that this very clearly like Israel-backed war that Trump engaged in that caused so much instability and created this gas price chaos on U.S. soil would at least cause some people to think twice about leaning into the MAGA cult. And I guess what? I was a little wrong on that front. Okay, they're still seemingly on board with everything that he's doing because he's a motherfucking cult.
And in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago. I would say it was a guarantee that it would have been used. And it would have blown up Israel. It would have blown up the entire Middle East. And that's never going to happen.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
Iran released new footage overnight of what it claims are its air defenses firing at American drones and a fighter jet in an incident that nearly broke the fragile ceasefire with Washington. It is impossible to independently verify what this state media footage shows or when it was from. Iran's president described it as a military victory for Iran, while the U.S. said it responded with strikes. The escalation coming as delicate negotiations on the war are ongoing. Trump administration officials say a framework deal could be reached perhaps this week. A U.S. official tells NBC News the framework would see the ceasefire extended for 60 days, open the Strait of Hormuz, and initiate talks on Iran's nuclear program. But nothing seems set in stone. Vice President J.D. Vance telling NBC News in a new interview that he is, quote, extremely hopeful that a deal would include Iran's agreement not to develop a nuclear weapon, but says a more difficult question is having the confidence that Iran won't violate the deal in the future. The deal is also facing last-minute resistance from members of the Israeli government who worry it won't limit Iran's missile program or its support for militias in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, the missile program is already out of the question, and everybody knows that it's already out of the question. But I will say this. What's really funny about the media being like, well, there's a real cause for concern here that this won't actually diminish Iran's support for the militias in the region. Yeah, it's one of the conditions. One of the conditions, the top condition, as a matter of fact, is to get America to restrain Israel against Lebanon and against Hezbollah. So yeah, no shit, it's not going to cause Iran to restrain its support for Hezbollah or anything like that. It's a part of the fucking deal.
Iranian official this morning said the agreement would also stop the war in Lebanon. Prime Minister Netanyahu says he plans to intensify Israel's military campaign against Hezbollah in Lebanon, where a U.S.-backed ceasefire is not being respected by either side. And fighting in Lebanon is already intensifying, with the Lebanese Ministry of Health just today saying that at least 31 people have been killed by recent Israeli strikes. Craig?
Our chief foreign correspondent Richard Ingleforce there in Jerusalem. Richard, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC, or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
It has never resembled a ceasefire, but day by day that term losing ever more meaning. The city of Tyre in southern Lebanon this evening coming under intense attack, part of an expanded Israeli offensive. Israel said it was striking Hezbollah command centers. In its biggest forced evacuation warning of the ceasefire, the Israeli military saying people living in the southern port of Tyre should leave, along with anyone living in 11 refugee camps nearby. Anyone south of the Zahrani River told they were now in an active combat zone. The Army's Arabic spokesman advising all residents of the south to head north, mirroring orders made at the height of the war in March. Israel's Prime Minister under pressure at home to demonstrate he has an answer to this: Hezbollah's increasing use of unjammable fiber-optic drones, this one striking an Iron Dome interceptor launcher. For all the tropes of propaganda, a truth here that Israel is seeking a new form of defense against a new threat. The expanded attacks in Lebanon could also...
The FPV compies are out of control. I will say it. They're completely out of control. I mean, they're doing things that I did not think that they were capable of doing. And I don't understand how, after so many years of Russia invading Ukraine, that none of these other countries actually learned any of the techniques of like trying to engage in defensive measures against drone warfare. FPV drones for Hezbollah, I speculate, came out of nowhere. I mean, Hezbollah has always been very good at utilizing ATGMs, right? That was their whole thing. They were very good at ambush missions against Merkavas. Okay. But they never actually deployed FPV drones until recently. And I speculate that one of the reasons why the FPV drones started getting mass adoption within the Hezbollah attack and defense structure is because Israel did the same thing that America did to Iran. They basically killed every single older person that didn't understand how any of this stuff worked. Okay. And now all of the younger commanders and all the younger militia members were like, no, we should be using this shit. This is crazy. And it has been a wild journey watching them get better every single day. Like the first FPV drone footage that came out, the first FPV drone compilation footage came out, like the guys were not very good. FPV means first person view, by the way. They were not very good. It was shaky. They were not very confident. And then a couple weeks into it, they just started doing trick shots out of nowhere. And I think mass adoption happened only because they just ended up killing all the older people that were more restrained about using this new technology that they were not confident in a manner not dissimilar to what America did alongside Israel to the IRGC. They took out the leadership of the Islamic Republic and the leadership structure within the IRGC, and the fresh, like the younger candidates that took their place were hardliners in IRGC and were way less invested in negotiating with America or Israel for understandable reasons. And I think the similar thing happened with Hezbollah as well.
Hezbollah's surprise success with FPV drones will reshape the war in Lebanon, but the question everyone is wondering is how.
Climate intelligence is completely gone. This has been a massive intelligence failure by Israel, a massive intelligence failure.
You know, it really is a crisis.
To combat this drone threat, Smotrich, Israel's far-right minister, proposed destroying 10 buildings in Beirut for every drone Hezbollah launches, and Netanyahu promised to use overwhelming force. A super quick primer on FPV drones. They are connected to its pilot by fiber optic cables. No technology exists now that can jam or detect them, and these FPV drones are tiny. So tiny, in fact, Israel's Iron Dome can't detect or shoot them down.
Like, that's crazy. Look at this, bro.
Either. And very significantly, Hezbollah is making these drones themselves in Lebanon, making cutting off their foreign arms supply way less of a blow. And the result is this. Hezbollah's FPV drones are destroying entire...
Yeah, it's really so easy to manufacture drones because all the electronics and parts required are really cheap. You also do not need the previous technical knowledge and engineering skills that was required to make missiles, etc. Yeah. Dude, that's why I said, like, if you recall, remember when Canary Mission was trying to get me banned because they were claiming that I was fucking, basically training people to do terrorism or whatever, when I said something, that everybody fucking understands, which is that, like, warfare... asymmetric warfare has changed dramatically. It's rendered suicide bombing campaigns completely a relic of the past. There's no reason to do anything like that when you can just like learn how to fucking build drones and deploy drones. And it's clear that like, that's what's going on. I'm shocked that Hezbollah had not done this already. Yeah, they rendered suicide bombings obsolete. Drone warfare is the great equalizer in many respects for not only smaller countries, not only middle powers like Iran, regional powers like Iran, to be able to successfully combat superpowers like the United States of America, as we've seen with the success of the Shahed drones in the Operation Epstein Fury. But it's also very successful for even paramilitary groups going up against a nuclear-armed ethno-state like Israel. It is incredibly precise. It's incredibly easy to make, and it's fairly easy to train on as well. For the first time, Hezbollah publishes footage of a FPV utilizing a thermal camera to observe and strike occupation army. Oh my God, they got thermal imagery. Oh, it's crazy. Now they're doing nighttime strikes. I mean, this is... First of all, this is a tremendous opportunity for Ukraine, okay? I know Zelensky has basically been begging everyone to pay attention to him, and everyone's like, dude, fuck off. But, like, this is literally his bread and butter. This is straight up his fucking bread and butter. This is what Ukraine did. This is how Ukraine was able to keep a defensive posture in spite of overwhelming military forces, like just a meat grinder that's constantly pushing into deeper and deeper into Ukrainian territory. And the only way that they were able to stop this was because of their drone production. But of course, Israel's going to do Israel shit. And their response, as always, is, oh, for every FPV drone that you deploy on our batteries, on our Iron Dome, defense systems, we will blow up 5 buildings in Beirut. We're just going to kill children. Israel has only one speed, which is murdering children, okay? Murdering civilians en masse.
Bases, they are destroying really hard to replace equipment like D9 bulldozers, Merkava tanks, Iron Dome batteries, and the cameras strapped to these drones give Hezbollah a propaganda win. Images of soldiers' last moments, attacks where they surely incur lifelong injuries. They are circulating in Israel, and Israel's military censors can't really stop it. And this will make the war harder to sell in Israel if this goes on. So how is Israel's military reacting to all of this? Well, the military has already brought in over 20 football fields of netting to try and ensnare these drones, but even this really low-tech solution is not much of a solution at all.
You have 2 drone operators, one hits the netting and the other one goes through the hole. Billions and billions of dollars have been spent by Russia and Europe and America and their top military thinkers and their planners, to try stop these FPV drones, and fundamentally, they have achieved nothing.
As an electrical engineer, I think they will soon find ways to deal with drone swarms too. The AI and computer vision technology should make it easy to deal with swarm attacks. It's a mess, though. I feel like that can open up new cybersecurity risks with automating the defenses. Yeah. Beretta came out with like an anti-drone system. The Vietnamese military came out with an anti-drone system that is, very old school. I saw the 6 AK-47s planted. That used to be a joke. That literally was like a thing that I think Russian military or the Ukrainian military had actually done, and I thought that was a meme at first. Nope, turns out that's genuinely what they're trying to do. They just tape a bunch of AKs. And they use it as like anti-air defense systems, World War I technology, pretty much. Ukraine also has some fairly genius defensive systems as well, with like their own. They have anti-drone drones as well. Like there's a drone with like a spoon on it that just flies up to Russian drones and just smacks them. I've seen shit like that. There's just a lot of crazy things happening. And it's very funny that like America is oblivious to all of it and has not caught up at all. This is something that they talked about. This is something that like American defense manufacturers have talked about as well. Palmer Luckey famously has talked extensively about American procurement being far behind the rest of the world and how this was going to be a problem, except the real problem is Palmer Luckey's drone program was unbelievably costly and also very bad. They got kicked out of Ukraine. They tried to build drone systems in Ukraine, and Ukraine was like, dude, this is expensive and you suck. So, I don't know where we go from here. But drone warfare has definitely leveled the playing field.
We have seen from the Russia-Ukraine war where FPV drones were first used on the battlefield.
Yeah, here's the Vietnamese anti-drone mount. If you want to see it. If you think I was joking, I'm not. It's literally 6 AKs with a binocular, and it's strapped onto a mount, and it just opens fire. Bro, reloading that bitch is going to be so annoying. Yeah. looks like cutting edge technology. They also unveiled a lightning fast drone boat armed with the RPG, zips and maneuvers like a beast on water. Yeah. This is what people are up to, man. But it is a real weakness for more powerful countries who have relied on costly procurement, who obviously are much slower to improve their offensive capabilities, their defensive capabilities. Many of the defensive capabilities require fluidity, and they don't have the combat experience that creates opportunity, or not even opportunity, but like makes it necessary for you to manufacture some kind of defensive posture in real time. And that's where we're at.
What a game changer they continue to be.
You see this all the time in Ukraine now, where an entire stretch of highway has just nets all over.
So finally, what impact will this have in the war in Lebanon? We may see Israel scale back its goals in Lebanon, achieve them at a much slower pace. They may just increase their attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure in South Lebanon. But what these...
I mean, that's precisely what they're going to do, by the way. I mean, they're already saying that they're going to do that. And they're like, oh, you're going to drone strike us? Well, guess what? We're going to kill more civilians. Oh, every time you drone strike one of our military installations that's illegally occupying your soil, that's killing your civilians, what we're going to do in exchange for that is murder more children. Great.
PV drones will surely do is make Israel pay a steeper cost in pursuing a buffer zone in South Lebanon. If you want to hear more about what's happening in Lebanon, check out my full interview.
Yeah. So this is this shows this for 8 days ago, almost 3 million views. I watched this video. It's pretty crazy. It shows what the Ukrainians are doing. Yes, dude, they're calling me Piker Hasan on Fox News. I know. We'll get to it. Okay, it doesn't fucking matter. It's just, who cares? She's insane. She's an insane person. I know.
To be read as a signal that Israel believes a US-Iran agreement is imminent, a last push before any possible constraints imposed by the White House. As for that agreement, Iranian state media today reporting on what they called an unofficial draft. Iran would restore shipping through the Strait of Hormuz within a month, but also manage it. The US would end its blockade and withdraw forces. Almost immediately, the White House calling that complete fabrication, the president insisting on his own terms.
They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Very simple.
Yeah, people love hearing that. People love hearing from their president. People love when their president says, I don't care about democracy. What are you, fucking stupid? Are you dumb? Why would I ever care about the negative consequences that my warmongering is going to have? It's awesome.
Iran cannot have a nuclear.
He's like, I'm literally a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Why do you think I would care? I don't even care about my fans getting mad at me for being a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. You think this matters at all? It doesn't.
And I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us.
Trump assured the world last June that he'd obliterated Iranian nuclear sites, but 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium remain.
It's also funny because like the rest of the world's like begging him to not do this. The rest of the world's like, please stop. We desperately need you to stop doing this. This is really fucking bad for us, please. Nope, I'm going to do more of it, and I'm doing it for you. You don't know any better. I'm doing it for you.
This week he downgraded his demand for its removal to what he called its destruction, the kind of detail that was being negotiated before the war.
On one hand, the president is, I think, eager to cut his losses
and
walk
this.
away from a conflict that has, as noted, provided very little strategic success. But on the other hand, there is a political reality there that prices are high. They're going to continue to be for some time ahead. And the president has to be able to demonstrate that something has been achieved. And so this is a case, I think, of throwing things against the wall and seeing if they stick.
Iranians have been reacclimatizing to a functional internet a day after the cyber shutdown was at last ended. Business eased, overseas family links restored, some mordantly welcoming Mossad and CIA spies back to the chat, others speculating the end of restrictions means an agreement is all but made. Those for whom these talks will matter most at least now have the chance to watch them unfold online.
We begin with the voting in Texas last night that could have a big impact on the balance of power in the Senate. With a huge boost from President Trump, the state's controversial Attorney General Ken Paxton defeated incumbent Senator John Cornyn, a win that could boost Democrats come November. Jay O'Brien starts us off. Good morning, Jay.
George, good morning to you. This is a major Texas-sized win for President Trump, giving a last-minute endorsement to Texas's embattled Attorney General Ken Paxton, but allowing him to wallop the state's longtime Republican Senator John Cornyn, beating him by around 30 points in that runoff last night, a dramatic turn of events from the primary the two had in March.
Yeah, Abdul El-Sayed's messaging has been on point this past week as well. Problem is Trump's dumb and illegal war with Iran. And congratulations on your $4 gas, but any normal person could tell you that that's still too damn high. Ted Cruz just filled my tank in Texas. Gas is $3.99 a gallon. Hey, Gavin, problem isn't Chevron. It's California's stupid energy policies, Ted says. What was Paxton pulling up prior to the endorsement? I'm not sure, but it was going to be a close one regardless, but Donald Trump's endorsement obviously solidified it. It was over after that point. There's no coming back from that.
$5.
He also did a slutty Twitter ad.
$1 a gallon gas. I'm trying to save the campaign some money. I'm not going to work.
Are you sure you don't want to ride to work, man?
Nope.
This is him being slutty.
The cost at the pump, $5 a gallon, didn't just happen. This is a function of a set of policy choices we keep making in this society to fight wars we have no business fighting. And the cost, well, you pay it at the pump and you pay it in taxes. We're wasting our taxpayer dollars to fight wars we don't need to fight while people drown in billions of dollars in medical debt. Michiganders of all stripes are pedaling harder and harder and harder, trying to chase the American dream, but it just gets further and further away. It's like, sometimes it even feels like you're pedaling backwards. Nope.
God, he's so corny. Sometimes he's kind of...
Y'all, it just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard.
He's so jacked though. I mean, it's great.
Hard to afford your gas, shouldn't be this hard to pay your rent, shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world. Just 3 months ago, gas was not this expensive. We've wasted $50 billion fighting a war nobody asked for, an illegal, unethical war, torched our tax dollars to raise our gas prices. And I want you to pay attention to this one, $6.09 for diesel. Now, you may not fill up diesel at the gas pump, but you know who does? Trucks, the same.
This is literally a ripoff from Greens Polanski's ad. I mean, that's in the UK is different. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't count. There's a whole different world, big dog. Why are you bringing shit up like that? Chill.
Trucks that are trucking your food to the grocery store that then...
Our ad, comrade. Chill.
Translates into higher prices on the grocery shelves. And yet, meantime, the corporations, the billionaires, and their bought-off politicians keep telling you that the best single thing we can do with our tax dollars is go drop bombs over there instead of invest here. Which is why we need a movement that is finally willing to stand up to them, reject corporate money, get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. All right, too far, Jeff. Slow.
Chatter doesn't know that the USA's whole shit is doing Euroid shit but better. Agreed, dude. As your only Midwestern watcher, corny is cocaine to us. I've heard that. I've heard people say that. I find it odd, but if that's what works, it works. You know, the Financial Times checked on the Board of Peace account. I know. I was going to get to that as well. Another, moment of tremendous graft. Donald Trump just straight up stole billions of dollars from every other country who just wanted to, I guess, have a seat at the table next to Donald Trump and win favor, curry favor with Donald Trump. It's pretty funny. Pretty great. Classic. You're cornier than Abdul. I mean, sometimes. I don't even know if they mind. Yeah, Trump's Board of Peace official fund receives $0 despite billions pledged. I don't know if they mind necessarily. Corporations can vote in Delaware. We're not a real country. I mean, whatever. Cut out the middleman,
Trump branding Paxton, who tried to help him overturn the results of the...
But yeah, getting back to Ken Paxton, okay? Getting back to Ken Paxton. The Republicans are not doing great, okay? The Republican Party's not doing great. I mean, obviously we've talked about this before. This is a classic Trump initiative. He comes in like a wrecking ball. He does a bunch of fuck shit. Everybody hates it. Everyone starts speculating that people are finally going to leave the Trump camp. People are finally going to leave the Trump cult. They never do. Okay. Ken Paxton is another great example of this. John Cornyn has been a lifelong Republican, been around since George W. Bush, 20 years in service, well-respected career politician for the Republican Party. And now he got ousted by a psychopath. I gave you the rundown on Ken Paxton's, background and all of the things that he has done in Texas that has actually drawn ire not only from the Democrats in the state, but certainly even from the Republicans in the state. Ken Paxton had numerous issues, numerous investigations, basically like a cockroach. He just keeps somehow surviving all of these different scandals. He's an immensely corrupt person, so perfect for the Trump administration. And it's very funny that he is technically, from the perspective of Tallarico heads, the best guy to defeat. Much easier to defeat than even Cornyn is, right? So a lot of people are excited. A lot of people are excited. And right off the rip, there's a new poll that came out, Texas poll, that we're going to be taking a look at. This is from a pro-Tallarico group. James Tallarico at 45%, Ken Paxton at 38%. Net favorabilities for Tallarico is at +6, and for Paxton it's -16. Now, does that even matter? Does that even matter? I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Bleggs is going to happen. And the reason for why I won't tell you that is for two reasons. Okay, there's two reasons. One, Tallarico has a lot of majority Democrats style centrist think tanks in his corner, and those guys know exactly how to seize defeat from the jaws of victory. Okay, they are the best at that. So he already has some of the worst consultants backing his candidacy. So that's most likely going to be a problem for him anyway. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, I will never discount how insane Republicans are. Okay? What normal people look at in horror, or what normal people can see as a cause of celebration, with this horribly bad, horribly unpopular candidate that the Republicans excitedly voted for, Ken Paxton. What normal people might consider to be a mentally ill move to make by the voters in Texas, Texas voters might think is great, actually. Okay? Texas voters look at that and go, no, that's my guy. I want someone with a shit ton of scandals. Why is everyone suddenly freaking out over Paxton calling Tallarico gay when there's no evidence so far that it's worked, no evidence that it will work, and it hasn't led a poll in 5 months? Voters have been saying over and over again that they are tired of culture war, bullshit politics, and overwhelmingly prioritize cost of living issues. How is this supposed to be some sort of slam dunk strategy at all? This is also crazy revisionist history about Warnock law. They couldn't go 2 seconds without calling him a radical liberal. Yeah. Now, of course, centrist Democrats are not even satisfied with Tallarico, who I think is too centrist for my taste. Some of them have also been critical of Tallarico, being like, or Republicans have been critical of Tallarico, saying like, oh, dude, it's in the rap. He's a vegan. He's a homosexual vegan who loves transgenders. Okay. You guys already know what my assessment of the situation is. When they try to hit you with that, gay shit, all you have to do is, we're not having a conversation about this. We're having a conversation about the unprecedented cost of living crisis that we're going through, worsened by the Trump administration. I'm here to fix that. I'm here to make things cheaper. You can chirp about like transgenders all day, every day. I'm here to chirp about, making groceries cheaper, making your gas cheaper. Okay. More money in your pocket. It's the method that Abdul also deployed perfectly in the Fox News conversation. It's undefeated. And now you don't even need to say it's untested, right? It was the Zoran method and it worked. But people will say, oh, that was just New York. New York is woke and gay anyway. But to a certain degree, it's worked with Graham Plattner in Maine. And it worked with Chris Rabb as well. Again, deep blue district regardless. But I do think it will work in Texas for Tallarico as well. Although, I will say, Texas is the one area where I don't know if it will work that well. Okay? I think you have better shot at winning with a kitchen table issue focused candidacy that just straight up tells you what the policies are and how a politician will improve your lives, how a candidate will improve your lives in places like Montana, even in Nebraska. I think you'll have an easier shot in places like that as opposed to Texas and Florida. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm crazy enough to recognize how crazy the Republicans are and how crazy the independents are in these places. But we'll see. I think this will be a good testing ground for Tallarico if he doesn't fuck this up, which he still can. Remember, first factor always is centrist Democrats love losing. They love taking an easy victory and flipping it around and turning it into a defeat. That's number one. Number two, Republicans are fucking batshit crazy. And the more crazy their candidates are, the more invested they might be. So just remember that. These are unpredictable races for that reason. Okay? Sorry to the Texans in the chat. Y'all are out of fucking control, okay? You live with them, so you know better than I do. They are insane. They're nutty. They're totally nutty. However, I do think the antidote to that nuttiness is left populism. Okay? Yeah. Stephen Miller, the Democrats made history in Texas by nominating their first transgender Senate candidate. Great. Yeah. Shut up, you ugly fuck. Okay, Democrats, you win this round. If you keep this energy in the midterms, if the national party presents itself like this, great. Okay? This requires a little bit of backbone, though. You also need actual policies. Like you need a decipherable, discernible policy platform that is almost exclusively communicating how you are going to materially improve the working class's lives. Okay? So that's important. Do not scroll down. Okay. So that's important to remember here, chatters. You need something tangible, some meat that people can latch on to. Medicare for All is a great example of this, which Tallarico is not on board with, unfortunately. Did I miss something? I thought Tallarico was progressive, or was he always a centrist? He's been wishy-washy, and that's part of the reason why I was like a little hot and cold on him. I did prefer him over Jasmine Crockett, but at the end of the day, I mean, I certainly prefer him over Ken Paxton or John Cornyn, but as a candidate overall, I think he's not there. He plays the middle of the road quite frequently. If you remember, his like opening salvo was about, it's not left, it's not right, it's up versus down. All that stuff is good. All that stuff is great. Problem is, you have to have policies associated with that movement, right? You can't just like fucking vaguely gesture to how you're going to improve people's lives, because I think that gives you more credibility, right? Another area of credibility is obviously Israel. It's a big litmus test for a lot of people. And a problem with James Tallarico on the Israel front is he's not an anti-Zionist. He's not an anti-Zionist at all. He has even had his platform on Israel was almost identical to Jasmine Crockett's, although Jasmine Crockett was far worse than he was on communicating on this issue. And Jasmine Crockett has done stuff since then that obviously solidified that she is super pro-Israel anyway. But even when Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico were running up against one another in that matchup, Tallarico basically barely looked better on the issue of Israel because he was capable of communicating with empathy, whereas Jasmine Crockett's statements on Israel were unbelievably it was just utterly devoid of empathy, right? So that was another thing that was at least somewhat frustrating for me. But yeah, Tallarico is somewhat of an unknown for me. But it did work. Yeah, 44% of Tallarico voters said his criticism of Israel was important to them and swayed their vote for him. Over 1 in 5 voters, 22% said reducing support for Israel was a top 3 factor in their vote, while just 2% said same for increasing or maintaining support for Israel. Reducing support for Israel will also be a factor in the November general election. 15% of Democratic primary voters say they would not vote in November if the Democratic nominee shares an identical platform of unconditional support for Israel as the Republican candidate. Like, obviously, there's a lot of other factors at play here, but Israel is singularly important for a lot of people. But beyond that, it's a very good litmus test for measuring whether a candidate is going to be responsive to the needs of the population, the needs of the Democratic base, or the needs of corporations and foreign lobbies, right? I think that's how a lot of people view it. I see ourselves once again having to deal with the same exact fucking issue. I mean, he's not already against Israel. If he changed, seems just lip service to win this election. No, he is. He is against Israel. He's critical of Israel, but not to the degree that I think is good enough. I don't think he's as sincere as he could be. And I don't think I'm being extra. I don't think I'm being extra critical of Tallarico in an unnecessary way. I think this is a real weakness in his messaging and in his campaign.
I've always said that our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a welcome mat and a lock on the door, meaning we can both.
Like, he's very good at this stuff. This is a very good way to communicate on this issue in Texas, right? Like, he's not saying, we want our open, porous borders or anything like that. I think this is a very good way to talk about, immigration in the country, right? It's good. It's appealing to liberals. It's appealing to independents. Again, he has a very empathetic communication strategy on this stuff.
With welcome immigrants who want to come here and
like, which message is more appealing, right? You always got to look at this. Like, match this up with like what Ken Paxton says, where Ken Paxton's like, we got to shoot We got to shoot anyone that looks Mexican with a shotgun in the face. Which message is more appealing to the Texas voters? And honestly, I don't know the answer. Okay? I don't fucking know the answer to that question. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't want to know the answer to that question, okay? Because it's scary. It's scary to think about what people perceive as good messaging in the state of Texas.
Live the American dream, who want to contribute to our economy.
Half the people that are championing that, shoot every Mexican with a shotgun message are Mexican themselves. This is Texas. Welcome to the state of Texas. Okay.
Economy, who want to contribute to our communities, make us richer and stronger, as immigrants have always done throughout American history. And we can keep out people who mean to do us harm. We can know who's trying to come into our country. We can have an orderly, sane immigration system that keeps us all safe, that promotes public safety. Just like you do at your own home. Many people, especially in Texas, we're hospitable. We're the friendly state in Texas.
Are
we'll
you?
give a neighbor the shirt off.
Is that the... Okay. I didn't know. I was thinking differently about it. Maybe I'm just a fucking out of touch elite, bicoastal elite libtard, but because I'll tell you this much, okay? Texas has some wonderful people, as does every state, okay? But Texas also has some dog shit ass dudes in it, okay? Some really fucking horrible monsters. Now, that's the same in every state, but I usually measure a state by my own personal experience in it. Okay, and sometimes the dog shit ass people kind of are a little bit too overwhelming. Okay. Yeah, you look at the per capita. And I don't know who wins that battle.
Our back, but we also have a right to know who's coming into our home. We have a right to know why they're there and what their intentions are. We can be both hospitable and keep everybody safe at the same time. Our opponents don't want people to know that you can do both because they rely on using this issue of immigration to grandstand, to say that it's a choice between public safety and welcoming immigrants. And the truth is, that has always been a false choice throughout American history. And we need leaders who are going to do both, secure the border and create a pathway to citizenship for the folks who have been here for a long time and who have been contributing to this country.
Stay away. It's seriously dangerous legally and physically. This is where this fascist wave was born. Prediction. They will straight up buy votes if they have to, and they have the resources to do so. Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence in any Republican leaving the cult in any way, shape, or form. I'll be honest with you. And I think part of that is because I've seen what the midterms look like for the Republican Party. Maybe the general is going to be different. And obviously, this is a fluid situation regardless, because every damn day, Israel's approval ratings are going down. And because Trump has seemingly put us in this double suicide pact with Israel, Trump's approval ratings go down as well. Now, we're in the vanguard, right? Any dip in Trump's approval rating from this point on is actually eating away at his base, at his most loyal fans, okay? Directly into the cult. So if we go from like going from 40% to 30% is nowhere near as significant of a dip as it is to go from 30% to 29%. 30% to 28%. At that point, we're in oh boy territory because that means that even the cultists are just like, I'm done. I can't deal with this anymore. Fuck this guy. That's when we arrive at new grounds, a turning point where the number of people that are getting bored and trying to shoot the president increase alarmingly because it's all former fans of his. And they all have the guns, and they all have the intensity, right? I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm not saying that at all, okay? I'm just observing reality, looking at the numbers, looking at the amount of former Trump fans that have tried to kill him unsuccessfully, and assuming that once that cult starts tipping, once there's people that start leaving the cult, going from 30% to 28%, that 2% is going to be extra wild. I'm a numbers guy. Okay? I'm going to chat GPT it. I'm going to grok it.
Same question. What conditions, if any, should be placed on U.S. military aid to Israel?
This was his final answer on conditioning aid and restricting weapons transfers to Israel. Let's take a look at what he had to say here.
60 seconds.
As an educator who has fought for children, seeing what's happening in Gaza makes me sick to my stomach. I quoted a theologian the other day who said, "I screamed at God for the starving children until I realized the starving children was God screaming at me." God is screaming at all of us in Gaza as we speak.
Like, do you see what I'm saying? He's very good. He's very good. But then he'll follow it up with, like, wishy-washy, middle-of-the-road policy. This is why I said he absolutely had a messaging advantage over Jasmine Crockett. He had a messaging advantage over Jasmine Crockett, but on the policy front, their policies were too close for comfort.
Yes, Israel has a right to defend its people, certainly after October 7th, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since
spoke too soon.
The Holocaust. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not have the right to wage war against civilians. He does not have the right to restrict aid. He does not have the right to use famine or collective punishment as tactics in that effort. And so I have said that if I'm in the United States Senate, I will use every bit of this country's financial and diplomatic leverage to end the death and destruction in Gaza, which means banning offensive weapons to the Netanyahu government and ensuring that we have candidates.
Yeah, he's doing, it's a bait and switch. He's not doing the defensive weapons. He's not doing defensive weapons, right? But this was earlier too. Now there's a new litmus test. So who knows? Isn't that the same as the Bernie posture? To a certain degree, yes. But I don't know if they've asked Bernie Sanders recently, but I suspect that he's also probably been forced to just like push for defensive weapons transfers to be shut off as well. Like the new Prague statement on Israel is, oh, we have to cut off money. We have to stop giving them money so they can purchase our weapons. If they want to purchase it on their own, they can purchase it on their own. Our position on the anti-Zionist side has always been, obviously, and this is, there's levels to it, but the most permissible thing that we demand is an embargo, right? To shut off all weapons transfers, no defensive, no offensive weapons, and to obviously then, punish Israel, hold Israel accountable for war crimes, for genocide, and to restrain Israel, right? BDS is also the other floor here on the popular front on what people can do on their own outside of what politicians are pushing for. So it's definitely beyond. It's definitely beyond what AOC has set as the new floor, which is to stop giving financial aid to Israel so they can easily purchase American weapons. Because right now that's what we're doing. We're giving Israel, with the Obama Memorandum of Understanding, $3.8 billion a year in just straight up cash so they can come back and purchase our weapons that we're designing for Israel, right? The Tamir interceptors that are a part of the Iron Dome defense systems. The missiles that they use is a collaborative development project between the American state and the Israeli state. And we give Israel $3.8 billion a year for a decade with Obama's Memorandum of Understanding right now so they can use that money to purchase defensive weapons as they claim it. Now, of course, there's no moral or really military distinction between defensive and offensive weapons because these funds are fungible, right? $3.8 billion that you receive in financial aid to purchase American defensive weapons is $3.8 additional billion that you have to spend on offensive weapons. The fact that we are also funding Israel's defense allows Israel to be more belligerent. That's precisely the reason why no one ever makes an argument to give defensive weapons or any aid to Russia or to Iran or to any other country, really, right? Because that would be silly. It's the equivalent of demanding that Nazi Germany receive anti-aircraft battery systems while we're doing the bombing of Dresden, right? Because there's civilians there. There's civilians living in Nazi Germany as well. No one would make that argument. That would be a fucking stupid ass argument to make. So here he is, the racist. Wait, come on. Don't ban that guy. I want to know, or that lady. You're a fucking bellend cocksucker. We got a Brit. Am I racist towards the British? Is that what you're saying? Clip from new interview with Tallarico on CBS. Take a look at ZBS.
Handful of highlights of things you've said in the past, and I wanted to give you an opportunity.
Oh, this is him probably going to back away from woke 1.0 statements that he's made. Every woke politician has to get their lashings, you know, when they were doing Wakanda posting, right? 2020 peak woke. Any politician to the left of like Nancy Pelosi has had, I mean, Nancy Pelosi's even done that with the kente cloth kneeling, you know. Every politician has to receive their lashings for their woke crimes. Fuck you! What you fucking mean, lad? What's your problem then? Fucking hell. You're a fucking bellend cocksucker. New Paxton attack ad?
This is not.
Wait, what is this? New ad. James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear. This is Texas. We will fight to protect
This is Texas. This is not.
There are many more than 2 biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
This is Texas. This is not.
The American flag.
Wait. This is Texas? What does this mean? It's just a woman wearing a cowboy hat in front of a flag that is hanging off of a tree branch. What is, I'm more confused. What is Texas? This ad raises a lot of questions about what Texas is that it seeks to answer. Okay. Yeah, this is Texas, you fucking idiot. Goddamn libtard. You woke homosexual. Yeah. The first thing that they said, this is Texas, is a fat guy in a hard hat. That was awesome. This is Texas. Fat guy in a hard hat. A woman wearing a bandana around her neck and a cowboy hat.
This is not.
The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us.
This is Texas. This is not.
They're going to call me a radical leftist.
This is Texas. This is not.
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children.
This.
That line is so crazy, by the way. I'm sorry. What the fuck were people on? That's not recent, right? That's like woke 1.0. I have to be honest. Like that's such a strange thing to come out of your mouth. Like, I get it. I get what he's trying to do there, but like, that's a wild way to pander. Okay. You are the woker. And here's the problem with this stuff. Okay. He's obviously going to get fucking inundated with all of this stuff because he has a lot of moments like that. Yeah, he's going to get hit with the fucking clip, okay? We're talking belt fed, M60. He's like, because he's doing like, he's going crazy mode in like the 2020s, peak woke. He's just like when someone asked me a question like that, you guys know it's I'm uncompromising in defending trans people. But if someone asked me that question, I'd be like, burgers. Like, I'm not even pandering. I'm just thinking about burgers. You know, what the fuck do you mean? How would that be top of mind? Like, I know there's a war. Mr. Hasan, what does the world hate you? I wouldn't say the world hates me. I would say that, unfortunately, we live in a very reactionary country, and therefore there are a lot of people who are reactionary and are going to hate what I talk about without trying to understand it. Anyway, but that's not what we're talking about. Okay, it's okay. Look, it's the thought that counts. No, I know. But here's the thing.
Something that you...
That's crazy answer regardless, because like that's like what do you mean? Like that's always gonna be read weirdly. Even woke 1.0, that would have been read weirdly. Okay. But I will say, right now, yeah, this is Tallarico. Woke 1 was crazy. A cis white man should not be the next speaker of the council. Stop sending this to me. White people should not be allowed to sit on stoops in Bed-Stuy. America deserved 9/11 will always be read weirdly. You want to take it back now? I mean, I have literally apologized for that a day after. So it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? And it doesn't really matter, which is precisely the reason why you have to...
Something that...
which is precisely the reason why you have to just like focus on the shit that does matter. Okay. The shit that actually matters is what you're fighting for. Okay. And what you're fighting for should be Medicare for all, free college, federal jobs guarantee, stopping the bombs. Okay. Stopping endless militarism, senseless destruction all around the world, focusing on ourselves, America first, you know? Shit like that. So it doesn't even matter if people are saying this kind of thing, right? All you got to do is turn around and you know, get back to the meat and potatoes. Make them look silly. You understand? Make them look silly. Make their focus be this stuff. Who cares? Don't compromise on these issues either. You don't have to. Give people something to vote for.
Love that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children who showed up yesterday at the state capitol to advocate for their humanity. They shouldn't have to, but it was an inspiration to watch.
Something.
Damn, they clip-shipped him pretty hard. This makes it a little bit more understandable. It's still pandering. It's still woke 1. But that, damn, they clipped the fuck out of our boy. Holy shit. Okay, it does sound way different in context. It's still pander, for the record. Come on. It's you know, it's pander. It's pander Pope over here. It's pander city. Still very different than I love trans children. End clip. And you blame people for doing the same thing to you? Well, here's the thing. My opinion on this has changed. Most people eat the clip chimp and then they never seek further. So if people were doing this, what we just did right now, right? Charitability and being invested in the truth. And wanting to understand further what the context is and not just eating the fucking bait, okay, then yeah, we would have way less problems in general. People never do that with someone like myself. As a matter of fact, when they see the context, they double down. I'm saying, as someone who is supportive of Tallarico, he should not compromise on, defending trans adults, defending trans children, defending transgender people in general. And the best defense is a great offense. And the best offense is a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to all of the economic issues that Texans are facing, solutions to the economic problems that Texans are facing. Okay? You come out with a barrage of good policies that you are going to fight for when you are elected to the Senate, and people will look silly if they hyper focus on what you said about like transgender children or, whatever the fucking clip compy barrage looks like. Do you understand what I'm saying? James Tallarico needs to go 2021 Hasanabi pronto. Yes. I mean, he also needs to grow a beard for sure. I've already said this. He just looks too nerdy. I've said this already. He looks way too nerdy. He needs to look less nerdy. He looks kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I know. They're tying him to Al-Qaeda. It's disgusting. We'll talk about that in a second. Ted Cruz stayed neutral in the Texas Senate runoff, but he was a vital early supporter of Ken Paxton for AG. Backed him when he was more country club Republicans backed Dan Branch 2014, and Cruz was a freshman senator. The ads are still on YouTube. Not that it matters. This is before we knew what a fucking demonic entity Ken Paxton was. He can't grow a beard. It's his religion. Wait, what? Actually? Are you guys fucking with me? I'll believe anything you tell me about Tallarico, because he's literally like a blank sheet of white paper for me. I just, light bounces off of him, both literally and figuratively. So yeah.
It's Texas. This is not.
Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front.
This is Texas.
Oh my God, they clipped him on that too. But a lock on the door. Oh my God, Ken. Oh my God, Kenny Powers. Holy shit. This is, oh my God, dude. It is kind of funny watching the same techniques that have been deployed against me for my entire political commentary career play a formative role in American politics. It's at the fucking forefront. Everyone is rat fucking. Everyone's invested in hatchet jobs and rat fucking nowadays. It's not just like Roger Stone that used to do stuff like this and he was seen as like an outsider for that reason. Everyone does it now.
Texas. This is not.
It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption. I am proud to say that our campaign has officially become a non-meat campaign.
This is Texas. This is not.
Radical Tallarico, too low T for Texas. Ugh. Yeah, this dude needs to spend a week with me. I need to whip him up, get him into shape. Okay, get a couple videos of us pumping iron, eating big steaks. Eating some barbecue. Wasn't he on the stream? No, he's not. He was supposed to be in the primaries. Yeah, send him 2-3 years to Dagestan, okay? Don't taint my vegan king. First of all, he's not vegan. There are so many photos of him wearing the fucking Texas shirt that I own as well, while eating fucking massive slabs of meat. And the campaign is not even remotely slick. Campaign's not even slick about it, too. They're just pumping that shit everywhere. Right? But yeah, if their argument against Tallarico is that he's woke and gay, he's a woke gay libtard, he's not for Texas, and Tallarico's argument is, hey, not only am I fucking Texas to the bone, but I also want every Texan to have health care, which argument's going to win out? Your policy pushing strats seems sound. Work with Mamdani, but you don't think the ops would just do the same thing they're doing to you? Run the fake rap sheet and clips to the ground. They're switching up to match the meta. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they're fucking running it to the ground. Because elections are about what politicians can do for you. Elections in America, unfortunately, are about who politicians are and how they represent themselves. Because everyone has given up on the idea that a politician is supposed to fight for your fucking values or fight for the betterment of your material conditions. So we got to get back to that, is my argument. We got to get back to the basics. Clips only matter if you're just your campaign is just hot air. Clips only matter if you are not defined by things you want to be defined by. Or rather, if the things you want to be defined by are, vague, generalized statements about how woke you're going to be, or the only policy that you want to put on the forefront of your economic agenda, like Kamala did, was $50,000 in tax credits for HBU graduates that work in fucking underserved neighborhoods right after graduation. If that's your fucking policy agenda, then yeah, no one is gonna vibe with that. Okay? You should not be afraid. I don't know why there are still people who are clearly afraid of teaching, of pushing the boundaries. Tallarico every now and then comes out with statements like that make me appreciate him, ironically enough. But he is a part of the same group that McMorrow is a part of, majority Democrats. He's still a part of the same group that, is looking to elect centrist candidates. So that scares me. That's my point. I'm being very fair about James Tallarico. I think if James Tallarico wants to fucking win, he has to come out with a bold, comprehensive vision for a change. He should be unafraid to shit on the Democrats, for example, which he has at times, and a lot of people were yelling at him. A lot of people were yelling at him in the primary for his criticisms of Joe Biden, for his criticisms of the Democratic Party. This is when he's supposed to criticize the Democratic Party. This is when he's supposed to fucking push the boundaries. Now in the Texas General, okay? There is a real opportunity here. There is a real opportunity for Tallarico to win. Tally Hive going to come after you now? No, they're not. Tally Hive is like half of you guys are fucking Tallarico supporters in Texas. What do you mean?
My principal told me that I was going to get this kid named Justin, who had gotten kicked out of his elementary school the year before because he had brought a knife to school and threatened to stab his 5th grade teacher. So I was, again, first-year teacher, kind of freaked out, right? The kid shows up. One, he's not a monster. He's an 11-year-old boy, right? Like this high, right? I took him aside, introduced myself, told him I was happy he was in class, told him I wanted to get to know him. He gradually started to raise his hand a little bit more in class. He was super smart, super just quick. He also had like a great smile. He's very popular with the girls in the class. A lot of personality. And I started to invite him to our little lunch group because I had kids who came and ate in my classroom during lunch. And we started to kind of build a rapport. And he didn't have a lot of male teachers, so I think that was helpful to see a guy as a teacher and be able to build a relationship with him. Anyway, right before winter break that year, it's the last day of school, he brought me this wrapped gift. The wrapping was all jankety, but I opened it up and it was this little cup with a snowflake on it that he had bought at the Dollar Tree for his teacher. Again, this is a kid who was going to stab his 5th grade teacher. A few months later, he's bringing a snowflake cup to his 6th grade teacher. And I was feeling like I was on top of the world as a teacher. I was like, who's going to make the movie, right? Like, here I am, right?
Sandra Bullock's going to play you in a movie.
Yeah, who's going to play me? And then I came back after winter break. I was in my 3rd period class, and I heard this commotion out in the hallway. So I immediately stepped out of the room to see what was going on. And there were 2 of our coaches, and they were both restraining Justin, either side of him. They were carrying him out of the school. He was screaming. His feet didn't touch the ground. Like he literally was just carried out of the school. I found out that he had started a fight in his 3rd grade class, and that was his last strike. And it was the last time I ever saw Justin. I did some digging to figure out what had happened. Turns out in the previous semester, Justin had been seeing a therapist
that was provided by the school district. And it was this lady that he really was hitting it off with and getting along with. And they were going through all his issues because Justin had been abandoned by his mother at a very early age, which that'll screw anybody up, right? Justin had experienced violence, had experienced all this trauma. And so for the first time, there was a professional who was helping him work his way through it. And there was a teacher who liked him and who believed in him. And that was all it took for Justin to see all these improvements. And I found out that after winter break, that because of budget cuts from the legislature, the district had eliminated the therapist. So this lifeline suddenly went away for Justin. So literally everybody had abandoned Justin, including his own mother. And now the adults that he was trying to trust again were abandoning him. And so that was the kind of radicalizing experience for me, because these people at the state capitol had cut $5 billion from our schools. Who knows why? Who knows what the justifications were? But I saw firsthand how that screwed up a kid's life. I saw the damage that did to real flesh and blood human beings. And so I promised myself right then that if I ever got a little bit of power or a little bit of influence, that I would do everything I could with every fiber of my being to stop that from happening again. So literally Justin and my students are the ones I think about when I'm at the Capitol. They are the criteria that I use to evaluate public policy, not if it's a Democratic bill or Republican bill, not if it's going to get me, ex-lobbyist support. It is, will this help my students or will it hurt my students? Period. And it makes things a lot easier. I have a picture of one of my class periods on my desk at the Capitol. So that is what got me into this whole mess. I miss being a teacher because I miss having that immediate impact. All the impact I make now, if I make any impact at all, feels very diffuse and far away because there's all these layers.
Yeah.
But I like to think that some of the bills I'm passing are at least helping teachers like me and students like mine.
Josh Schwartz says, I don't have any feelings about James Tallarico, but it's interesting to see him telling a story which, one, by far the most effective way for politicians to communicate, and two, something most Democrats refuse to do on principle. I mean, dude, that's 4 minutes and 28 seconds of James Tallarico talking to Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan never actually fucking interrupts the conversation to be like, but what about the kitty litter that your children were shitting on? That's the whole point, right? So here's the thing. I wish I fully believed him, but he doesn't support Medicare for all, so the story pisses me off. I know. That's the issue with Tallarico, or also known as Talafrico. All right. Talafrico has really positive qualities. People complain about Plattner becoming Fetterman, but isn't James more likely? Yes. Tallarico has some interesting qualities. I don't like how he goes 80% of the way, but then like the last 20% is just like cookie cutter, straight up establishment liberal bullshit. Like he is almost like a better Pete Buttigieg in some ways because he has the background, and he also has like moved in a certain way in the state legislature as well. So he has that background and he has that experience of being somewhat of a progressive fighter. But he does do this thing that Pete Buttigieg does as well, which is to say the right words or to communicate effectively, but never say anything really at all that's all that different from the rest of the Democratic Party. And I don't like that at all. He's more palatable because there is a level of sincerity backing his statements, especially with his experience as well. But I am very untrustworthy. I am not very trusting of candidates like that. I've been burned many, many times over. Okay? If you were to give me the James Tallarico campaign, the things I would do are as follows. Number one, and this is order of priority. Before we even put the fucking policies in the bag, before we even fix the policies, get minoxidil and put it all over your face so you can grow a thicker beard. Okay? That's number one. Straight up. You have to stop looking like Alfred E. Newman, which is what Donald Trump is calling him. Like low-key, he kind of does look like that. He has too much of like Mormon face somehow. I don't know how else to describe it. He looks like Moral Oral, right? You got to look like a chud and think like a woke. We've already established that. So that's number one. Number two, which ironically enough, Pete Buttigieg has taken my advice on this. He is doing this, but that's besides the point. Okay. So that's number one. That's the first thing, first order of priority. Number two, go back to the fucking policy agenda and immediately put forward a comprehensive, bold, radical vision for change. Don't shy away from criticizing the Democratic Party. Show the rest of Texas that you're a different kind of Democrat, not the type of Democrat that they're used to. This will also draw a lot of enmity from the institutional Democrats and the party itself. That's really good for you. You're in Texas. The more Chuck Schumer complains about you saying shit about Israel, the better it is for you in Texas. And before people say, oh my God, it's Texas, people love Israel in Texas, wrong. Okay? Wrong. You're wrong about that. It's not true. There is no place in the United States of America where the overwhelming majority are pro-Israel. Not amongst the independents. No way, Jose. You understand? Doesn't exist. Nope, doesn't matter. Evangelicals as well. It doesn't matter. The people that like Israel are already voting for the Republicans. The only group in this country that loves Israel unconditionally and wants to vote for Israel or pro-Israel candidates in this country are already lifelong Republican Party voters. They're already voting for the Republicans. You're not winning those guys over. They're fucking insane. They're a part of the MAGA cult. They're fucking insane. They've never voted for a Democrat and they will never vote for a Democrat. Drop that shit. Okay? You are conceding to no one. You will not get a single fucking voter in the state of goddamn Texas for having a middle of the road approach to Israel. Okay? Not a single fucking voter. You will not earn a single voter. I must repeat this. However, you will draw a lot of ire from the likes of Chuck Schumer, from all of the bicoastal elite, smug Israel first Democrats. And you know what? Those are some of the least popular Democrats all around the country, and especially in the state of Texas. So getting people to yell at you from the rest of the Democratic Party is a good thing here, because these are the Democrats that Texans fucking hate. You get to show that you are sometimes unafraid to fight back against your own party in a good way. Democrats show this in the worst ways possible. Democrats think if you're in a fucking red state and you want to show that you're pragmatic or you're a heterodox type of Democrat in a red state, that you're invested in tax credits or deregulation, the deregulatory agenda. That's fucking stupid. There is already a 90-10 issue in the base. There's already an issue in Israel that you can actually draw a lot more support from independents on. And you'll piss off the worst fucking Democrats out there. It's a fantastic opportunity. Seize on it. Okay? Same with Medicare for all. It's not just Israel, but it's a lot of this stuff, like Medicare for all is a bold, populist, left flank attack that will, again, draw a lot of ire and a lot of enmity from some of the least popular groups. The problem with James Tallarico, unfortunately, is that he's backed by those groups, right? Those groups are backing him. Let's be real. The majority Dems are the same groups that are pushing for Mallory McMorrow are also pushing for James Tallarico. And that's a problem. He's got Liz Smith in the corner. I don't think he's going to change some of that strategy. But that's definitely what I would do. Because remember, the best defense is a perfect offense. And the more you go on the offense, and I don't mean like attack Ken Paxton. You should definitely do that, but that's not what I'm talking about. The best defense is a aggressive offense, and the most aggressive posture offensively that you can engage in politics is having a clear-cut policy-backed agenda that people can attach themselves to, people can identify with, people want. Okay? That's it. What caused Kamala Harris to lose was that she did not have a comprehensive vision for change at a time when people were looking for change in this country. And they proved that they were looking for change by voting for Donald Trump. Okay, he was the change candidate somehow. It's ridiculous, but it's true. Kamala Harris did not have a clear-cut agenda that she was defined by, so her opposition defined her for her. That's the reason why they were able to define her as like, oh, Kamala Harris is for they, them, not you, right? Anti-war, fix the potholes, fix the ISPs, Medicare for all, free college for all. These are things that we can do, but for far too long, we focused all of our efforts on waging unnecessary wars. You say that, a lot of Texans are going to fucking believe in you. You say that, a lot of Texans are going to agree with you. Just say that, please. Please. It's okay to ruffle some goddamn feathers, all right?
To respond or clarify.
Here, let's look at the barrage. They're emptying out the motherfucking clip on them.
In 2021, in a speech during debate over transgender issues, you said God is non-binary. What did you mean by that?
Well, you know, I think I was being intentionally provocative with that statement. But what it means is that God can't be defined by human categories. The Apostle Paul, in his letter to the Galatians, says that in Christ there is neither male nor female. I'm always going to stand up for Texans who are being picked on by the most powerful, most corrupt politicians in the country. And I'm going to continue doing that in this race and hopefully in the U.S. Senate.
You call it intentionally provocative. Do you regret describing it that way or talking about God that way?
No. Say no.
There are some statements that I've made that
Say no. Double down. Double down. KFC double down. Be like, no, man, I'm a fucking pastor. What, you don't like it? I'm a goddamn pastor. I'm a fucking priest. I'm an educator. Why are we having a theological discourse right now with people who are the least godly motherfuckers I've ever seen in my entire life? You think Ken Paxton is close to God? I'm a fucking pastor. It's in the Bible. Or a minister, whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever, some fucking religious thing. Isn't he something? He's something, right? He's like he's a priest. Is that the right term? I don't fucking know this Christian stuff, okay? Yeah. He's a Presbyterian. Okay, whatever. Whatever. There is no reason for you to apologize for things that you have done that are not wrong, things that you believe, okay? Because guess what? We say a million different things every single day. And if you believe this, then you shouldn't apologize for saying it because there's going to be other instances where they'll hit you on that, and then you look wishy-washy and hypocritical and silly and stupid.
that I certainly regret. There are statements that I've made where I've missed the mark. I'll be the first to admit that. But Ken Paxton is intentionally clipping my cringy comments to distract from his career of corruption.
Okay, that's not bad. Good. All right, good. He flipped it back. All right.
Ken Paxton has a criminal record. I have a legislative record. I've served for 4 terms in the Texas House of...
That's also a good line. Damn, okay. Swaggerico. I've got a legislative record. He's got a criminal record. Hell, okay, I like it. Okay. Can you fix him? He needs to fucking grow a beard. This is not working. I've said this before. Look. You know how black people don't fuck with Pete Buttigieg no matter what? And it's not even because he was like a fucking small town mayor where, you know, the police chief did some fucked up shit. Like, there's something untrustworthy, I think, that I have seen in a similar vein with the way that James Tallarico operates that make black people go, I don't know about this guy. Okay? And I trust that instinct. There's something about it. And even if I didn't trust that instinct, you still have to lean into that. You still have to lean into that skepticism that exists out there, and you have to fix it. Okay? Pull up the picture of him with the edited hair. I already, didn't I show it? Wasn't it here somewhere? No, I guess we yeeted it. Maybe not a full beard, but stubble has to be prominent for sure. He's too white. Okay? He too white, and I'm a black person who likes white guys. That's what I mean. He is. He's like, yeah, this is, like, this helps a little bit, I think. I think, like, this is not, like, all the way there, but it definitely helps. You know how I've always said Pete Buttigieg, Mitt Romney, and J.D. Vance have the vibes of a guy that the middle of the country knows very well. When those guys come into town, your coal mine's shutting down. When those guys come into your town, they're eliminating redundancies. Consultant guys, right? James Tallarico has a little bit of that, even though he's not that at all, right? Y'all want him to be Cuban? I just want him to not be so pasty. No disrespect. Beard help Ezra Klein a bit too? Oh, for sure. Do the Hasanabi look. Scruff on the sides, mustache, grow out the mustache, scruffy beard. 5 o'clock shadow with the mustache, even better than this. He's got to change the hair too, honestly. I don't know about the low taper fade or whatever, but like, new attack ad by Tallarico.
Remind us all, what is Attorney General Paxton accused of doing?
The list is really long.
Bribery, dereliction of duty, obstruction of justice,
and conspiracy. A majority of Texas House Republicans voted to impeach one of their own.
60 Republicans voting in favor. Allegations he abused his office to benefit himself and a major donor who allegedly paid for his home renovations and even helped him cover up an affair.
They claim the AG...
You want him to look like Paul Wall? Buddy, Paul Wall is one of the most beloved white guys of all time in the black community. What are you talking about? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The answer is yes.
Used secret email accounts, burner phones, and a fake Uber account to see his mistress.
Paxton is a repugnant character. He's always been on the edge of sort of criminal activity.
3 felony fraud charges which have lingered for 9 long years.
And in between it all, the state's top attorney had a mugshot.
There are calls for Ken Paxton to step down.
Ken Paxton is an extremely flawed candidate, and I sense the worst is yet to come about his background.
Yeah, you can do a power hour on Republicans in the state that have shitted on him. Okay, shitted and farted on him. Ken Paxton is so unbelievably weak, bro. He better than Paul Dano and There Will Be Blood. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm talking about. You got to not look like this. You got to move away from looking like that. Do a stream with Tallarico shopping for girls from Johnny Dang. He needs to campaign with and speak of Representative Haynes Church. Haynes, who has replaced Crockett in the House. Yeah, this is my goat. Frederick Haynes is probably one of the candidates I'm most excited about. Justice Democrat as well. He is incredible. This look at the date, October 8th, 2023. I've shown this before. The night that Jasmine Crockett lost, I was like, wow, you know, it's like God. God came in and intervened in this election, okay? This is the unbelievable upgrade that we're getting in Texas to replace Jasmine Crockett with this gem,
to be pro-Israel. Yeah, we got to do that, or we get in trouble. Because I recognize that we got to be pro-Israel. Yeah, we got to do that, or we get in trouble. Well, I'm coming to get in trouble. Israel, and I'm going to quote Jim.
Jasmine Crockett was at this sermon, by the way, and she was not listening to anything my man was saying, okay?
Jimmy Carter says that Israel is engaging in apartheid with Palestinians.
I love that he's apartheid.
The Palestinians who don't have the weaponry of Israel, the Palestinians don't have the financial backing from the United States that Israel has. And so they throw their rocks and shoot their arrows, and Israel is able to bomb them and kill them. Watch in the news the disparity between Palestinians being killed and Israelis being killed. It is totally unfair, but this country's going to stand on the side of apartheid because that's its track record. It stood by apartheid in South Africa because it created apartheid in this country.
Dude, come on. Come on, dude. God, he's so fucking dope. Oh my God, he's so fucking sick. He's so dope. He's like the opposite of the young guy who just unseated Al Green. He had a really good one on Charlie Kirk too. This man is a weapon, okay? I need you to understand. This man, if things went right, he would be president one day. He should be president one day. No, it's not Jeremiah Wright. This is what he said after Charlie Kirk, political violence. I'm not going to get into it again. We've already run the clip copy before on this broadcast, okay? I love him. And also, from what I understand, yes, he is a righteous weapon. A weapon to wield by the righteous. But he is incredible. I hope he doesn't get hit with the radical liberal Raphael Warnock ray. I do worry about that a little bit. That was worse than Black Scent. It's not Black Scent. It's just Southern Preacher Scent. I can't do a black preacher voice. I'm too woke for that. You can't catch me. All right. We're not going to watch the Charlie Kirk one. Anyway. Who knows? Who knows how he will carry himself, and you know what kind of campaigning he'll do. But if he keeps that energy, oh my Lord, dude! Apparently, he's a legend in his community as well.
Representatives, where I brought Democrats and independents together to actually make progress for people. I've brought Republican legislators and Democratic legislators together to cut property taxes, to raise teacher pay, to lower the cost of housing and childcare and prescription drugs. I've passed more than 60 bipartisan bills as a legislator. I've also called out the extremes in both parties, on the left and the right. I have called out Ken Paxton for his blatant corruption, but I also called out President Biden for failing to secure our southern border. And
I want to get to the border in a second. Let me run one more by you because, again, the president, other Republicans are already bringing it up. Again, in 2021.
Yeah, God, this is the type of stuff that I just don't like. Like this is a person that is speaking to what he thinks is the right audience. And whenever I start hearing that like focus tested messaging, I check out because it seems insincere. I don't know if like the average voter actually hears that and also thinks it's insincere, but I wish that, like, you know what's better than this? Having conviction. When I start hearing DNC consultants speak, immediately I'm like worried. I'm very, very, very worried. Right? What is this saying? Talarico is not supported by black people because it doesn't appeal to black swagger and black instinct. No, there is a skepticism with the likes of Pete Buttigieg and stuff, no matter how hard they try, where black people don't fuck with Pete Buttigieg. Okay? Like, I don't know why you got all weird and orientalist with it. You have to remember that Talarico had to navigate the Republican majority in Texas legislature to get anything done. He's currently coded that way. They've been crashing out in chat for like 10 minutes. Oh, they have been? I haven't noticed what Aphex Twizzy is saying. I'm saying, you're saying Talarico is failing with black voters because he doesn't put on an act. You are saying he needs to? No, I think he needs to have more swag for sure. I mean, it's campaign. Yeah, optics do matter. The right kind of optics matter, though. I'm giving you an example of the wrong kind of optics, the wrong kind of performance, which is being wishy-washy, middle of the road on certain issues, and not doing the right kind of optics, which is to change your look a little bit. Okay? And it's not just black people necessarily. I'm just saying that, like, I'm using Pete Buttigieg as a launching pad to say, like, why certain people look at, like, you dead ass said chains and grills, bro. Okay, just stop, dude. That's what is known as a fucking joke. I don't think he has to wear fucking chains and grills, dumbass. That part is a joke. I thought you could discern between what's fucking a joke and what's not. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he needs to put on a do-rag, dude. Yeah, why do I fucking need haters when I got long-term community members who are like, wow, I can't believe you want him to do blackface? Like, yeah, that's what I genuinely, sincerely am advocating for. This is Woke One Remnants coming back into the chat. Hasan, I have government overreach. I hope they stop messing with you. Best of luck. Love from a lurker. Thank you, chatter.
While debating
you hate government overreach, right?
A bill that restricted transgender student athletes, you said modern science acknowledges 6 biological variations based on chromosomes to argue that sex is a nuanced spectrum, not a strict binary. Do you still believe there are 6 biological sexes?
I know there are 2 sexes, men and women. I also know there's a very small percentage of people who have these chromosomal abnormalities, and I believe they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. Not bad. Not bad. This is a tricky subject, even if you're not fucking running for office. That's why the Biden answer was the funniest and perhaps the best, where he's like, at least 3. You've never once guessed correctly about the joke discernment is Autism 1.0 and there are no upcoming updates in the firmware. I'm afraid we're running this patch for the foreseeable future. Yeah, it's fine. At least 3. There's no good answer to this question. Okay? The best possible answer is, dude, just let people live. Okay? That's like, I know some people get mad. People who are up to date with like the latest trans technology, for example, they'll be like, what are you talking about? Like, we've poured through the data. Here's the right answer. And then like a couple months later, there's a new version of it. It's updated patch notes. And it's like, just if you're running for office, like the best possible answer to give to that question is, look, I just want people to live free. Okay. I want people to live their best lives. That's it. I don't want to intervene in their affairs. I feel like that's un-American. And I feel like that's not the Texas method either. I care about what's inside. Okay. I care about protecting my neighbors and what's inside. All right. I'm not going to spend any time trying to tell people what they can and can't do. That's goddamn libtard communism, brother. Okay. What is this? A communist country? I didn't think so. I thought this was Texas we're talking about. Yee. You know?
The other one they keep harping on, and it's perhaps the most curious of all. They say you're a vegan.
I'm not a vegan. I'm an 8th generation Texan. I've been eating barbecue since before Ken Paxton's first indictment.
That's even better, I think. Even better with a mullet. Oh my God. Like a little bit of a mullet. Oh, damn.
And this campaign basically runs on Texas barbecue. If all they have is lying about me being a vegan, I feel pretty good about our chances this November.
Ken Paxton is taken to calling you Talafrico. That's awesome. Talafrico.
Ken Paxton, your opponent, has taken to calling you Talafrico.
Well, I think if Ken Paxton is worried about freaks, he should stop giving Epstein-style sweetheart deals to pedophiles.
Oh! True. It's like, dude, that's an attack ad in and of itself to be like, are you safe? Do you feel safer in the state of Texas with Ken Paxton as your attorney general? Here are the pedophiles that he has released back into the fucking wild. Okay? That's another great one. See, he has gems, okay? Gem alert. He has moments. He has moments where I'm like, that's great. Yeah, the Texas Senate rate basically hinges on how much people know about this case by the time they vote. Yeah, straight up.
This is the guy who just released Adam Hoffman from jail, an admitted child rapist, after one of Ken Paxton's wealthy lawyer friends got involved in the case. Ken Paxton even kept him off the sex offender registry. Adam Hoffman was supposed to serve 25 years to life, but instead he served less than a month. As of this week, he's now back on our streets because of Ken Paxton's corruption. Ken Paxton is the most corrupt politician in America, and it is costing Texans. It's endangering our children, and it must end. I think the Epstein class has no place in Texas, and this November, we're going to come together to defeat Ken Paxton and take back our state for the people.
Ken Paxton.
Great take. No notes. Absolutely fucking goated. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Ken Paxton loves pedophiles. What the fuck is up with that? That's it. Just run that. Run that into the goddamn ground. Run that until everyone only associates the name Ken Paxton with early release for pedophiles. That's it. Oh, yeah. Speaking of good Dem rhetoric on trans kids is Tom Steyer.
You talked about
billionaire speaks fluent woke. Shocks the world. Okay.
Trans people. I'm totally in favor of trans athletes in high school. I think when you understand the vulnerability, the stress, the danger of being a trans kid, and you understand that almost half of them try to commit suicide.
Yeah.
And then you think we're going to punish those kids. We're going to cut them off from team sports. We're going to cut them off from participating in the community. We're going to cut them off from fun. It's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. And, you know, as someone who played sports my whole life and loves sports and love playing sports, there are more important things than whether you start on your high school basketball team. And that is standing up for people who are under threat of death. You talked about trans.
Dude, come on. Fluent woke, dude. You know what I'm talking about? That's that swagged out white boy. It's good. It shows courage. It shows conviction. Okay? This is important. This is what matters. It doesn't matter if you don't fucking agree with it. Okay? Bank like a chud, think like a woke, talk like a woke. Appreciating answers that aren't focus tested. Jesus fucking Christ is refreshing. Yeah. Norway joins France's nuclear deterrence club. Nice. Okay. So yeah, let's get back to this fucking psychopath. I mean, he has a laundry list of crimes. By the way, just straight up crimes. Not even just, not on some exaggerating shit, just an actual criminal who is the Attorney General of the state of Texas.
2020 election, a quote, true MAGA warrior, and calling Cornyn now disloyal. It's now the fourth time in less than a month that the president has put his thumb on the scale in a primary to oust a Republican. Cornyn, though, was not disloyal to President Trump in the Senate and was largely supportive. Paxton, for his part, has had a series of scandals that he has survived, including a push from his own Texas Republicans to impeach him over accusations of infidelity and corruption. He's denied any wrongdoing. He was later acquitted in the state Senate. But there were some Republicans who were angry with this choice by Trump, concerned that it could put this critical Senate seat in play and give an opening to the Democratic challenger here, James Tallarico, who this morning is already courting Cornyn voters and trying to flip that Senate seat blue for the first time in more than 3 decades, George.
And Jay, the Democrats got another boost yesterday in the redistricting battles.
A significant win and a setback for President Trump and his push.
He's also unbelievably busted. He is so fucking chopped. Ken Paxton is so chopped, dude. I think that's gotta play for something, right? That's gotta mean something in the race. Come on now. He's both busted inside and outside. No redeemable qualities.
Push to redraw congressional districts to benefit Republicans. In Alabama, a federal court blocking that state from instituting new congressional maps that would eliminate one of 2 majority black congressional districts in that state. The state has vowed to appeal. And in South Carolina, Republicans defying that push of Trump's to redistrict and eliminate the state's only majority black congressional district, which has long been represented by Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn. George.
Jay O'Brien, thanks.
This is the first time you've joined us where you know who you'll be running against in November. Is this the campaign you wanted, Tallarico versus Paxton? Is this the opponent you wanted out of this Republican primary?
This is an attractive politician.
Well, Ken Paxton embodies the broken political system that we're running against. He is the most corrupt politician in America. 3 years ago tomorrow, he was impeached by his own party for using his public office, his position of public trust, to enrich himself and his donors at our expense. And that is exactly the problem in our politics. It's puppet politicians who serve themselves and their billionaire mega donors instead of serving us. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work. The system is rigged by corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton. And so it's going to be all of us. It's going to be Democrats, independents, and Republicans. It's going to be urban Texans, rural Texans, suburban Texans. It's going to be all of us coming together, the people versus Ken Paxton.
Let's listen to what Ken Paxton had to say about you tonight. And I have to tell you, I don't know if you've heard this already, but he spent a good deal of his victory speech tonight talking just about you. Here's what he had to say about you.
Yeah, that also isn't a bad thing. That means that he's worried, right?
My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even
Damn, she nutted, bro. Look at her face. She's like, oh, can he say that? Is he allowed to say that? Look at her face.
Six-Gender Jimmy.
They love the Barbaras and the Debras and the Jedediahs fucking went crazy for that. Like, damn. Absolute zinger. 6 genders? That's too many genders.
I've even heard some people call him James Tallarico. And others refer to him.
Oh, wow. We heard it. You can hear her go, oh, wow. Oh, bruh. I am working surrounded by women like this. Oh, my God. Some of the most vicious. Tallarico's 37 and not married. He says he has a girlfriend. He called her his best friend. He's not revealing her identity because he wants to protect her privacy. Why haven't we ever seen her before? Yeah, I think it's understandable. But of course, Jesse Waters is like, let me see your girlfriend. Let me see your girlfriend right now. What kind of car does she drive? What's the tire pressure looking like? I don't think you're right about the facial hair. Stupid.
Simply as low T Tallarico.
Low T Tallarico. Brother, I'm gonna be honest. I guess this is an advantage for Tallarico as well. That like Ken Paxton also sounds unbelievably low T. So it's kind of funny that he's like, you know what he is actually? Low T Tallarico. I'm being dangerous. It's so stupid. The woman who made that face is my cousin, says the orb lady. Oh my God. I'm sorry to hear that.
You call him, let me tell you this. James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports, gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats.
See, this is why I said, if James Tallarico came out and was like, yo, Israel sucks, and then boom, Chuck Schumer's like, why are you saying that? All of a sudden, like, these are unbelievably unpopular people, especially in Texas, but all around the country. Use that to your advantage. Draw some enmity from the rest of the party. Show that you're a heterodox kind of Democrat. You're not a normal kind of Democrat, right? Right? Those people yelling at you, those people in Washington, D.C. yelling at you or not showing you support is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Yeah, by the way, it is very funny that that Ken Paxton is like, oh, James Tallarico is a threat to our children. Brother, you just every other week you're releasing another pedophile. Like, what are you talking about? There hasn't been a pedophile that you were like, we should keep this one behind bars yet. And you're out here being like, that's not a threat. That's not a threat to your children. The pedophiles that I have released into the public, into the wild, without even having them get on the sex offender registry, that's not a threat to your kids. James Tallarico is? Okay, buddy. Sure.
That is it. That is, as of tonight, the Paxton campaign against you. What is your equal time response to that?
Child rapists with the Attorney General on their case is a Republican.
Ken Paxton is morally unfit for office. He'll lie to you with a straight face. He's failed the character test. He's the most corrupt Attorney General of our lifetime, and he puts the interests of himself over the laws of Texas. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of Ken Paxton's fellow Republicans.
True. Bars. It's true. God, Ken Paxton is, oh my God. Dude, Ken Paxton has a laundry list of crimes and an even longer list of Republicans that despise him in the fucking state.
Working Texans, Democrats, independents, and Republicans alike are going to come together to defeat the most corrupt politician in America and the broken political system that he represents.
So he's going after you in very personal terms. He's calling you, he's got names for you that we just heard. I don't want to repeat some of those. But obviously, he's going to spend a great deal of his time talking about you and transgender issues and children. What do you want Texas voters to understand about that?
Well, this is how puppet politicians like Ken Paxton stay in power. You know, he's spent his entire career selling us out for his donors. And that, I think, is going to be apparent to Texans over the course of this race. And so the only way he's going to hold on to power is through distraction and division. This is the oldest strategy in the world, divide and conquer. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, by all this culture war stuff. So we don't notice that they're picking our pockets, that they are closing our public schools all over Texas. They are gutting our healthcare, raising our premiums for Texans all over the state. And they are raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for themselves. And so I think Texans see through this game. They realize that we're being pitted against each other with these old, tired culture war fights so that corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton can hold on to power and continue to enrich themselves and their billionaire mega donors.
What about Texas voters who want to know from you on this particular issue? Is Ken Paxton...
Why is he doing an Obama impression? I don't know, dude. That's what every fucking politician does.
Telling the truth about you in relation to these issues, especially involving what he was just talking about there, transgender issues involving children?
No, Ken Paxton is clipping comments, taking them out of context to try to paint a picture, trying to paint me as someone I'm not. You know, Ken Paxton has a criminal record. I have a legislative record over 4 terms in the Texas House of Representatives, where I've brought Democrats and Republicans together to pass more than 60 bipartisan bills to cut property taxes, to raise teacher pay, to lower the cost of housing, prescription drugs, and child care across Texas. And I'm going to put that record up against Ken Paxton's criminal record any day of the week, twice on Sunday. I've called out the extremes in both parties, on the right and the left. You know, I've called out Ken Paxton for his blatant illegal corruption, but I also called out President Biden when he failed to secure our southern border. So I'm not interested in going to Washington, D.C. to serve one political party. I'm going to Washington, D.C. to serve the people of Texas. That's the exact opposite of what Ken Paxton does. He serves himself and his billionaire mega donors at the expense.
He's just the Andy Bashar carbon copy? I don't think so. Was Biden actually all that bad on the border? No, but it doesn't matter. You can't even say that. Everyone will yell at you. He was bad on the border, but not for the reasons that you think he was. Okay? The reason why he was bad on the border is because he didn't actually create a fucking expedited process, allow for amnesty to take place for existing migrants on U.S. soil, and fund the court system that would allow people to come in and seek asylum and be able to work on U.S. soil without any other infractions. Because the current way that the immigration structure exists was burdensome and is still burdensome, where immigrants come in, they're not allowed to fucking work. They have to rely on tax dollars to go and like stay at hotels or whatever. They were also shipped to other parts of the country in an effort to make the system brick. And it did. It successfully broke the existing immigration processing system anyway. And Biden didn't do anything about it. He should have prosecuted the governor of Texas and the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis and Abbott. Like, he should have literally prosecuted them for human trafficking, right? He didn't do that shit either. And he ate the consequences.
Of the people of this state.
You just heard Ken Paxton say that you are for open borders. What's your response to that?
I just told you that they were, clipping things that I've said.
See, I'm telling you, they're making fun of his looks. I mean, this is a losing argument regardless, but, it is one area, I guess, that they've foresee as an area of weakness.
So take it away.
Correction, it's Talafrico.
Okay.
And they nominated someone more effeminate than Beto, and I can't wait for this race to get underway. Did you know that he looks prepubescent?
These are the notes you took?
Did you know that he looks like the guy that leaves an apple on the teacher's desk. That's this guy. Now, the major factor in this race, Greg, is whether Talafrico's vegan.
So take it away.
Talafrico is a cool name. I don't think that's a bad name, but yeah, here is Jesse Waters being a whole ass freak again, talking about how Talarico doesn't have a girlfriend.
He's also 37 and not married.
Okay. He's like, oh, I don't believe you have a girlfriend. Thank you. Dude. That's your next Democratic senator from the state of Texas. This is what I was saying. Look like a woke, or look like a chud, think like a woke. Look like a chud, act like a woke. Look like a chud, act like a chud, talk like a woke. Think like a woke. I'm telling you, he looks like a cop. Who cares? The fuck? What are you talking about? He looks like a cop? That's great. That's great. The more cop-like he looks, the better. What are you talking? It's not even just for Texas, for anywhere. That juxtaposition is why your boy is as successful as he is. Look at me. Look at the way I carry myself. And look at the way I look. And then look at the way I think and look at the way I talk. I am the fucking prototype. The reason why so many people on the effete hyper woke left despise me from the start is because I sound like a bro and I look like a bro. Okay? And they can't get over that, but that's actually good. Okay? That's a good thing. The more the more not palpable I am to the hyper woke crowd because I'm too manly or whatever the fuck, or too bro-y, right? Too much like a frat bro, the better it is for the average person. It's not like I'm saying compromise on your values. I never have, and I never will. I'm incapable of growing a beard. I'm never going to be a chud. No, there's ways that you can do it. You got too much of a chip on your shoulder. We all know if you were in the same spot, they'd be bringing up your super woke photos with your fedora. It don't matter. Who gives a fuck? Look at how I look now. People are voting right now. Who gives a shit?
Let's get into this. He says just recently that he has a girlfriend and they've been together for 4 years. And he called her his best friend. And she was his rock. And he's not revealing her identity because he wants to respect her privacy and keep her safe during the campaign.
Does she live in Canada?
Now, if the campaign has only been going on for less than a year and they've been dating for 4 years, why haven't we ever seen this woman before?
Yeah, Jesse Waters like, I need to see your girlfriend. Show me your girlfriend. It's not weird. I just need to see it. Come on, show me your girlfriend, please. I would like to see how sexy she is.
Basically, what I'm saying is this: she exists. We're going to find out, because if he wins, are they going to have a coming out party? Or is she still going to stay the secret girlfriend? And is this totally not fake girlfriend also a vegan? This race, this is a great race to cover.
So, Harold, I'm willing to bet.
It's just in the beginning. It's fine. Get this dude off my screen. Shut up. Hold on. I'm working on something right now. Okay, I'm trying to center this thing. Okay. That's good, I think. Okay. Do you think Tallarico has a chance? Yes. Hasan, I missed your thoughts on Tallarico. How can I rewind? Oh, easy. Easiest answer of my life. Who's the mystery guest? There's no mystery guest. It's in the fucking chat. It's literally in the title. Okay, none of you guys actually ever look at the title, but is Julie Gonzalez. She's running for Senate in the state of Colorado. Okay. Here, let's watch her ad
one
first.
look around and ask, who's in control? Insurance companies dictate our doctors, rogue, masked agents decide whether our neighbors stay or disappear. The establishment, the oligarchs, they tell us that they have enough for bombs and for ballrooms, but that they ain't got enough for us. I'm Julie Gonzalez, and I'm running for the U.S. Senate to take back control for us.
Hi.
At the state capitol, I brought
Nice to
in
meet
$500
you.
million for
running
affordable
in.
housing, held toxic polluters to account. We codified abortion protections into state law. But what are we getting out of Washington? John Hickenlooper has been in office for over 20 years. I know we're not fooled by his so-called common sense approach, because there is no sense in voting for Donald Trump's nominees or parading across the country to tell us we don't want universal health care when millions of families are struggling to make ends meet every month. This go-along to get-along politics is robbing
come a
us
little bit closer.
blind, while
So I'm gonna put you in the
billionaires
frame,
and the
sorry.
politicians they go. control sit pretty with the status quo. You want to buy a house? Good luck. You want to start a family? How much money you got in your bank account? That's how the establishment has rigged our economy. Colorado, we can have nice things. We just need a senadora who will fight for us. Our campaign is built to take on the machine and win. We start right here, right now, building a movement that is ready to rip the reins away from the billionaires and put them back into the hands of the people. I'm Julie Gonzalez, and it's time to take back control for Colorado.
Banger. All right, Julie Gonzalez is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Right as we start, we have a thing where we bring in some gifts. Here you go. Thank you. Some of your favorite things, apparently.
Orale, thank you so much. Oh, this is so kind. Thank you.
What explain to the chat what your requests? Well, not your request, but what
Some
we found in
tea?
your deep with our deep insight, deep research.
Well, I will say I love me some tea. I'm always a fan of a good chai. I love some mangoes. But the thing I will say is that when folks ask me, what is my favorite snack? I will say chisme. Good gossip. I'm here for it. That is the thing that brings me great joy. And so I'm glad to be able to visit with you and talk about this moment.
All right. Julie Gonzalez, the candidate for U.S. Senate in Colorado, current state senator in Colorado, SD 34, Jefferson Park, Highland, Sunnyvale, Sun Valley, Globeville, and the like. I'm not going to get into all of it. It's too many places that you're covering. The primary date is on June 30th, 2026, and your opponent is John Hickenlooper.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on. I'm gonna get right into it. You were born on the San Carlos Apache Reservation in Arizona. You were raised in South Texas. You're the sixth of 7 kids. Your mom was a rodeo queen who became a teacher. Your dad was a cattle rancher who is now a medical cannabis grower in northern New Mexico. Why do you call yourself a senadora? And how does growing up along the militarized southern border shape how you talk about immigration today?
Absolutely. Well, I'll just say that my family, we're the kind of old school Chicanos where we didn't cross the border crossed us. And, growing up for my mom, growing up in the Valley in Southern Colorado, she got married, had 2 kids, and then was widowed. And no one was swooping in to save her, And so she was widowed for 9 years before she met my dad. And then my dad, when my mom was pregnant with me, got a job managing 5 different ranches on the San Carlos Apache Reservation in San Carlos, Arizona. And that's why the family joke is like I was made in Colorado but born in Arizona, and lived there on the res until I was 10 years old. And I have to be very honest. For me, as a Chicana, being on the reservation where it was so clearly divided between Apache, indigenous people, and white folks, I was neither. And so I remember having a lot of questions around identity and what have you. But 5-year-old Julie didn't have an answer for how race works or how power works or anything like that. When I was 10, my dad got a job managing a different ranch, this time on the border of South Texas. And we moved there in the summer of 1993. And so the history nerds in the chat will know that in January of 94, that's when NAFTA was enacted. And so I, as a middle schooler, watched the militarization of the border play out. All of a sudden, Border Patrol agents had keys to all of the fences and all the gates. All of a sudden, you could hear back in those days, the immigration enforcement officers, back then they were INS, right? Not ICE.
Yeah.
They'd talk about, oh, look, we see some electronic monitoring equipment showing some activity. And my dad would get on a CB radio and say, we just moved cattle into that pasture. It demonstrated to me that we allowed policies that allowed the free movement of goods and services across borders, but not people, did not give human beings that same dignity. And then when I, came up in the immigrant rights movement, people would say, well, if you don't like it here, go back to where you came from. As if, what, you're going to deport me back to the res in Arizona? Are you going to deport me back to where my people are from Southern Colorado? No, I critique this country because we have been here since before it was this country. And we demand better. So right now, seeing how ICE is terrorizing our communities, seeing how even American citizens are being murdered in broad daylight is a demonstration of the impunity with which ICE is acting in this moment and why I believe it needs to be abolished.
Okay, hell yeah. Before you ran for anything, you spent 12 years as a community organizer at Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition, Padres y Jóvenes Unidos. Am I saying that right?
Jóvenes
Unidos, Reform Immigration for America, and the Meyer Law Office. You've said the day Denver passed the Public Safety Enforcement Priorities Act in 2017 was the day you decided to file for office. Tell us about the act and why do you believe this is the right time to enter federal politics?
Well, when Donald Trump came down that golden escalator, right, back in 2015, by that point, we had seen both Democrats and Republicans be completely willing to chuck immigrants under the bus in order to score cheap political points.
Yeah.
Right? Back in those days, Barack Obama, as great a president as he was, also deported a record number of immigrants, right? And I came up in the time when, saying I'm undocumented was an act of courage, right? Because the Obama administration was actively deporting Dreamers and was a founder of the national network United We Dream, right? We had started to organize local politics, state politics, federal politics. And honestly, at that time, I'd talk to local elected officials. I'd talk to state elected officials who would tell me, I'd love to help you, but I just don't have any immigrants in my district. And it's like, you're about to find out that is not, in fact, the case. And look, we had to, when he came down that golden escalator, that was the first time I ever thought, I am sick and tired of trying to explain the reality of folks in my community and folks in those elected officials' communities. And so I stepped up into electoral politics for the first time. Was working to get Bernie Sanders elected, was working to, after he ended his campaign, worked to get Hillary Clinton elected. And then we passed the Denver sanctuary policy in 2017. And that to me was the first indication post the first Trump election that, you know what, even though he had won, it didn't mean that organizing stopped. It didn't mean that we couldn't still fight to achieve concrete and lasting policy change to improve people's lives. And then 2 years later, I ran in that first blue wave in 2018 into the state Senate. And I'll be really honest, I ran in a 5-way race. A lot of people were like, there's no way an organizer can win. And we crushed it. And over the past 8 years, I've been really proud of what we've been able to accomplish.
So there is a little bit on your background that I'm actually very interested in finding out about. You brought up Bernie Sanders, and you were initially, a few months ago, you told the local news that you got elected to the state Senate thanks to the support from the Democratic Socialists of America, but your DSA membership has lapsed, as far as I understand. And when they asked you if you're philosophically a Democratic Socialist, you replied that you're a Democrat. Why did you leave the Democratic Socialists of America, and do you identify as a socialist?
Yeah, no, thank you for asking that question, because when I first ran in 2018, DSA was newly organized, and I thought that they were doing an incredible job of organizing young people and inviting them to participate in politics in a very, very different kind of way. And we crushed it thanks to that support. I also believe as an organizer that it really matters to show up to sign on as a member, but then not show up to meetings, not participate in the actual work of the organization, does a disservice to the organization. And so I was a member for a year, but I'll also say I was completely overwhelmed as a state legislator who only at the time got like one legislative aid. And the amount of work that we were navigating was overwhelming. And so my membership lapsed. I still believe I'm like philosophically aligned as a leftist, as a progressive. I carry a lot of like the democratic socialist values. And I think that we share that same level of analysis in terms of who are the folks who are rigging our economy and who are pitting people against one another. And how do we then go and do the work to advance the change that we all know that we need?
Okay. Your opponent, John Hickenlooper, was recently fined just $200 for delaying the disclosure of his stock trading that netted him hundreds of thousands of dollars on a broadband company and thousands on Palantir stock. He sits on the Commerce Committee. He oversees broadband and telecom. Obviously, there's speculation that he's trading on non-publicly available information. Do you support banning congressional stock trading? If so, is it simply because you didn't buy the dip, even though John did? Or is it because you paper-handed and you sold too early and you weren't diamond-handing?
I wish I had it to where I could like have enough money to go and do that. No,
You're saying you're broke.
I am broke. Yeah. I know what it is to like live paycheck to paycheck. In the state Senate, I earn like $43,000 a year.
That's
good times.
Damn.
Yeah. And so, look, John Hickenlooper came into the U.S. Senate with a estimated net worth of, I think, around $16 million. And now, as he is running for re-election and I'm primarying him, he is sitting at around $31 million.
Damn, he doubled up. Been quite beneficial.
Must be nice.
He's just a really good stock trader.
Which is why I support not only a ban on insider trading, requiring those like stronger ethics and transparency reforms, but then also it's why I believe that there should not be a revolving door to shift from being a legislator to a lobbyist. It's why I believe that we should actually institute term limits.
I need to show something to you that you may or may not be familiar with. This is one of my favorite old clips. So,
oh my God,
John Hickenlooper is a man with conviction. Okay, he's a man with conviction. Now, hear me out. He was so invested in the notion that fracking fluid was not destroying the natural water supply that he actually went and straight up drank fracking fluid to prove that point. Or, well, that's the speculation. So, chat, can you guys find the clip of this for the record? I need to look at it again because are you willing to go to the distance? Will you drink fracking liquid?
I'm sorry,
to win this race?
If that's a requirement in order to serve in the U.S. Senate from Colorado, sorry, y'all, there's a hard line, right? But what's fascinating is that not only did John Hickenlooper write about this in his, there you go.
Yeah.
Not only has he talked about drinking fracking fluid, so too has Chris Wright, the energy secretary, who Hick voted to confirm.
Do you think there is it's like an Illuminati ritual where like if you're a real one, you have to do this? Like if you're gonna be in the pocket of big oil and gas and be invested in destroying the ecosystem, then you have to literally drink just a little bit of poison.
Sat down with
Here, let's watch this real quick before you
Halliburton.
answer.
They have
Maybe
a
it'll change your answer if you watch him drink it.
fluid that is made out of food additives. You can drink it. We did drink it around the table, almost ritual-like in a funny way. But it demonstrated that
it was like a pact,
not like a pact. It was a demonstration. A demonstration. We had environmental community representatives. We had industry representatives. Everybody around the table.
It's not on a.
Yeah. Wait, that's not the video. This is the video.
To your health.
Oh, this is
and
Chris
the
Wright.
Longer lives and healthier lives of billions of people around the world from oil and gas.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
This is the freakiest thing. How does that make you feel?
It is so cringe. It is so ugly to see people making light of a process that first and foremost is destroying our planet. I've also talked to the survivors of homes that have exploded due to being so close to where fracking is taking place in Colorado. I've spoken to those family members and survivors. And so to see them making light of a process that is destroying people and our planet in order to jack up their own personal profits is gross. And if that is what it takes in order to be inducted into the establishment, hard pass.
Okay. Hickenlooper has also spent his entire political career to the right of single payer. As governor, he helped tank Colorado's universal health care amendment in 2016. He then ran for president in 2019, declaring Democrats are not socialists and argued Medicare for all should not be a litmus test. He ran for Senate in 2020 on a public option that he openly framed as a substitute for Medicare for all, telling debate audiences single payer was an evolution, not a revolution that could take 15 years. As senator, he's never co-sponsored Bernie's Medicare for all. How do you envision implementing a system different from that of your opponent?
First and foremost, I show up and listen to people who oftentimes have either felt taken for granted by the party or not taken into account by the party at all, right? And when, as Hickenlooper's always been an executive, right? He was a business leader. He was an oil and gas executive, then a business leader, then mayor, then governor, then ran for president, Then when that didn't work out because he was out there telling people across the country that Americans did not want Medicare for all, Chuck Schumer then voluntold him to run for the U.S. Senate. There are clips of him from that first campaign saying, I'm not cut out to be in the Senate. But then he changed his tune and then ran. Look, at the end of the day, I think that no one is coming to save us but us. And so it requires a different approach to our politics. It requires showing up, listening to people, reminding them that we can have nice things if we're willing to stand up and fight for them.
Yeah. There's obviously a lot of differences between you and Hickenlooper in terms of your attitude towards ICE as well. You already said that you want to abolish ICE. Hickenlooper's call for the overhaul of ICE, which I think is the wishy-washy focus-tested group that or focus group-tested messaging that centrist Democrats, corporate Democrats oftentimes deploy. But what do you think is the difference between your stances, and do you believe that ICE should be prosecuted, not just abolished, but prosecuted for their crimes?
So let me take a step back and just share that the year that I graduated from high school, I'm 43, the year that I graduated from high school in 2001 is when the DREAM Act was first introduced. The DREAM Act is now old enough to get a beer, and it is older than ICE. And so many of these establishment politicians love to just talk about like, oh no, but ICE is an important part of our federal government. No, it isn't. It is it is a system. It is an agency and department that has existed for less time than the solutions that we have known that we have needed for decades. The cruelty has always been the point when it comes to immigration and customs enforcement. And I have seen firsthand doing immigrant rights organizing for like 20 years, both out in community and now at the Capitol and in the state Senate, seeing how ICE lies. ICE lies to local law enforcement, to local elected officials, to state elected officials. They're lying to the American people. And then Hick's response is, well, let's just have them put on body cameras. And that will be the reforms that we need. Let's have them take off their masks.
They want to film the process to cut video footage anyway. As a matter of fact, the guy in one of the ICE agents that shot one of the civilians in Minneapolis, he had his phone out. The one who shot Renee Good, he had his phone in one hand as he was filming the footage. So it's clearly not a solution whatsoever. There needs to be accountability.
Absolutely. And when you're talking about abolishing ICE, replacing it with a system that works, breaking up the Department of Homeland Security, right? Yeah. Because there is a whole history around how DHS and ICE specifically came to be. And that goes back to the fear-mongering that took place in the aftermath of 9/11, right? Where all of a sudden you saw immigration and criminality being conflated, and every immigrant was a potential terrorist. Every immigrant was a potential criminal that needed to get weeded out. And ICE has been the police force to try to inflict as much harm as possible. And quite frankly, I've seen what happens to good people when they get swooped up and caught up in ICE's dragnet policies. I've seen inside of the detention center. I worked as a paralegal at an immigration and criminal defense firm for years, where we would witness the extent to which ICE would lie with impunity and then have to back off only after they got caught. I've been inside those detention centers. I've seen it firsthand.
So speaking of the detention centers, the ICE detention center run by GEO Group in Aurora holds over 1,500 inmates in what some reports describe as horrific conditions. There's moldy food. People earn $1 per day in this voluntary labor program. Do you view this labor program as a continuation of the carceral system that grew out of runaway slave catching? And do you believe private prisons should be abolished?
Let me tell you that story because I was a paralegal working alongside several of those immigrant detained clients who ended up being the lead plaintiffs in that litigation. And my homie David Seligman from Towards Justice, who's now running for Attorney General, and my bestie Hans Meyer, who was the immigration attorney who I worked alongside, were like the legal minds who understood that sometimes you need to file the litigation in order to create the political space to then force change. I'm so proud of the way that those detained clients said, I have nothing to lose. Let me go and try to advance this class action suit. A decade on, and that case is finally coming up for its day in court, and I couldn't be prouder. But what is also clear is that your connection to the runaway slave patrols and the attempts by ICE to force detained people to conduct labor that they should be paid for a thriving wage, a minimum wage at least, not $1 a day, at risk of being thrown into solitary confinement if they refused, right? That is so closely related to the history of slavery in this country, the history of forced labor in this country, and it is why engaging in this work on many different fronts, whether it's organizing, whether it's legal, whether it's policy change, whether it's protest, all of those tools and tactics are needed in order to force that change to happen.
GEO Group wants to build a second detention center now and at the old Hudson Correctional Facility on the Eastern Plains. When you're a U.S. Senator, how will you work to stop these new ICE detention facilities from springing up in your backyard?
Yeah, I'll say that Aurora, Colorado was the innovator. Back in 1987, actually, the GEO Group and the Aurora Detention Center was where for-profit immigration detention got its start. And so I feel like we have a responsibility in Colorado to end all of that private immigration detention, because what is clear is that at every single step of the immigration deportation machine, there's a profit motive that exists. Whether it's surveillance with corporations like Flock and Palantir, right, who are monetizing surveillance of all of us, whether it's the detention corporations that are profiting like GEO Group and Aurora, Core Civic, whether it's, Key Lime Air and the air companies and the bus companies who are profiting off of removal. When you actually strip out that profit motive, I was talking to my friend Chris Newman from Endelon, the National Day Laborers Organizing Network, and he was like, look, given this latest congressional spending budget approval, ICE now has more money funded to it per year than the IDF, right? And it's like, when you look at that level of resource that is being directed to inflict cruelty and pain so that corporations can profit, makes you ask the question, isn't there a better way? Couldn't we do things differently? Strip out that profit motive, ensure that people are treated with dignity and respect, ensure that there's enough immigration judges so that people don't have to wait, decades for their case to come up in court. We know what the solutions are, man. We just need to go and do the work and have leaders willing to stand up to ICE, say, hell no, abolish it, prosecute, break up DHS, and then do the work to build a system that works for us all.
Yeah. So you have a very interesting background and a personal experience with the criminal justice system as well. In 2019, you stood on the Colorado Senate floor and you told your colleagues that your own father-in-law had been murdered and his killer was never prosecuted, and said, even if they had caught him, that you couldn't support executing him. You came back the next year with a Republican co-sponsor and abolished Colorado's death penalty. Meanwhile, Trump's day one executive order, 14164, directs attorney generals to seek the death penalty for every capital crime committed by an undocumented immigrant. Will you co-sponsor Bernie and Ayanna Pressley's federal death penalty prohibition act And what does federal abolition look like under a Trump Department of Justice that's specifically racializing who gets executed?
Oh my gosh. I will.
Can I give you some
Yeah.
notes? I don't know what it is, but I'm seeing a lot of chatters, first of all, that don't know your background.
Sure.
That don't know the amount of time and effort that you've put in to all of these things that we're talking about. And you can start off by saying yes and then continue with the rest of because I know where you're coming from, but they don't.
Yeah.
And they're being dickheads right now. And I'm trying to, get them to chill the fuck out as well. But just you can start off with a yes, and then explain it, which I feel like would be a little bit maybe would cause dummies in my community to be more understanding of where you're coming from.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the notes. And also I'm a person who likes to provide context because I think that so much of this work requires nuance. And so thank you. I'll say that, when I came into the legislature and I thought it was just immoral that the state could say that killing someone is wrong, and so we're going to punish you by killing you. I just thought that was hypocritical and immoral.
Yeah.
And so, but also I served alongside in the state Senate and in the state House, two people who had been directly impacted losing their sons to murder. And just having to sit with that, it taught me that sometimes there are issues that are very partisan, are very Democratic or Republican. And then there were also other policies that there wasn't a red-blue split, right? Like I worked alongside a Republican who grew up in the South and read Brian Stevenson's Just Mercy, and then was his mind was changed and said, this is wrong. And we were able to advance that policy to abolish the death penalty in Colorado with bipartisan support. It demonstrates that sometimes, when you actually do the work to listen to people, even I don't care who you voted for in the last election or how much money you got in your bank account or whatever, if you're willing to stand up and do the right thing, that matters. And so, thank you for asking about that, because it was the first time that it was the first big policy fight that I engaged in where you had to really stop and listen. And especially so with people who had been impacted directly, having their loved ones be murdered and then have to grapple with what does that look like to actually seek justice?
So you'll use the experience that you have to try to advance the Bernie and Ayanna Presley's federal death penalty prohibition act then?
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
And
the last part of your question was about
what does it look like to work within the Trump DOJ? From your experience of crafting bipartisan legislature.
Well, sir, have you yet received your administrative subpoena?
I have not.
I mean, that to me is, I don't mean to make light of it, right? But also it's absurd, right? This DOJ is going and threatening people who it deems as targets, who it deems as threats, with the full weight and force of the federal government to come and try and target people, right?
And what it perceives as a threat, because the reason why what they're trying to criminalize is obviously political dissent.
Absolutely.
What they're trying to abolish is the First Amendment. This is a very devastating precedent that they've set out to change. But the actions that they're trying to target in this circumstance is the delivery of humanitarian aid. I went to Cuba with not only a journalism visa, but also on a humanitarian aid mission. And because the administration is considered the administration considers Cuba to be a state sponsor of terror, a ridiculous designation that I think is morally repugnant, and our actions are even worse than just that designation alone against the Cuban population. But they don't want, they want there to be illegal somehow.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. No other country has this kind of rule or restriction against what people can and can't do in Cuba. Like if I'm a Canadian citizen, I'm a Turkish citizen as well, I'm a dual citizen. So if I went to Cuba as a Turkish citizen, I can do whatever I want. I can stay at whichever hotel I want, do whatever I want in Cuba. As an American citizen, I have these ridiculous restrictions, and it goes unnoticed. And I hope that people will see this as a moment and really reconsider their lack of interest in what we've done to these other countries, including Cuba.
You know, part of what I wanted to take sort of 2 points of what you said. One around, you know, how to advance abolition or criminal justice reform policies in the context of the Trump administration when the Trump administration is acting with impunity and threatening to go after its perceived threats, right? I will just say that, I mean, there's only one person who's a 34-time convicted felon, right? And he's the president of the United States, full stop. So he should know he should know, understand, and recognize the importance of
leniency,
criminal justice reform, clemency, right? Like the rule of law. That I'm going to set that aside for a second, though, and talk about Cuba and how this all fits in to this politics that has resulted in endless wars, right? Because I do think that actually the two things are connected. And we saw, right, that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another person that Hickenlooper voted to confirm, played this game of regime change first in Venezuela. Instead of declaring an act of war and starting there, they used some sort of trumped up drug charges and engaged in that with a quickness. I think they thought that they were going to play the same playbook in Iran. Yeah. And it's clear that that has not worked. There was no plan to get in, get out. There was no justification to begin this war in the first place. And there's clearly, when we're spending $1 billion a day, no plan to get us out. But then you see that they are now setting up what is going to be the thing after we end the war in Iran, because that's not going well. And it looks like it's going to be Cuba.
Secure a quick victory in Cuba in the same way that that they perceive what they did in Venezuela to be a victory as well. It's horrifying, and how little we care about other human beings is shocking to me. Even though I know the depravity of the American state at times, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. Yeah. But we were talking about clemency. And criminal justice reform. Well, your state of Colorado has a governor and a former r/neoliberalism moderator, Jared Polis. He granted clemency to Tina Peters, a former county clerk who was serving a prison sentence after being convicted of allowing unauthorized access to voting machines in the aftermath of the 2020 election. The Colorado Dems censured him. He came back today, I think, with a tape over his mouth in one of the Zoom sessions that they were doing. What's your personal take on the situation as someone who is invested in criminal justice reform? Do you believe Tina Peters was simply a patriot trying to unrig the 2020 election?
Dude. Okay. Jared Polis is a multimillionaire who thinks that he is always the smartest person in the room. Look, when he first ran, I was so excited about his candidacy and campaign because he was talking about being a champion on immigrant rights. He was talking about being a champion on cannabis legislation. And I was like really excited about that, right? Someone who couldn't be bought by the corporate lobby, right? Like, and now 8 years on, a new governor can't come quick enough. And what has been incredibly frustrating, right? Tina Peters was a Republican clerk and recorder who got sucked into the Trump big lie. And she committed multiple felonies and misdemeanors and was prosecuted in one of the most Republican counties in the state of Colorado and convicted by a jury of her peers. For Jared Polis to then go and say, and for months hold on anybody being able to access clemency or pardons in order to wait until 2 days after our legislative session concluded to then drop this. I think that he called Lauren Boebert before he called Democrats, right, to let them know.
Bipartisanship.
God. And now that I was one of the 700 Democrats who said, hell no, he needs to be held to account and recommended his censure. And
he's a political prisoner now because of you.
Oh my gosh. Don't threaten him with a good time. But genuinely, it is when men who have incredible amounts of personal wealth finally find out the consequences of their actions, and then they act as if they are being targeted and persecuted. Come on. He is suffering the consequences of his own actions. And here we are, right?
Don't you feel like he's
Also,
faced tremendous adversity as a Redditor, though? As a person who was a moderator of the r/neoliberalism subreddit?
that man has never had a boss in his entire life. I feel zero empathy for him and his millions and millions of dollars. He can wipe away his tears with that money and be held to account for his consequence. What I worry, though, is that he is trying to set himself up for some sort of political encore after being in the after serving as our governor. And all I can tell you, man, is that not only on this issue, he has vetoed already once and is threatening to veto a second time the Worker Protection Act, which would make it easier in Colorado for workers to unionize. He is, I know, super, like, so oppressed.
Drama queen. Drama queen.
Like, miss me with that. Sorry. And look, not only on this, around clemency for Tina Peters, threatening to veto the Worker Protection Act, which is the main priority of labor unions in the state of Colorado. He also rolled out the welcome carpet for Palantir to come to Colorado. And look, I worked on a bill to require that ICE goes and gets a warrant before they can access Coloradans' personal identifying information.
Mm-hmm.
6 weeks after he signed that bill into law, he then tried to direct his own agencies in the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment to comply with the ICE administrative subpoena. And a whistleblower took him to court. I had to testify in that case to tell the judge about the intent of our law and why it was clear that Jared Polis, our dear governor, was trying to subvert the intent and the plain text of the statute that we wrote.
Yeah, he's terrible. But I think like Jared Polis and Hickenlooper are of the same, cut from the same cloth, very wealthy dudes, very out of touch. And on top of that, like they might have some redeemable qualities every now and then in office, like, but ultimately their output broadly is not ever going to center the working class in Colorado. Mm-hmm. And one of the examples that I would like to use now is Hickenlooper has taken over $270,000 from AIPAC-aligned donors since his bid to become senator in his 2020 campaign. You've called AIPAC support for Hickenlooper repulsive and immoral. You've said you take zero corporate PAC dollars, $0 from AIPAC in particular. Why do you hate AIPAC so much? Do you not want my favorite emotional support apartheid state's voice to be heard and represented adequately in American Congress?
Look, there is so much money infecting our politics right now. I think that we ought to, I think that the Democratic Party needs to stop being the like Diet Coke version of being bought and sold to dark money, full stop. And I also think that the way that AIPAC is going about its donations to support candidates is repulsive. I take zero AIPAC dollars, and I think that instead we should all work together to ensure the safety, security, and self-determination of all people who are living in Gaza right now. Like, that to me is the path forward. But what is clear is that instead, AIPAC pushes a politics that makes it easier for politicians to just shut up and say nothing than to speak out when there are war crimes playing out on our phones that we can all witness. When there is a genocide that is taking place, and if you don't believe me, look at where Amnesty International, look at where the International Consortium of Genocide Scholars.
I can't hear you. Actually, again, you're bringing up these things, but this is hurting my feelings.
I'm sorry.
And my feelings are much more important than the safety and security of millions of Palestinians. What do you have to say to that?
This isn't about your feelings. Sorry. Let us actually ground ourselves in the lived experiences and the harm that Palestinians, and also, I will also say that there are plenty of Israelis who are also as viciously critical of the Netanyahu government's actions. Look,
Israel is a small nation. Israel, small nation, size of New Jersey.
And
I rest my case.
Feelings about the dark money that is impacting our politics cannot carry over the day. We're in a real inflection point right now, I think, as a Democratic Party, as to who we are going to be and who we are going to fight for. And I am trying to do the work to return Colorado and the American politics to being by, for, and of working people.
Will you sign on to Block the Bombs Act?
Yes.
Do you support defensive aid to Israel like the Iron Dome?
Look, on this, I do support the safety and the security and the self-determination of all people. But I also think that in this moment, when Israel has broken and demonstrated its inability to actually protect human rights and is committing genocide, then they no longer should receive any aid from the U.S. government. Full stop. And they have also said that it's time. The Netanyahu administration has said,
yeah,
it's time for them.
I don't really care about their perspective on this, because I will say, much like with ICE, I am personally not only in favor of ending aid, but also an arms embargo in general.
True. And
also to hold Israel accountable, not only to restrain Israel, but to hold Israel accountable in the Court of International Law. And I feel like that's a conversation that gets lost in this circumstance. Like the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is in favor of also ending aid. I mean, he's been saying that since 1994, I believe. So it's irrelevant. It's immaterial to the conversation.
But also, AIPAC and the politicians that they buy then go and say, well, even though for damn near 20 years or just over 20 years, the Israeli government has said, we no longer need that support, we should end that support, they are still going and providing millions of dollars of aid. Then we wonder why we can't have nice things. We ought to instead invest those dollars here at home, right?
Yeah.
To advance Medicare for all, to advance affordable housing, to do that work.
Will you advocate for a single democratic state with equal rights for all?
Look, I feel like I need to allow for those conversations to happen in a way where Palestinians and Israelis and everybody who's living in Gaza.
But what would be your perspective?
I think that they need to figure out what that self-determination looks like for them.
Okay.
If that means that Palestinians decide that they want support from the U.S. government to rebuild, that's something that we should absolutely, as the United States government, help to fund, because we were complicit in that destruction, right? What I believe, as a Chicana, as someone who has witnessed borders crossing over and turning my ancestors into U.S. citizens overnight, right? After the consequence of a war. I know what that feels like. And I feel like for myself, I should not be saying, here's what I am going to inflict upon people in a land that I've never lived in. But I want to ensure that they can make those decisions for themselves, rooted in their own justice and humanity.
Okay. In April 2026, at about 4 months into you participating in this race, Hickenlooper came out and had a change of heart.
Oh.
For the first time, he finally voted yes on Bernie's resolutions to block the bulldozer and 1,000-pound bomb sales. The same kinds of resolutions that he had voted against in 2024 and again last summer. Do you believe that John Hickenlooper has finally had a change of heart? Or do you feel like your primary challenge actually forced him to reevaluate his voting record on this?
I think this is an incredible demonstration of why primaries matter. Because I think had I not been in this primary race, he would have never had to even think about it, never had to consider it. And so absolutely, I don't think that this was somehow some sort of moral shift on his part. I think it was pure politics in order to try to take that issue off the table.
Yeah. Here's an issue you can't take off the table. In October 2025, Hickenlooper voted to give the Department of War $925 billion, which was $32 billion more than they even requested.
Mm-hmm.
It's good on them to offer a little tip on the top. That's Pete Hegseth's Department of War. In the months that followed, the U.S. Bombed Venezuela, kidnapped its leader, and is now wasting around $1 billion per day by conservative estimates, dropping Tomahawk missiles on children's schools in Iran. If you're elected as senator, how would you spend $1 billion per day to improve the lives of folks here in the United States of America, even if it's the least patriotic thing you could possibly do?
I mean, budgets are moral documents. And when we are measuring the health and well-being of our economy by what the oligarchs and what the NASDAQ stock market is telling us, as opposed to judging the well-being of our society by how we take care of our babies and our elders, I would invest $1 billion a day instead of bombing other people's babies and elders. I'd put that money here, invest that in universal child and elder care.
In a ballroom?
Only in a ballroom, clearly.
How about 2 ballrooms?
Can we do 3?
Okay, good. We're on the same page.
Sweet.
You heard that, right? Donald Trump, stop trying to prosecute me. We are in favor of multiple ballrooms. Have a ballroom for your other ballroom.
Each direction. We can have one on the north, south, east, and west.
Yeah. Put a ballroom everywhere.
Oh my God.
That's what I say.
Oh my God.
Potentially, millions of your constituents work jobs that are susceptible to being replaced by AI. What's your vision to protect families in Colorado and all around the United States from losing their careers to some chatbots that make Silicon Valley tech bros even richer and even more annoying? Would you support an AI data center moratorium?
Yes. And Colorado was one of the first states in the country to take up AI regulation because Congress couldn't get its shit together. They were doing the absolute least. So Colorado stepped up and put forward regulations to say, look, there are protections in place if you are discriminated against, if you're discriminated by a human being. But there were no protections in place if you had been discriminated against by an AI chatbot, right? So like we put those protections in place. And I have to be really honest, the AI lobby lost their ever-loving minds about it and worked. And then actually Elon Musk earlier this year sued Colorado based on that law from 2 years ago. And it forced us to shift a lot of the regulations that we had put forward. At the end of the day, I do believe that AI needs to be regulated at the federal level. That is the path forward, as opposed to creating a patchwork of different regulations across the country. But on top of that, you also have this proliferation of data centers across the state of Colorado. There's one in my Senate district, Core Site, has come up in and is being built literally across the street from a senior living facility. Their diesel backup generators are across the street, and like you cannot get closer to them from the front entrance to this senior living facility. And it's like,
well, they don't have much time anyway.
Jesus, man, that's dark.
But that was probably what they were thinking when they put it there.
It's just like, it's ugly to see how far these corporations are willing to go in order to try to just extract profit. I don't know if you know this, but Colorado is in a super devastating drought right now. And the amount of water that these data centers would utilize really threatens already the real precarious balance of the Colorado River. And who's going to pay for the electricity upgrades? It's going to be all of the taxpayers, all the ratepayers, right? And so
But don't you think it's good if people pay more for their electricity just so we can have the ugliest art anyone's ever seen?
Support local artists.
Do you not feel like that's an adequate trade-off?
Sorry, that's not a thing.
I'm working on a project where I'm recreating the Car cinematic universe. So I need AI.
I love that for you. Can I just say?
I also personally love being watched. I'm into voyeurism, so it's also very cool that there's constant surveillance taking place, and that's something I personally enjoy, and I think other people should get used to it.
Well,
what do you have to say to
maybe
that?
You too, along with the executives at Palantir, would find a welcome mat out to donate to John Hickenlooper's campaign.
Okay,
because I'll tell you. He was being supported by those surveillance companies, by those AI companies, and until the folks at Purge Palantir called him out, then he was like, "Oh, my bad." I actually still don't know if he's actually returned those contributions or given them to immigrant rights organizations or what have you. But he is exceptionally good at doing the absolute least until he's called out for it and then being like, oh, I'm sorry. So anyway, I would just say that these data centers are brutal. They are devastating people and our planet. And that neighborhood that they have chosen to build their data center in, community, that neighborhood, Global Elyria Swansea, shout out to the north side. They are already one of the most polluted zip codes in the entire country. They are just downwind of Suncor, which is a oil manufacturing and oil refinery that provides a lot of the jet fuel for Denver International Airport, right? And so to see the way that poor communities of color continue to get impacted by the old energy, the energy of the old, like in terms of oil and gas refineries, and then also these data centers is just exhausting. And it got so bad that there was a community meeting that CoreSite, this data center corporation, realized that community was going to show up to, and so they dropped out the morning of the meeting. And there were hundreds of people demanding answers about what this data center was going to do, who was going to pay for it, and what their plans in terms of electricity and water and all these things were going to be. And CoreSite's answer was, never mind. And so just actually last week, Denver City Council advanced a 1-year moratorium on data centers, which shout out to Sunrise, shout out to GES Coalition, shout out to all the local organizers who made that moratorium happen. And also 1 year is not enough, right? And we've seen these corporations pit local communities against local communities. That's why I support Bernie Sanders' moratorium on data centers altogether, till we can actually understand what is going to be the environmental implication and how do we regulate the AI that is producing the slop that is just pickling our brains.
Okay. Speaking of pickled brains, you've been critical of Chuck Schumer's leadership in the Senate. Do you think it's finally time for him to run for president, or is he not old enough just yet?
I think he's got to wait another couple of terms, actually. But I think that that's a good goal. If he just keeps at it. No, man, honestly, he is Chuck Schumer is a huge part of why Americans can't have nice things. He has effectively managed our descent into fascism instead of doing the work to listen to the rage of the base and actually build an opposition party to this MAGA extremism. He's instead just engaged in the politics of go along to get along, poll-tested politics that results in nothing happening. And the billionaires and the corporations that they control raking in the corporate profits while they still can. I wouldn't support Chuck Schumer to continue on as the Democratic leader. And I think that also with Amy Klobuchar and Dick Durbin stepping aside, that there's a real opportunity for an entire new generation of Senate Democratic leadership that can actually divest us from our addiction to corporate PAC money and actually return us to being a party for the working people.
All right. I got two last questions for you.
And I have a question for you as well.
All right, perfect. Well, me first.
Okay.
This is the Zoran method.
Sweet.
He was able to define his own campaign by 5 easy to identify policies. I think this is a very successful way to go about it. What are your top 5 priorities for Colorado, and how would you go about implementing them?
All right. Medicare for all, universal child and elder care, abolish ICE, get dark money and corporate PAC money out of our politics, and housing first.
Okay, that was great. All right, now your question before we get into the rapid fire round.
Okay, here's my question.
All right.
Are you a DSA member?
I'm not.
Okay. How do you identify?
Well, there's a couple different reasons why I say I'm organization agnostic. I work with DSA the most out of any organization. But I'm not a paying member of the Democratic Socialists of America. And the reason why I do that is because I don't want, I say a lot of stuff, and sometimes it can potentially impact the way an organization is seen by outsiders. Like even with the subpoena, Fox News reported me as a DSA member and as a headlining member of the DSA.
Yeah.
So I try to avoid things like that. That's part of the reason. I mean, I love the Democratic Socialists of America.
Me too.
And they're amazing. I mean, I have this was a custom made Denver DSA hat that I got.
Malat, shout out.
Yeah, that I wear everywhere. And that's the only reason. But I work closely with the DSA probably the most. But I'm org agnostic, like PSL, DSA, doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I just want to step back from that because it was one of the earlier questions that you'd asked me is like, are you a member and why did you let your membership lapse? Like, I'll just be really honest. Like, I did a lot of organizing work for years. And like being a member of an organization is something that I take really seriously. And like, I don't want to be a member in name only and then not show up and then participate, right? Like I am values aligned. I also was a founding member of Working Families Party, but like now as an elected official, like I've stepped back from that. But now I'm endorsed by Working Families Party. Like I'm endorsed by Sunrise. I'm endorsed by the AFL-CIO and Rocky Mountain Equality Action Fund and like a whole constellation, right, of progressive and leftist local and state elected officials, right? Like, I really appreciate that. Like you being willing to like understand how your positionality within a broader movement matters, right? And like we have to treat that with the nuance that it requires.
I
and
do
it deserves.
identify as a socialist, though. That's
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very open about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even mind being called a communist, even though, I don't know if I would be considered a communist regardless. So that's like my reasoning for DSA is not like ideological. I love the Democratic Socialists. They're great.
Yeah. And I do too. Like they're, I think, doing beautiful, powerful work of reminding folks who have been left out of the party. Like I'll say, like as a Latina, as a Chicana, right? Like for a long time, the Democratic Party treated folks in my community like just base voters, that we just had to be reminded to go and get out the vote. When like actually the Republican Party and especially MAGA extremists have been going and targeting and actually trying to persuade Latino men, especially, right, to go and leave the Democratic Party and adopt that MAGA extremist vibe. And I think that DSA, Working Families Party, Sunrise, like those organizations are doing beautiful work to remind folks we don't have to settle for crumbs. We can actually live our values, and we can actually have nice things if we're willing to stand up and fight for them. And so I take that like perspective as an organizer and as a member of a broader movement, right? Really seriously, and think of it matters. And so I don't know. I really appreciate you being willing to chat about that with me.
Yeah. All right. Rapid fire questions before I let you go. And thank you so much for taking time out.
Absolutely.
Are you in favor of Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Abolishing private prisons?
Yes.
Raising taxes on billionaires?
Hell yes.
Raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely.
Implementing
Thriving wage.
Implementing the Green New Deal?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Hickenlooper's not going to like that. Ending America's embargo on Cuba?
Yes.
Ending America's war on Iran?
Yes.
Ending aid to Israel?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Julie Gonzalez, everybody. For people that are hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people contribute to your campaign, both inside of Colorado and outside?
Absolutely. Look, whether it's been in people's living rooms as they're like taking the first steps towards getting involved and getting organized for the first time, whether that has been in the halls of power, it's real clear, dude. Nobody's coming to save us but us. And so the work that we all are collectively doing to remind people that we can have nice things if we're willing to stand up and fight for them. That's the work. That's the work of this campaign. We've gone around, and I'll just be really honest. I first started thinking about challenging John Hickenlooper immediately in the aftermath of the passage of H.R. 1 last summer, when we got dragged back into a special session where we had to cut $1 billion from our state budget. And I'll say 2/3 of our schools our school districts in Colorado are already on 4-day school weeks. We don't have enough money to keep the lights on 5 days a week for our classrooms. And I thought like, oh, but it won't be possible. It won't be possible. The establishment is going to be too big. And then 2 things happened. 1, Zoran won in New York, and 2, the MAGA extremists in the Aurora City Council got kicked to the curb. Even though those MAGA extremists were funded here and the community-centered progressive candidates were funded here, they out-organized and outworked, and they swept those elections. Same thing was true in city council races and school board races across Colorado, where you had like Moms for Liberty school board candidates trying to run to ban books instead of, making sure that kids had the education and support to be able to read them, and
that's what kids need more, less books.
There you go. There you go. Problem solved, right? Like, oh, we don't want to actually fund our schools. Let's just have your resources.
I feel like the next gen is going to be illiterate at this point.
It's brutal. And so after that victory took place, that's when I was like, you know what? Not only like should I not be afraid by the fact that Hickenlooper has tons of money in the bank and is also personally incredibly wealthy, I shouldn't allow that thing to scare us, because If we don't do it, who will?
Yeah.
Right. And so before I let you go, I also have a couple of things that I want to share with you.
All right, let's
if that's
go.
Okay.
I love gifts.
Yay.
Okay. How do I do this? You just pull it open. Yep. There you go. Okay, they got some gifts coming in. Ask about the nails. Okay, yeah, you got to also show chat your nails because they want to see them before you go.
Absolutely. Okay, I come bearing gifts.
Okay.
And I'm so grateful for the gifts that you shared. Let me explain. This is the Julie Gonzalez for U.S. Senate.
Beautiful.
And Abolish ICE. Now, I want to explain first the hummingbird, which is part of our logo. In Mexica culture, Huitzilopochtli is the god of war, and warriors are reincarnated as hummingbirds. A. B. Hummingbirds also migrate vast distances, and they take different routes when they're traveling north and then when they're traveling south. And so I wanted to remind folks that migration is natural. And so that's why we do the hummingbird. We made out of one of our campaign t-shirts, we made a bandana for your dog. But I think
she might be a little too big.
Yes, I have Shih Tzus, so
yeah, no,
I apologize.
Probably not
my size. I was backwards.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
This is one of the other amazing, incredible organizations organizing young people. New Era Colorado Action Fund, Tax the Rich, Fucker, and I like to make billionaires cry. So, with love from the crew at New Era.
By telling them heartfelt stories.
There you go.
Okay. Whoa.
Democracy needs immigrants. I got trained up to understand how to run for office or how to be a political worker through New American Leaders Action Fund. There are 2 buttons of it. One from my campaign and the other, always trust Black women. Nobody is free until everybody is free. Fannie Lou Hamer. And then, because there is so much toxicity and vitriol and pain in this world, I bring you some sage because may it be cleansing for you. May it always be a reminder of the good work that we all are trying to do, even in the midst of great challenge and crisis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. This is, have you burned sage before?
My mom does, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So as a Chicana, we'd be using lots of sage in my life. Jessie Broom is an incredible artist in Colorado. Not only did she design our campaign logo, she also designed these beautiful stickers. Do you know Blucifer at
the airport, right?
Yeah.
The freakish horse, the scary horse.
So the story of Blucifer, who P.S. is patron saint of Denver and the international airport, Blucifer killed his artist.
That's
his creator.
What I've heard. Yeah, he's got bad vibes.
So you gotta ask for Blucifer's blessings whenever you travel.
Okay.
For smooth travels at DIA. Last 2 things. My husband, Ben, shout out, babe. He organizes La Raza Park Day, which used to be called, it's a park in the north side that used to be called Columbus Park, if you can believe it. Even though that neighborhood, which had been Italian, had been Chicano for a long, long, long time, everybody called it La Raza Park. We actually fought to rename the park as La Raza Park, and then my husband organizes La Raza Park Day. And so on the front, you can see.
And then on the back.
Solidarity, you love to see it. So my husband has a Cadillac You can see it in the launch video. It's the green Cadillac Calais. And so he's like big. We met, like I was doing political organizing. He was doing.
And you saw the Cadillac and you were like, I'm smitten.
Like, absolutely. Absolutely. And he was doing I was doing political organizing. He was organizing like art shows, hip hop shows, organizing like culture. And dude, as much as political organizing is complicated, organizing artists, whole other world. Shout out, babe, I love you. And then this is from Chris Newman over at Endelon. They're doing the National Day Laborers Organizing work. National Day Laborers Organizing Network is doing all of the ICE out of LA organizing. And,
hell yeah.
You know, he wanted to make sure that you had that to keep us all safe. ICE, you should put ICE, DOJ,
yeah,
all of them.
I don't know if they'll listen to that sign, but we'll see.
Constitution protects us all. Ask, know your right. Have you done a know your rights training real quick?
Yeah.
You know, hey, am I free to leave or am I being detained? If you're free to leave,
I have been
bounce.
detained by Customs and Border Patrol before.
Then you already know, man. Yeah. You don't say anything other than your full name and your date of birth. That is it.
Yeah, I need that. I need one for Fox News. Get Fox News off my property.
Shoot, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you want to see these nails?
Yes, please show them.
All right. What do I do? I'll just show them here.
We'll do a closer camera.
And I'll say, shout out to like on Instagram, Nayeli's Pretty Sets. She hooked it up. She is a Chicana nail artist in the Denver area, and she is just brilliant. So she put my campaign logo. She also put the mountains on my campaign logo is actually the mountains in southern Colorado where my family's from, where we go back generations.
They want you to get closer. You got to get closer.
Shoot. All right,
just get right up in there. It'll. Oh,
maybe. Yeah, there you go.
No, you can get closer now. It'll focus.
Hi. Okay, so let me do this. This is one of the mountains. My family goes back generations down in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains in Gardner, Colorado. That's where my people are. Let's see. I had a loteria card here. I'm sorry, I snagged it on something, so don't look at that one. We got a rose. We've got some pinstriping, lowrider pinstriping here. We've got the corazón sagrado here. And then we've got a cactus. And then the hummingbird here. And then we've got some talavera inspired chrome here. And then local Denver artist Rob Yancey built me this beautiful piece. So, you know, I'm ready for a fight.
Hell yeah. All right. Julie Gonzalez, thank you so much for coming on.
I appreciate you.
This was wonderful.
This is beautiful. Thank you. Thanks everybody in the chat for also doing y'all's thing. It's beautiful to see. It's kind of overwhelming to see, if I'm going to be really honest.
Yeah. All right. You're
Orale.
great. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, chat. I'm going to get back to the video that we were watching. I'm going to take a photo with them, and then I'll be back in a second. Okay? All right. And I got to use the restroom.
This is a perfect example because I said our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a welcome mat and a lock on the door, meaning we can welcome immigrants who want to live the American dream, who want to make us richer and stronger in the process, and secure the border and keep out people who mean to do us harm. We can do both of those things at the same time. It's puppet politicians like Ken Paxton who want to grandstand on this issue of immigration, who want to make people afraid. That's why he's cutting my comments in half, because he wants to paint a picture. He wants to hold on to power despite his career of corruption. So we're going to keep telling the truth over the course of this campaign. And I think Texans will know who's actually fighting for them, who's fighting to lower their costs, who's fighting corruption. And it's not Ken Paxton.
It's very clear that he's going to follow the Donald Trump model in so many ways, including, by the way, his own ethical behavior, according to the public record. But you're going to be subjected to a number of nasty names. And we just heard a couple of them there that he tried out tonight. He'll be trying out more of those. And I'm sure people out there around the country are wondering, how are you going to counter that? How are you going to fight back against that? Because they've seen Donald Trump use that kind of technique successfully, especially in states with a lot of Republican voters. And as we know, Texas is one of those states with a lot of Republican voters who apparently respond to that kind of name calling and insult.
Well, you know, I've gone to every corner of Texas already over the course of this campaign, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. And I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me at the end of these events and whisper, "I'm not a Democrat," like they're in the witness protection program, including a lot of people who voted for President Trump in 2024. They voted for him because they thought he was going to lower costs. They thought he was going to drain the swamp. They thought he was going to end the forever wars. They thought he was going to release the Epstein files. But just 1 year into this administration, they've seen him do the exact opposite. They've seen him raise prices through his crazy tariffs. They've seen him grow the swamp with unprecedented corruption. They've seen him start new forever wars, including the latest war in Iran. And they saw him do everything to prevent the release of the Epstein files. And so a lot of the president's supporters in Texas are feeling disillusioned. They're feeling disillusioned with this extremism and this corruption that is embodied by politicians like Ken Paxton. And so we have a real opportunity to build a big coalition of Democrats, independents, and Republicans who are fed up with.
Apparently, while we were having that conversation, why does he look like a young Kirk? Okay, guys, chill. But apparently, while we were having a conversation, America bombed Iran again, it seems. Yeah. Which is, cool, I guess. What is this? I think that was your best interview yet on your end. You helped the candidate was clearly intimidated on stage. First, cordially able to fire up and show the crowd that she's a principal fighter without coddling her. You created an environment for the candidate either to be their best or sink in the deep end. That sounds like a ChatGPT written script right there. Storytelling is one of the oldest and most effective forms of communication. The direct and snappy responses we are used to from our politicians is rooted in white supremacy, patriarchy, and colonialism. Yes, but we're, I like that she told her stories. The thing is, most politicians, most people, most candidates don't have hands-on experience with literally 99% of the issues that they speak on. Okay? So they can spend a good deal of time creating platitudes. Here's the thing. Every single question I asked, she had direct experience with. So that's why I was getting frustrated with the chat. I mean, but to be fair, it is good to have a little bit more brevity in situations like this. You should, what is this? It's over for the Knicks now. Hakeem Jeffrey celebrates the Knicks in a new Instagram post. New York is different when the Knicks are crushing it. Hashtag Knicks Nation. What is this? Katie Miller. Paulina Mangubat is who runs the Democrats account. She's 30, unmarried with no kids. Put your name on it next time. This is a sad, unhappy female liberal looks like. Why are they doxing the person who seems dope? Okay, I like the person who runs the fucking account more now. Now that I know who's running the account. Also, what do you mean? Like, sad, unhappy female liberal looks like is why Pew reports 50% of them diagnosed with a mental condition. I think the real mental condition is marrying Stephen Miller. Yeah, I did it. I shouldn't have done that, but I did it anyway. I said, I think the real mental condition is marrying ugly ass Stephen Miller. Sorry. Oh, this was fire, by the way. And to be fair, this is actually Alex Boris who came up with this first. And now other places are also taking note of this. Breaking: California will impose a 100% tax on payments distributed by Trump's January 6th slush fund. It was shout out to fucking Alex Boris who came up with this policy first, which is brilliant. And yeah, that's instantly subpoenaed again. Yeah, it was Boris that came up with it. It's actually very smart. And now California's doing it too. Calls grow for Home Office to block U.S. anti-Israel streamer Hasan Piker from entering the U.K. Hasan Piker is listed as among the speakers at an event called How the American Left Learned to Speak the Internet at London South by Southwest in early June. A Labour MP has called for a prominent U.S. live streamer to be barred from entering the UK, urging the Home Office to revoke his visa ahead of a scheduled appearance at London Festival. David Taylor, the MP for Hemel Hempstead, stated that Hasan Piker's presence would be not conducive to the public good. Mr. Piker, a significant online personality with over 3 million followers on Twitch and more than 1.5 million on X, is listed as a speaker at London South by Southwest in early June. He's said to participate in an event titled How the American Left Learned to Speak the Internet. I'm also going to the Oxford Union when I'm in the UK, and I have another thing with Yanis Varoufakis as well. The festival itself champions him as redefining what political commentary looks like in the digital age, highlighting that his live stream reaches more than 30,000 people daily. London might ban you, it's sad. However, the live streamer has faced considerable backlash over several controversial statements. In 2019, he reportedly claimed on a live stream that America deserved 9/11, a statement he subsequently admitted was inappropriate. Last month, Mr. Piker stood publicly by remarks he made on an episode on Pod Save America, where he asserted that Hamas was 1,000 times better than Israel and that he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. He said he's not anti-Semitic but anti-Israel in an interview with Variety last year. Labour MP Mr. Taylor said, "It's shocking that South by Southwest would invite someone who has openly supported a proscribed terrorist organization and spouted these kinds of vile anti-Semitic rants to speak." Unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism on our streets, leaving British Jews in a constant state of anxiety. Hasan Piker is clearly not conducive to the public good. It's ironic because I am also, amongst the many things I'm doing in London, I'm meeting with a Jewish Brit, Zach Polanski. But of course, Jew that you want to hear from. The Home Office must revoke his visa immediately. The Jewish community group CST urged organisers to act responsibly and not allow the UK to be a platform for Mr. Piker. Hasan Piker has a record of promoting rhetoric that includes anti-Semitic themes, denial of well-documented atrocities, and apparent support for extremist groups. This is entirely unacceptable, particularly given his large online following. At a time of record levels of anti-Semitism in the UK, it is vital that all institutions, including event organisers, act responsibly and consider the potential impact of this kind of rhetoric. The UK should not be a platform for individuals who spread hatred or legitimise extremism. Other speakers due at South by Southwest London include relationship therapist Esther Perel, Chelsea Clinton, and Ant and Dec. I don't know what that is. The festival did not immediately respond to a request for comment from the Press Association, but said in a statement to The Times that the event brings together a wide range of speakers with different associations, affiliations, and perspectives, and that inclusion in the program does not imply endorsement of all organizations with whom a speaker may be directly or indirectly affiliated. It added, South by Southwest London is built as a platform for open exchange across culture, business, creativity, technology, guided by our ethical framework and code of conduct. The call to block Mr. Piker's visa comes after Kanye West, who has used Nazi imagery and faced accusations of anti-Semitism, was barred from traveling to the UK to headline Wireless Festival. The government also blocked 11 foreign nationals, described by Sir Keir Starmer as far-right agitators, from entering the UK ahead of a Tommy Robinson-led rally in central London earlier this month. Those claiming to have been barred include Polish politician Dominik Tarzinski, Belgian politician Philip de Winter, anti-Islam commentator Valentina Gomez, and Dutch activist Eva Vladingerbroek. What is this? MP David Taylor is backed by Labor Together and got a 10K donation from them last time. Of course, the people who have destroyed the party after you. Yeah. Is he a Labor friend of Israel too? Yeah, GP News. London Festival invites speaker who said he would vote for Hamas over Israel and US deserved 9/11. It's London might ban you. It's sad. You might need to fly to England. What? What does that even mean? Do you think it's a legitimate criticism to say your continued participation on the site formerly known as Twitter is driving eyeballs, consumers, and money to Elon Musk? Like right now, you're platforming Twitter, driving traffic, and boosting the ad revenue of Twitter? Yes. I'm doing it on purpose though, because I love Elon Musk. Elon Musk and I have a secret arrangement where I'm trying to drive as much traffic to the platform that is, one of the main vehicles for discourse, regardless of how fucking stupid and how Nazi riddled it is. Because unfortunately, in this day and age, the commons are almost entirely in the hands of billionaires and are utilized. Like the town square is no longer the real town square. It's unfortunately in the hands of singular billionaires who utilize the town square to turn it into a neo-Nazi shithole. And I personally believe someone has to fight that good fight. You might not be that person. I'm that person. I'm willing to fucking take that battle on every single time. You could push people to Blue Sky or elsewhere, maybe not change the world, but make it better. Yeah, no. I go where the discourse is, okay? And Twitter is where a lot of discourse originates from to this day, okay? It's that simple. My job. Also, I don't know if you know this, but you're on an Amazon-owned platform, and it's not like Jeff Bezos is great either. You got to work within the confines of the system, What is this? She responded. Now seems like a good time to share that I'm getting married. We just put down the deposit on the venue and brought my dress law. I didn't end up picking this one, but I thought it looked nice. Congratulations to her. It's crazy to fucking put a random Democratic Party staffer on blast like this. But that is the world we live in. Did Jeff or Elon shock their dogs? I mean, they're billionaires. I don't know if they've shocked their dogs. I feel like they've probably done way worse things than what you suspect I've done, if that's your accusation. You're defending billionaires, buddy. Like, do you know how many fucking Amazon employees have died on the job? I know you're trying to, that is when they're not pissing in fucking bottles. What is this? Blue Sky really is the weirdest social media site ever created. It's like the most toxic liberals built themselves a prison and then locked themselves up in it and now have 10 riots a day. Why would you do that? Labor UK Reddit defending you. Labor Reddit. Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks. Are they the same groups that welcome reform that to the anti-Semitism rally? Yes. And they've welcomed in far, pun intended, more dodgy characters than just Reform and Farage. Labor friends of Israel run the party. They fund Kier and all the cabinet. They could get your visa yoinked. I mean, if they do that, they do that. What are you going to do, man? We just got to fucking take it one day at a time, you know? It sucks. But this is my life now, unfortunately. Ant and Deck are like a big fucking deal on British telly for normies. If they say they'll drop out because you're going, which they might if media and parliament talk about it enough, the event will 100% cancel your appearance for them. It's also worth mentioning that a majority of the front bench and cabinet are members of Labour Friends of Israel. Yeah, it's not like I get paid to do this stuff, you know? I'm doing this for my UK audience. Right, I'm going out there to see people at Oxford Union, and I'm going out there specifically for my UK audience. It sucks for them. Like if I'm not allowed entry into the country, it's not going to, you know, destroy my life in any way. It sucks, you know. If they cancel, they cancel. South by Southwest loses. No. I'm saying South by Southwest canceling doesn't even mean anything. There's a bunch of other stuff that I'm doing there as well. But what I meant was, what I'm worried about is not South by Southwest canceling. What I'm worried about is the UK not allowing me entry into the country, and yeah, I already have a visa. There's also another event that I'm doing with Yanis Varoufakis. There's also on top of that another. I'm doing Oxford Union, Yanis Varoufakis. I'm going to meet up with Zach Polanski as well. Wouldn't you know beforehand if you get banned? Yeah, I think they would probably establish the ban beforehand. I feel like it'd be crazy if they just like fucking deported me after, you know, I get to the UK. That'd be really fucked up. If they deport you, you can't come back for like 10 years. What are you going to do? Our admin would do that, less likely in the UK. Yeah. Like the UK is interesting because on the one hand, they have like ridiculous speech restrictions, especially on what you can and can't say around the issue of Israel, right? But then also at the same time, they're not as like, I guess they're not as egregious. Can't Big Mom Donnie give you asylum? Dude, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. What the fuck is Zohran Mamdani able to do in the United Kingdom? Like, what do you think Zohran Mamdani can do about the UK? Actually, this is the funniest. It's becoming a meme at this point in this community. Anytime something happens, they're like, well, what about Zohran Mamdani? Like, motherfuckers act like he's the mayor of America and the rest of the world. Starmer isn't going to do anything right now, and he's a lame duck with Burnham about to come in. You'll be fine, King. Yeah, they're speaking about the subpoena, but it's equally stupid, like he's a king. Yeah. Yeah, Zohran Mamdani's going to fucking combat the Treasury and the Department of Justice. Chad, do you think a hardline communist like Keir Stalin is going to listen to a lib like Mamdani? Thank you. That's what I was saying. I have it on good authority that Keir Stalin has called Zohran Mamdani a social fascist who has betrayed the revolutionary cause, and that he is disgusted with the way that Zohran Mamdani has advanced the period of de-Stalinization. He feels like Stalin's contributions to Marxist theory, his contributions to revolutionary praxis should have been taken note of and should have remained in the books, and that de-Stalinization has created an environment of counter-revolutionary activity and behavior that will inevitably lead to the fall of the USSR. That's what Keir Stalin said about Zohran Mamdani. I heard him say it. Yeah. Yeah, I was there. Scoop, U.S. military carries out new strikes in Iran, this time against a military site that pose a threat to U.S. forces and commercial traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. official tells Reuters. The U.S. military has also intercepted drones being launched from Iran today. Story coming. Yeah, this is such a funny way to go about it, where America is just like, I'm not hitting you. I'm not hitting you, you know? But then is hitting Iran. And it's funny because it's like, is the war back on? Is it not? It's interesting because, like, America's realized that if they do these kind of like limited strikes on Iranian soil, then Iran just won't like reinstigate or reestablish the war. They won't go like, oh, the war's back on. They're literally forcing Iran to play the role of stabilizer in this initiative. And if they don't reestablish deterrence, if they do not reestablish deterrence militarily, America's only going to keep doing this over and over again. Take fucking pot shots. Israel's going to keep blowing up Tyre and all these other places. Israel earlier today issued an evacuation order. You'll never guess who made an appearance. Yeah, Cheese Girl did. I know. I did see this. The girl who is addicted to cheese. Wait, is that her? Is she still addicted to cheese? I don't know. Arab Gulf states want the war over, Safir Leaf said. They do not want resumption. They will not give basing and overflight access. Rights to U.S. to resume strikes. They have no say in this. That's what I think. Critical support. U.S. Justice Department launches criminal investigation into Trump accuser E. Jean Carroll. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, dude. Jesus Christ. What are we doing, brother? What are we doing, brother? It is completely out of control. Everything this administration is doing. Please, someone needs to fucking restrain this goddamn criminal administration. If America became a dictatorship, it would probably be because of people like Hasan Piker. I'm originally from Venezuela. I say that if people like Hasan Piker, like Zohran Mamdani or Ilhan Omar had been born in Caracas instead, they would be part of the Maduro regime. What? I don't care about the fucking Manhattan Institute dickhead from Venezuela coming in to GBN. After tireless struggle by victims and finally an hour TV documentary this week, settlements south of Jerusalem admit their leaders have long created child pornography by filming. They gang rape kids in the community. No longer in denial, Gush Etzion admits to ritual abuse. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Bro, what goes on in Israel, man? What goes on? I mean, I guess it's not that different from like other religious fundamentalist enclaves when you really think about it, because like this is the type of shit that's happening behind closed doors in like fundy areas in America too. It's just the problem is Israel being being an ethno state that is basically turning slowly but surely into a theocratic ethno state. It's just happening more and more. It's becoming more and more commonplace, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's America's future too, for the record. And some might even say it's America's current. But bro, trying to nuance pedophilia? No, I'm not trying to nuance pedophilia, man. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm saying that it's unfortunately more commonplace than you would think. You understand? Israel is a fucking ethno state. And its unlimited appetite for death and destruction of the Palestinians has created this environment where more and more radical elements, more and more fundamentalist elements have actually taken a stronger foothold in Israeli society, in Israeli politics, in the Knesset, in the governing coalition that Benjamin Netanyahu created and designed. This is how the far right seizes more power and more control. And with that, there are cultural changes that take place. Heinous crimes, heinous instances of violence become more commonplace. This is how a society turns into a Nazi society. Israel is already there. America is also kind of there it's region specific to a certain degree, but that's what we're bouldering towards. Okay? That is what we're bouldering towards. That is what America would look like as well if it was a fucking Christian nationalist state. In the way that many of these fucking dipshit fascists in America want to design American society. In some ways, obviously, Western fascism taught Israel everything it knows. But now Israel has accelerated beyond the version of Western fascism that exists in America, and America is basically following closely behind Israel. That is where we're at. Friends of the show uniting.
An itch somewhere in the back of your brain that something wasn't right and you just caved to the worst impulses?
Yeah, there were moments where I was pushing back on it, especially in private, because I worked a lot with Haya Rashik, Lips at TikTok, and I was like, you can't.
What's her deal?
She's just stupid. Like, she's genuinely like a cerebral speed bump. There's just not a whole lot going on up there, and so I give her a little bit of grace because she's just so dumb. I have more ire for the elected members who push her content.
Yeah. Is there always an itch somewhere?
Yeah, I like the cerebral speed bump is a banger, is a bar. I've been hearing her deploy that a lot. New Darlisa Justice Dems ad just dropped. Oh yeah. After recruiting Darlisa for New York to challenge Adriano Espaillat in New York 13, Justice Dems put $250K behind this ad, bringing their total spend close to $400K. Reposting because I forgot to include the video last time.
Espaillat says he's for our community, But check the fine print. Espaillat said he trusts Donald Trump to follow the law. Trust Trump? Espaillat backs Trump's agenda and gets big money from Trump donors, ICE contractors, AIPAC, and developers. We can't afford Espaillat. We need Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. Dari is one of us. Reuniting families, fight to abolish ICE, stand up to bad landlords, and make life more affordable again. Daria Lisa, for a future we can afford.
Yeah, but I don't understand this need. You get to immediately point out that also other religious and ethnic groups do this too, by the way, not only Israelis. Do you not think it desingularizes and dilutes the focus? Do you think that I, as an American citizen, feel like it's more productive to also use the warning sign of a fucking fundamentalist right-wing fascist society taking root here in my own fucking backyard as well? Especially considering that I spent a good deal of time talking about Israel in particular, directionally and directly interfering and subverting American democracy. It's good to foment as much contempt as possible for them. I feel like, I don't know, buddy, I'm about to be fucking banned from entering the United Kingdom for doing the maximum amount of contempt towards Israeli society, Israel in general, the Israeli government, Israeli culture, Zionism as the underpinning ideology that has developed the nation state of Israel, that is an apartheid state that's doing fucking genocide. I do a sufficient amount of fomenting, okay? Shut the fuck up. I know what you're trying to get out of this conversation, okay? It's the most annoying tendency that I hear from people who I don't know what they're doing. Like, he's not cliff farming. No, that is a real ass fucking third worldist, like, who genuinely is like, no, every time you talk about Israel, you have to say Jews, okay? There is a real new school of thought that just straight up goes, you have to be like at least somewhat anti-Semitic in the way that you conduct this analysis. Otherwise, you're not a fucking real one. I'm sick and tired of it, dude. Shut the fuck up. And if you don't do that, you're a Jewish exceptionalist. If you don't do that, you're a Jewish supremacist. Shut the fuck up. Okay? It's unbelievably fucking frustrating to have to deal with this shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Maureen Galindo thought. Some of your brains are fucking broken, buddy. Okay? Have moral conviction, have your fucking opinions, and stand by those principles. That's what I do. Okay? In my worldview, I have never in a million years, doesn't matter if it's Jews, Muslims, Christians, doesn't fucking matter at all. I've never fucking caved to this notion that there is a monolithic understanding of an entire people, okay? Fuck. It's so fucking annoying because it's the other side of the same coin that Jonathan Greenblatt operates on. Nick Fuentes and Jonathan Greenblatt both believe the exact same things. You understand that, right? Like the exact same things. They both say Israel's the Jewish state and all Jews care about is Israel. And if you shit on Israel, you're anti-Semitic. If you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. The only key difference is Jonathan Greenblatt thinks that's a bad thing. Nick Fuentes thinks that's a good thing. Okay, being anti-Semitic, that is. I don't operate with this fucking standard. I'm literally the last Japanese fascist soldier fighting long after World War II has ended on the issue of like standing. So Jews can't be bad people. Did I fucking say that? What are you, stupid? What the fuck? What is happening, bro? Every time, every day, a big chunk of the day, the moment that I start responding to some fucking dumb fuck chatter, there is like 11 other chatters that are like, well, you didn't say this thing, but I'm going to actually try to slam this fucking idiotic take in your mouth. The fuck do you mean? So Jews can't be bad people? Is that what I said? Did that come out of my fucking mouth? Anyway. Do you think the average person will go along with this? Continue to go along with this because Israel calls itself the Jewish state? Yes. But it doesn't matter. When have I actually taken a fucking position just because it's popular or conceded on something just because it's fucking popular? I don't do that. My starting position as an anti-Zionist was the unbelievably unpopular position a fucking decade ago. Okay? But that didn't stop me from advancing that thought over and over again and defending it over and over again in spite of the fucking barrage of smears that you would receive. Do you understand? Same with, look, I'm an American anti-imperialist. Okay? I'm an anti-imperialist. I'm a socialist. These concepts, when I first started my media career, were not exactly as popular as they are now. And one can even go so far as to say, even now, they're not, peak popularity. But I do it anyway. Why? Because I believe in it. You can say many things about me, but I'm very hard-headed, very stubborn, and I will always tell you how I feel, always tell you what I think. I'm transparent to a motherfucking fault. So no. This is one of the conversations I want to have with Norm Finkelstein too, because he's like getting blasted by people. A dude who's like sacrificed his whole fucking life to be one of the most consequential chroniclers of the plight of the Palestinians. And now people are mad at him because he was questioning whether or not Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are sincere in their anti-Zionist advocacy. People were going so far as to even say things like, it's crazy because Norm Finkelstein doesn't defend Hamas. The fuck are you talking about? Literally during October 7, while it was happening, Norm Finkelstein wrote an article famously comparing what was taking shape in Gaza and in Israel, in the Gaza envelope, to the Nat Turner rebellion, refusing to condemn it. You're insane. You're literally insane. Tucker Carlson slut shamed to Candy. I don't take his advocacy as genuine. That's very funny. I've had my differences in opinion with Norm Finkelstein in the past. Like, for example, I've always been an advocate for BDS. He, at a certain point in time, was actually an opponent of BDS. Okay? He had his own reasons. I disagree with it, but it didn't matter. I never took that comradely disagreement to imply that he is somehow insincere in his work or insincere in his advocacy. Okay? Because there's a lot of trust that was established there. You understand? There is no such established trust with the likes of Tucker Carlson. So if you were to present two people in front of me and to say, who would you trust more on this issue, Norm Finkelstein or Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, I'd be like, dude, are you fucking insane? Get the fuck out of here. It's so strange, man. What is this? Waving the white flag, exposing the grift. The Birdman with another Asmongold video. Oh my God, this guy's bangers after bangers, dude. Where'd this guy come from? I love this guy, man. Holy shit. Jewish exceptionalism is a real thing in Western media, in my opinion, but they want you to be performatively anti-Semitic or something. Lamau, it's crazy. Like lying about every single Jewish person being pro-Israel isn't practice. You're just deluding yourself. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the irony. I do talk about Jewish exceptionalism. First of all, many of these motherfuckers who chirp are white Christians in the United States of America. Okay? Many of the motherfuckers who chirp about this shit aren't even fucking Muslim. So they don't even have that additional crosshairs or the additional scrutiny that fucking American Muslims have to withstand with regular frequency in order to get a goddamn word in edgewise. So you don't even know that. I'm not even doing some standpoint epistemology shit here. I'm just telling you, like sometimes tactics and methods might be a little bit different depending on how the crowd is receiving you. Okay? Jesus Christ. In any case, I also do talk about Jewish exceptionalism, or I talk about the impact that Jewish organizations have. Like I talk about the responsibility and the blame that Jewish organizations have for literally constantly talking about how this is unbelievably important. Like Israel is the most important thing for them, and what they're teaching the rest of American society. But there's a difference between what these institutions, what these organizations are doing, and like what the truth is. Okay, people are malleable. People can change their fucking minds. My expectation is always that no matter how fucking brain broken someone is, I have the capacity, or they have the capacity personally, to go on their own fucking ideological journey and change their perspective on issues that they hold near and dear to themselves. I'm gonna need a fork, just the fork. Thank you. I don't know. I just find it real fucking annoying. Have you ever considered eating popcorn on stream? I don't even know what that means. Yeah. And it's funny because the very same people that fucking will turn around and talk about how Tucker Carlson is awesome or whatever, or is like the best champion, but then like will question Norm Finkelstein's authority on this issue, they never apply the same standard to the likes of Norm Finkelstein. The ones that they apply to me, or not Norm Finkelstein, sorry, they never apply the same standards to Tucker Carlson. The expectation is never from Tucker Carlson to like defend the Palestinian resistance, refuse to condemn Hamas or anything like that. It's always just like whatever he gives you, you take and you go, oh my God, it's so good. Thank God. Thank God Tucker Carlson is our most important fucking ally. It's so strange. At least I'm more consistent with my application here. Yeah. Some of you motherfuckers do actually fall for a white guy saying, you know, half the shit that others are saying. Or not even that, but it's also because like Norm is Jewish. He's white, you know? So Norm saying that is supposed to be the most consequential thing, right? However, Norm has been saying it, so you're bored of it. Tucker is new. So it's more based. More valuable. Stop shaking the Gurga. I will never stop. Tucker is more entertaining. Okay, go watch his ass then, bro. Before you know it, you'll be fucking talking about the Great Replacement. And how Jews have opened up unlimited migration into the fucking, from the third world into the first world and ruining American civilization. You know? Is there a reason why Norm is against BDS? I don't even think he's against BDS any longer. He used to be. Opinions change. I think his take was literally like the goals of BDS are unrealistic. Like the complete abolition of the apartheid is unrealistic or something. I forget what it was. But he had like a norm is the ultimate. Minor disagreements are you know, minor disagreements are existential crises guy. Okay, he puts his mind out. He sets his mind to something, and he's unbelievably stubborn. Even though he is open sometimes to receiving new information, he'll hold on to that perspective for a very long time. Now, of course, that's what made him such a important figure in pro-Palestinian advocacy in the West. He's transphobic piece of shit. I don't even think he's transphobic any longer. I think he apologized for it.
I predicted Zach was too cowardly to respond to the video where he got thoroughly debunked again. He once again pulls the excuse that the video is too long, while no live streaming for what amounts to a full work day at a normal job. It's like, what the fuck are you even reacting to on stream if not a person bitch slapping you for the length of the first Shrek film? You have nothing else to do. You do nothing else but talk about people on stream. Your excuses may work on those that follow you, but for everyone else, it's looking like you're afraid of acknowledging criticism. You claim to farm people for content, but apparently you're too scared to build the barn. I guess you're afraid of people that will actually farm you back. Anyway, he basically skims through the video, which is definitely how you respond to someone criticizing you. Very honest, not scared of what's being said at all. But even him skimming through the video has produced hilarious results, and that's what we're going to take a look at in today's episode of The Infinite Regress. Take it away, Mr. Hoyt.
Birdman posted this? No. Birdman posted again. Destroying Asmongold for 1.5 hours. Well, he took my advice. I'm not gonna sit around and react to a fucking video that's an hour and a half long.
I'm sorry. What? Your thoughts and opinions have precisely zero effect on my video making process. You can respond, or you can hide, cope, and send your audience at me. None of that will affect me or how I decide to respond. As you can see, I am still here, standing on all 10 toes, ready to bitch slap you again. I said in that video that I'm aware that you're too chicken shit to actually respond to the whole thing, which is why it doesn't feature the start and stop buttons. Not that you would abide by them anyway. But that doesn't mean everyone else is afraid to watch the video, Zach. It's called exposing the grift, after all. And as such, everyone else saw me beat you into submission, and everyone else will use my arguments against your lies and bad talking points when you predictably keep making them. And everyone else will recognize that you can't handle being dunked on point by point and have to rely on others to do your dirty work because you're too stupid and or cowardly to do it yourself. Oh, I can put you in a blender in a short video or a long one. It makes no difference to me. But at Warcraft raid and still had a tangible hairline. I have videos.
Just crazy pull, huh? Just randomly click the point of video.
So as I said, he's just skimming through the video, which makes very little sense. My assumption is that since his audience have been melting down over the video, and yes, they have, he had no choice but to address it, and this is his roundabout way of doing that. A white flag, in other words. Do you notice how these numbers don't add up to 100? Right, because this is acceptance rate within a subgroup, not the
You can't read the graph. Oh my God.
I think Zach believes his theatrics are fooling people. which is cute. But remember, he's skimming through my video, a video where I thoroughly explain that graph, provide the source for that graph, and even show the students' actual school choices from 2014, a time period that graph covers. No, it's Zach that can't read that graph, as he will demonstrate for us in a few seconds.
Medical school acceptance rates in the United States from 2013 to 2016. If you had a score of I guess 24 to 26, if you were Asian, you had a 6% chance to get accepted.
Wrong.
If you were black, you had a 56% chance to get accepted.
Wrong.
I want you guys to see this because this is how unbalanced and how unfair it is.
Wrong.
So this is a part of his original stream on Twitch that was not included in the edited video that I responded to on YouTube. And that's fortunate for him because it would have been further evidence that he is really, really fucking stupid. As I explained in my video, this graph...
Okay. One of the things that you have to understand is that white supremacy is cope. That's it. It's a way for people that are in the in-group that feel a sense of inferiority to others to cope with this mythological reality that they construct where they actually have genetic they actually have genetic superiority over others that they've determined are genetically inferior. That's what white supremacy is. No fucking confident white guy is running around being like, you know what? I think entire races are actually worse than mine. No, they have their own accomplishments and their own sense of self to exist in the world without being unbelievably insecure. People who have tremendous crippling insecurities are the ones that are often sucked away with this kind of rhetoric.
Is showing the acceptance rate within a subgroup. 6 plus 8 plus 31 plus 56 adds up to 101, not 100. So clearly, these groups are not competing with each other. It gets worse the higher the MCAT scores go. 21 plus 29 plus 60 plus 81 is 191, and 58 plus 63 plus 83 plus 94 is 298. If these were the acceptance rates of these groups versus each other, the percentages would add up to 100. They don't because these are acceptance rates within a subgroup, not the chance you had to be accepted, as this moron said.
If you were Asian, you had a 6% chance to get accepted. Wrong.
As I said in the other video, the acceptance rate for black students is higher because there are less black students that apply. There are more white and Asian applicants than black applicants. All of a sudden, this idiot doesn't understand per capita. If a pool has 100,000 people and 10% are accepted, that's 10,000 people. If pool B has 5,000 people and 20% are accepted, that's 1,000 people. If pool C has 100 people and 100% are accepted, well, that's 100 people. Percentages tell you next to nothing. What matters are the actual numbers. Zach is looking at the percentages and not the actual number of applicants accepted. In 2014, there were 89 black applicants at Howard University, the medical school that had the most black applicants. That same year, UCLA had over 400 Asian applicants, and UCLA was the school with the most Asian applicants. Since we know the percentage of those accepted, all you have to do is plug in the numbers, and for the sake of clarity, we'll use the numbers for the most qualified students, aka those with MCAT scores of at least 30 as per the graph. This means in 2014, UCLA accepted roughly 250 Asian students and Howard accepted 84 black students. Now, these numbers are not going to be exact for two reasons. The first is that the graph Zach is using is for a range of 4 years. The numbers will fluctuate year to year, and these percentages may be higher or lower each year. These are averages. The second reason is that the graph represents all medical schools. So Howard could have only accepted 50 black students that year, and
this is really basic shit. I know. But you have to remember, we're in a real crisis of stupidity, especially championed by and shepherded by conservatives. So you have to do stuff like this. I mean, look at 90% of the commentary around like this subpoena that I supposedly was receiving from the government and like an investigation. Like it's all people who are too dumb to recognize that I'm not like leaking new information or anything like that, but they think it's new information. So they think that there is like an alternative story. They're literally following an alternative universe story, and conservatives do this all the time. I don't think Asmongold looked at these numbers and genuinely thought, "Oh, this is actually false statistics, or this is actually lying with numbers." He's just too stupid. He's just too stupid to comprehend what he's looking at. Like, he doesn't realize that given that there are far less applicants in that pool, there's a higher there is a higher percentage of black applicants that actually get into school. He's just looking at it and thinking, you know, across the board without analyzing the information. He's thinking like, oh no, it's just because black people get a leg up. That's affirmative action.
Other schools made up the difference to give us the average we see on Zach's graph. Again, we are talking about averages over a 4-year span, so the numbers I've given you may be slightly higher or lower depending on these factors. If I were to show black applicants for the 4 years of Zach's graph at Howard University specifically, it would be 93 students in 2013, 89 students in 2014, 101 students in 2015, and 111 students in 2016, for a total of 394 black applicants in the time span of Zach's graph. This is literally less than the number of Asian applicants UCLA had in a single year. But if we are assuming that all of these cohorts were the most qualified, we have an estimated 370 black students accepted by Howard University over 4 years. Just for the sake of being thorough, in 2013, UCLA had 405 Asian applicants. In 2014, there were 430. In 2015, there were 475. And in 2016, there were 557, for a total of 1,867 Asian applicants. If we assume they were the most qualified, this equates to an estimated 1,083 Asian applicants that were accepted to UCLA over 4 years. Lower percentage, significantly higher number of students. This is all on top of the fact that Asian and black medical students are applying to completely different schools. So the fact that Howard accepted 94% of black applicants has no effect on Asian students because Asian medical students don't apply to Howard University.
After covering Hasan for 4 hours straight today, Asmongold accuses Hasan of staying in his dark room all day and spreading hateful rhetoric. Just incredible projection. So you like full-time call Zach stupid now? You see this? He's not some smart guy pretending to be dumb. He never was. Wait, what? No, I've been saying he's fucking stupid for a long-ass time. What? He's definitely smarter than he lets on. He definitely dumbs himself down, but he's not exactly an intelligent guy by any means. At most, he's smart enough to farm people even dumber than himself, right? What is this? APAC trackers on it?
I don't think that they even believe this violence or this level of like aggression is like actually a good thing. I think they just sit in their dark room by themselves, or they sit in their room by themselves, and they just get gassed up by their chat, and they just get more and more emotionally elevated, and then they just say crazy stuff. I want capital punishment to be on the menu, and if that's the case, I want public executions. I want to have people get rounded up. I want to have these ICE protesters that are standing in front of these cars from the federal agents. I want to see them run over. I want to see the entire thing. And then as soon as they get run over, I want to see them handcuffed to their fucking hospital bed, because after that, they're being sent to a work camp. That's what I want to see happen.
Dude. Oh, is it because the Groypers are coming after me? They did the clip compy again. Every couple of months, they put a clip compy out there of like, Hasan is actually a deeply violent guy. You should actually ban him off of every platform possible. That's been making the rounds. It's the let the streets flow red with capitalist blood clip compy. Is that what he was watching? Do you think he's so stupid that he forgets that he's watched that a million times over? Or do you think he has to fake making it seem like he's watching it for the first time every single time he watches the same clip compilation? He's like, yeah, not based. He went after Stavi too.
I hate these fucking people. They're parasites. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture. Like, I don't even think they believe half this shit. I think they just crash out because they're getting gassed up. They're like, I gotta keep going, I keep going.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Man. Right? I'm just saying that, like, that's what I think is happening.
That's textbook psychopathy. I mean, he's definitely gotten more and more unhinged in his rhetoric towards you.
Hasan needs to go to jail. This was Nick last month.
Asmongold laughs at Nick Fuentes saying Hasan Piker should be put in a prison camp. Why is it that he's the only person who's saying this finally? Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. It's nothing. He's an insecure little boy. He recognizes that his entire like newfound fame is associated with Donald Trump. So the more Donald Trump's popularity goes away, the less popular he will become. And eventually he'll either have to pull out of this grift entirely and go back to talking about titties and video games, or he'll just keep chirping to a smaller and smaller audience. But I think right now he's flailing a little bit. He's like, he sees a lot of attention coming my way, and he wants to use that to farm as much outrage as possible. And he's getting more aggressive in his commentary. He's losing viewers, lowers the months. Yeah. Yeah, he's he's desperately upping the ante, which is ironic because that's like kind of what he's blaming, kind of saying what I'm doing here, which is not the case at all. If anything, I moderate more as time goes on. But Didn't he used to criticize Israel's influence on America? And now he's defending Israel? Yes, he doesn't have any fucking real worldview. Like, look, I hate Nick Fuentes. I think he is a cancerous force on American politics and just international politics in general. He doesn't have that kind of motion, but like that ideology is disgusting. All right, he's a neo-Nazi. But at least he has an ideology. Asmongold doesn't. Asmongold just like goes along with whatever the most like reactionary person in his immediate vicinity is saying. In a way that's not dissimilar to Joe Rogan, right? He's like very agreeable, but he's only agreeable to the far right.
And I know because I'm one of them.
Asmongold explains that he sees himself as a mainstream ally, directing his audience to people like Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I mean, it's really funny that like this guy is literally working with the ADL to try to get me banned. And the ADL has never even fucking... the ADL has never even turned around and be like, this guy's fucking anti-Semitic.
Now, do you not get deplatformed through all this? I simply, I am a very pragmatic person. I have no problems not saying things or not doing something if I feel like it won't be advantageous for me. So I just simply don't say things that I think will get me in trouble.
This is also part of the reason why I said, like, eventually this grift is going to die out, right? It has a longer lifeline than other grifts, though, because, like I said, he is farming the dumbest people, like genuinely the dumbest people in not just American society, but just like around the world. Right wingers, sorry to say this, but they're fucking stupid. Okay, it doesn't mean that like leftists can't be stupid. I call myself stupid as well. But by and large, in order to be reactionary, you have to be kind of dumb, right? Like if you can establish a worldview where you think like entire races or entire ethnicities are actually inferior to you, like this is a very stupid thing to think. And stupid people are easy to sell to. They don't question your hypocrisy. They don't question whether or not you have any convictions. And therefore, when Asmongold turns around and on one day says like, oh, I don't know if we should like stop giving money to Israel. And then the next day is like championing Nicholas Fuentes and talking about how based he is for like denying the Holocaust or whatever. People in his audience don't turn around and go, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, so what, you're a pro-Israel Nick Fuentes supporter? Like what's going on? What do you mean? So yeah. As long as grift is when you don't believe it. No, that's why I'm saying it is a grift. There are certain fundamentals he does believe, right? He is reactionary for sure. But a lot of the stuff he says he doesn't give a shit about at all. Are you kidding me? That's precisely the reason why back in the day when he was much more charitable to me, which was surprising. For the longest time, Asmongold was very charitable to me. And as a charitable commentator, he would constantly defend certain things. He'd be like, yeah, you guys are actually being ridiculous about the America Deserved 9/11 thing. Like 90% of his commentary now about all the old shit that I've said, he has defended in the past. Okay? But now he knows that the audience is constantly demanding more like fuck us on content. So he doesn't give a shit. He's just like, yeah, fuck him. He's a terrorist. He's bad. That's all this is. These are his kind of fans.
I'm going to use Hasanabi as an example. He's more like trying to come across like the Pope. Everyone should listen to me. Whereas Asmongold is the wacky homeless guy on the side of the road, holding the mic, holding the Bible and just screaming his interpretation of the Bible.
Zenbane said his great-great-great-grandmother was a school teacher in Mexico, and she came here properly. So she's a good immigrant. But all these bad immigrants, they're the problem. They're the ones causing our world to get worse.
There's a reason why the brain damage new political perspective pipeline is exclusively in one direction. Not a lot of strokes transforming racists into universal rights loving leftists. That's true. Yeah. When you actually have like an episode or go through like some kind of severe bout of mental illness or something like that.
Asmongold.
This is Steven Azark. I interviewed Asmongold's biggest fans. Oh, I kind of want to watch this now. Steven is a reporter. But anyway, as I was saying, there's a reason why like no one goes through like a mental health episode like Kanye West did and then becomes like a fucking Marxist-Leninist on the other side of it, right? The content at 7 likes. What are we doing? 4.7K likes. Yeah, I know Steven. Steven is a fucking reporter. He's actually an intelligent person covering something that he knows very well. Oh my God. I'm going to stab myself in a video game with a fucking fork and a knife in the eye socket and plug my eye hole out in that video game that I'm playing. In a scary, horrible video game, a horrifying horror game. Chatters, when I entertain certain types of content that have less views, there is perhaps a reason for it, right? Perhaps you don't have to backseat produce my stream. Perhaps sometimes it's better for you to shut the fuck up and watch. This is one of those moments.
And until it's okay to say them. That's literally it. You're a good boy. Yeah, I like Nick doesn't do that. Nick says exactly what he thinks, and it's respectable. It is. I don't have any negative about it. But to me, I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff.
Okay, there's something very funny about Asmongold thinking that he's in any way, shape, or form mainstream. Like, that's pretty funny. Okay, respect. You got me on this one. Yeah, famously mainstream Asmongold.
Without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change, because I can't really do that. It would compromise my position. That's the reason. I'm a funnel. Yeah, I kind of do.
That's so funny. He's like, look, guys, I'm a neo-Nazi too. Like, trust me. Yeah, I'm a base neo-Nazi too. Yeah, but like, I'm just a funnel, right? I'm just like funneling people to Nick Fuentes. Only stream this motherfucker should be concerned with is a shower. Mainstream in Europe, Lamau. I don't even think he's fucking mainstream in Europe either. Like, are there people out there who are really invested in this kind of toxic politics? Absolutely, there are. I just don't think he's genuinely like a mainstream figure in any way, shape, or form. And not because like he's being botted or anything like that. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that, like, first of all, if he was truly a mainstream figure, he probably would have a lot more attention on things that he's doing, right? And I would go so far as to say this about Nick Fuentes. I think Nick Fuentes is a more mainstream figure than Asmongold is, right? So that's my first point. The second point is, when you look at Nick Fuentes and his interceptions or his interventions in American politics, and then you compare them to my interventions in American politics, you very quickly realize that regardless of Nick Fuentes' ecosystem of content, like or mass appeal, I guess, on the internet at least. Analytics wise, like, I think Asmongold obviously clears Nick Fuentes and certainly myself as well. But in the real world, as far as like we're talking about real world impact, it's not even close. I think that's part of the reason why he's so fucking sad all the time and so angry all the time and cries about me all the time on his show. And one of the things that they have started chirping about Fuentes and the Groyper army is this false notion that they think that there's like 28 million Groypers or something. I saw that on Twitter because, you know, Twitter serves me all this Nazi shit. And it's just incredible cope, right? It is unbelievable cope. Like, these guys genuinely think there are like hidden neo-Nazi Groypers everywhere, right? And there are some. And certainly some of them have actually reached positions of power. We know that. The issue for Nick Fuentes and the like is that when they do reach a position of power, they very quickly disavow everything that they did in the past. Whereas when we run candidates, they're openly socialist. Right? Like, who is Nick Fuentes' candidates? James Fishback? That's your guy? That's the guy that's doing a lot of impact? Because the reality of the matter is, Nick Fuentes running around and trying to take ownership over like Trump, Trumpism, or fucking Ken Paxton, for example, would be the equivalent of me being like, yeah, you know who my guy is? Michael Bennett. Yeah, it's awesome. Like, the difference ideologically between me and Michael Bennett is the same distance between Nick Fuentes and like any number of different Republican candidates that he says he's on board with. Whereas the distance ideologically between me and Zoran Mamdani is nothing, right? It's I mean, it's not nothing, but it's almost nothing, right? Like, there are a lot more people with my politics out there organizing, with our politics out there organizing and winning races than there are with Nick Fuentes' politics running around trying to organize or even winning races. I know this will probably get clipped and will get posted on a show, and he'll fucking cry about this and be like, oh, dude, I'm doing warfare against you. Yeah, when he's done crying about Sneeko, maybe he'll engage in warfare against me as well. But the reality of the matter is, regardless of how hard you bought on Rumble, regardless of how much you have like clip farmers that are constantly posting your clips and shit like that, there is a limitation to your ideology. Most people find Nazi politics to be repulsive, even if the Republican Party does actually channel some of the white supremacist aspects, white supremacist qualities. But at the end of the day, I don't think you're going to be able to put out, strong Groyper candidates and have them actually achieve any sort of electoral success. Yeah, but if he just calls himself a base civic fascist, he can claim blue dog Dems, I guess. But yeah, there's also the other element here. And this probably hurts to acknowledge for someone whose primary focus is to be as edgy as possible. So edgy that he'll try to sell like Jeffrey Epstein hoodies and things like that. But he's not seen as like a serious threat. I know Nick Fuentes will turn around and say, I got debanked. I did January 6th, all this stuff. But yeah, again, you latched on to a mainstream movement for a slave to Israel, Donald Trump, who certainly was still enslaved to Zionism in his first term. And you, like the silly little boy you are, went out to do an insurrection, tried to do an insurrection. It was one of the stupidest events in American history. Okay, you try to tag on. You got punished for it. But at the end of the day, the reason why these institutions don't treat you as a serious threat is because you aren't one. It's not because you have many allies inside in the way that you present it as. It's because you're just not a significant threat to the established hierarchy. There are more intelligent and more competent versions of you that are not stupid enough to say some of the things that you're saying, Tucker Carlson being one of them. Right? That's it. And as far as Asmongold goes, I mean, he's nothing. He's utterly irrelevant. But yeah, I firmly believe that I think white supremacist ideals, maybe this is my least woke quality to say, but white supremacist ideals are only palatable to broader subsects of American society as long as they're not like overt and out there, as long as they are within the permission structure, the permissible bigotry. And Asmongold and Nick Fuentes go far beyond that all the time. Wrong. Asmongold is turning Eastern European and Reform Brits into MAGA. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, yeah. More and more Americans are genuinely organizing in the political realm as self-identifying socialists. But they're not necessarily doing so as self-identifying fascists. You will say that's because, there's too many structural hurdles or limitations or whatever against fascist organizing in this country. But I think deep down inside, you know the reality. It would be like if I coped and said, well, Barack Obama's in favor of the Affordable Care Act, and therefore he's a socialist, actually. He's a socialist president. You know? If anti-Semitism is your highest priority, right? Exposing the international jury is your highest priority, then attaching yourself to hitching your wagon to Donald Trump is a very funny way to express that political ideology. And even when we think about the theory of fascism, fascism works hand in hand with neoliberalism. Some of the most successful implementations of neoliberalism by force has been conducted by fascists like Pinochet, right? So that's it.
Do that, yeah, like a funnel in a way. So that's the reason why I do most things that I do are like there's reasoning behind them.
What needs to come of this is Hasan Piker needs to go to jail. We don't need a White House ballroom. Fuck your ballroom. We need Hasan Piker in jail. This is why we need Hasan Piker in jail. And we need to run that up the flagpole. I want Stephen Miller to go to Kash Patel and say, put Hasan Piker in jail. Blame it on him.
I like that Asmongold is openly admitting that Twitch, like one of the largest Twitch streamers on this platform, is openly saying that he's a funnel for Nicholas Fuentes, an avowed white nationalist neo-Nazi. That's very cool, Twitch. Good job, Twitch. Of course, none of these fucking dumbass institutions that are supposed to be combating extremism give a single shred of a solitary fuck about any of that, because they don't give a fuck about neo-Nazis. They give a fuck about anti-Zionists. They care about people turning on Israel. And many of these guys don't give a shit. They constantly talk about how, oh, we'd be fine with Israel if you just let us deport every brown person, please. Like as though they have any say in the matter, you know? That's the difference. That's it.
Uh-oh. This was last month. Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
It's people like him that are at fault. It's people like him. It's people like him, one of the #1 live streamers in the country, that's saying, here's how to build a bomb.
Yeah, this is also incredibly stupid. Like this is dumber than expected for Nick Fuentes to do this. This is the Canary Mission clip that he's like leaning into. He knows better. I guess he learned that lesson from Candace Owens' popularity and decided to dumb down his fucking, understanding of certain things. I never taught my audience how to build a bomb, you fucking idiot. I would actually be in prison if I did that. Yeah, you might have missed that stream. This centrism fan account. Lol, get this freak out of our country. Oh, talking about Mahmoud Khalil. Dan Goldman's fear-mongering. This is about a single door grocery store in Brooklyn. Incredible. Yeah, that's why Nick Fuentes finds himself in collaboration with the likes of Laura Loomer, Randy Fine, the ADL. Because ultimately, he is a reactionary through and through.
Here's how to build a bomb, and if you killed Rick Scott, everyone would have free health care. That guy needs to go to jail. Like, he needs to be denaturalized. He needs to be sent out of the country. Fuck this guy. Like, that is something you can serve up to us. And then maybe these people will think twice. You take his citizenship, this anti-American piece of shit. Take his citizenship, send him back to his beloved third world.
Dude, his fake excitement is so cringe. It's actually unbelievable. I think his audience deserves that. If they find this content to be palatable, they are some of the most low IQ parasites I have ever fucking encountered. Well, I don't really usually encounter them in the wild because they don't go outside, but I think his excitement is genuine. I don't think it is. I think he's faking it. He's like, based.
Send him back to Cuba. Send him to Venezuela. Send him packing. He loves Cuba so much. Send him.
Why won't he say China?
There. Give him what he wants. Wish granted. And then maybe these other champagne socialists will be a little more careful when they try to.
Again, I'm a class traitor. You're Mexican and a neo-Nazi at the same time. You don't live in that same universe. Your grand design for society does not have a place for you. Okay? Both gay and Mexican and a neo-Nazi, one of these things doesn't work with the other two. You ran into one of them at Edinburgh, didn't you? Yeah, oh, yeah. There was that one guy with the fucking mask on. Yeah, remember that was huge. He was fucking shaking too. Why does Lily Igla keep hating on you? You both went to Cuba and she's doing the weird pay me. I am more extreme. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't. Sure, they're more extreme than me.
Radicalize the next generation to kill.
I'm not extreme.
Politicians. But that is what you need to do. But nobody cares.
It's crazy. This is the exact shit that exactly. Yep. There you go. Yep.
Hate to tell you that.
Dude, brilliant commentary, man. That's fucking awesome. This guy's got some deep insight, dude. Sometimes I want to just write down as a transcript what he has said, and he literally has said nothing so far. It's just, yep, based, yep. It's awesome.
Nobody cares all that much about any of it.
I know.
Trump doesn't care. Vance doesn't care.
That's right.
Yeah, Trump and Vance don't care about prosecuting a fucking Twitch streamer. Yeah, even they are not that fucking online, it seems. Well, until now.
Stephen Miller doesn't care. Libs of TikTok is a woman.
Need I say more?
She's an idiot. She's a woman. You think she's sitting there thinking about politics? She's thinking about how she looks when she pretends to think about politics. She's caught up and I'm like a political influencer. Oh my God. These people don't care. They don't care. They're not thinking about it. They're not thinking about these things. And they're not even writing their own stuff. This is why we need a ballroom. Ballroom? Ballroom? Unless the ballroom is a concentration.
Man.
Unless the ballroom is a prison camp, we don't need a fucking ballroom. We need a prison camp. We need a re-education ballroom, a re-education room. Unless the ballroom is super massive so we can support thousands and thousands of ideological prisoners that we could send.
This is weakness. You only talk like this when you recognize your weakness. You can't make anything happen. So you just sit there on your stream and you demand that more powerful institutions do your bidding for you. That's all this is. And the same goes for Asmongold, right? That's why he's increased the intensity in his commentary to be like, yeah, we should put their heads on spikes, dude. It's like, it's just fucking cope. It's just pure fantasy cope. At the end of the day, this fucking administration doesn't give a shit about you either, okay? Doesn't give a shit about your fans. Doesn't give a shit about anyone but themselves. And it's not like the Democrats are all that different either. I mean, at least they have, at least they do the niceties. At least they have the decency not to piss directly on your face and then demand that you thank them for making it rain, right? They go and they piss in the corner and then they blame it on someone else. But this administration doesn't even hide that they are unbelievably corrupt. That's why it's so funny where he's like, yeah, you can build a ballroom as long as you make it into a concentration camp for my ideological enemies on the internet. It's like, this is a childlike way of viewing the world. Okay? You're a child. You still have like this mental stuntedness. Yeah. Make all my enemies that were mean to me feel pain, please. Like you don't get to fucking dictate what Trump does. Trump doesn't give a shit about you. What are you, Benjamin Netanyahu? No, you're not. The increasing popularity of this sort of rhetoric should terrify everyone. Yeah. I mean, Elon Musk is a powerful person. So the fact that Asmongold does actually have Elon Musk's approval, well, that's a little bit damaging, I'll be honest. Fox News tomorrow. Hasanabi mistakes right-wing hero Nick Fuentes as child and can't stop watching him. Isn't Stephen Miller just like that? No, Stephen Miller was fucking shitting on Thomas Massey the other day. He's not the based groiper hero that these dipshits have designed him to be either. None of these guys are. It is also very funny that this guy and his audience are trying to present me as a fucking radical, a dangerous radical terrorist. Yeah. Go talk to the average American about what my final worldview is, what that final product looks like. You know, you say, hey, communism, right? Communism, he's a communist, is scary. You're like, don't you feel like it would be better if we just lived in a classless, moneyless, statesless, borderless society? I think most people would be like, you know, that sounds a little scary, but if we could actually arrive at that conclusion, that wouldn't be that bad, right? Probably better than the situation that we're in currently. You know, a post-scarcity utopia that we exist in, where we can just collaborate with one another and expand on our unlimited potential. Nick Fuentes' final solution is purging the American state boundaries of those he has declared lesser than. Black people, brown people, women are relegated to servile status, like brood mares, only there to breed. I don't think that's a really good future, and I don't think that any of the people that you would directly ask if they consider this to be positive would agree with you. They probably fucking look at you like you're a crazy person. I mean, Nick Fuentes himself doesn't have a future in that future that he's designing.
In there by bus.
Oh, man.
Then, we don't need that, actually. We need more detention centers. More detention centers.
Yeah,
why is it that he's the only person that's saying this? Nobody else is saying this. This is satire, right? No. I mean, finally.
More prisons. We're going to need a place where we can put... And I'm kind of joking here. I'm kind of joking a little bit. Print that.
Yeah.
You have to print that or it's libel. I said I was joking.
It's a joke, guys.
You have to print that. I'm kidding. That was a joke. Obviously.
He would never do that.
And you have to print that or else it's libel. Now, obviously, I'm joking when I say that. And you have to say that I said that because I'm joking. However,
but
the spirit of what I'm saying is true. Which is that this is a real crisis. Whatever you want to say, there is a real crisis of left-wing violence.
Yep.
Yup. Based. It's time for the Jube. You were right about a grouper making a new compilation of you, by the way. An AF Post reposted that video because that's where this cycle is coming from. Yeah, I'm always right about that shit. That's why I fucking stay. That's why I stay tapped in. And people saying you and him are the same. Yes, there is a crisis of stupidity in this country, unfortunately. And it is non-ideological. It crosses ideological boundaries. Okay? A lot of people think, oh, the crisis of stupidity is just the right. No, the right is very stupid. This is true. But there are plenty of fucking liberals who are stupid as well. There are plenty of people who adorn the mask of being apolitical, who are just like, oh, I'm above it all. I'm in the center. I think both sides are dumb. Oh, politics is dumb. I don't care about politics. Well, politics cares about you. Or rather, politics doesn't care about you. You know? Politics will crush you. And if you don't actually fucking educate yourself and organize against it, you'll never know what is doing the crushing. If you don't educate yourself appropriately, you'll think those who are crushing you, the forces that are crushing you, are the transgenders and the wokes. Or if you go all the way down the right-wing rabbit hole, you think it's the Jews. Nick Fuentes explains why he hates you.
Debanking, hate speech legislation, weaponization of the DOJ. You think going after Hasan Piker sets the precedent?
Yeah, I know. He's going to say this has been the precedent. He's experienced this his whole life and blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, all this shit.
This is the precedent. This has been the precedent. By the way, this has been the precedent for decades. And who set the precedent? Because I seem to recall that it is and always has been the far left that has been advocating for far-right anti-Semites, critics of Israel, fascists.
It's interesting because I've been a critic of Israel for this entire time frame as well. And until recently, I didn't actually receive this level of scrutiny because, by and large, I think they were actually actively targeting anti-Semitism. Now, we can talk about whether or not that was appropriate, okay? At the end of the day, your worldview is not only repugnant, not only toxic, but it is objectively violent because, again, my design in society is not one where people have to die or people have to be forcibly removed from wherever they've lived their whole lives. Yours is. Yours requires that. Yours doesn't exist without that. That is the goal that you're moving towards. And in some respects, the administration is already leaning into that sort of stuff regardless. Not because of you necessarily, but because as economic conditions worsen, it's much easier to just like fucking deport a couple 100,000 brown people to offer red meat to dumb fucks like you and many others. Now, obviously, you're in a different predicament. You're in a different situation because you make money off of this, off of your dumbass fucking fans. But those dumbass fucking fans of yours, they're not better off when 100,000 Mexicans are deported. As a matter of fact, they might even be worse off. They just use the reactionary, they fan the reactionary flames to distract the average working class individual. That's it.
National socialists to be debanked, censored, jailed, the rest of it. Look at the experience of me and this show. Think about Hasan Piker for a moment. He is on Twitch right now. Twitch is owned by Amazon. He's on Twitter with a verified account. He's on Instagram with a verified account. He is on TikTok. He is on YouTube. He is on Spotify. He is on all these services. He has made millions of dollars over the years.
I feel like at a certain point, his audience has to understand that this is, just pure jealousy, right? I feel like he's masquerading this as though he is presenting this as anything but envy, but it feels like it's just envy. And I guess that's another similarity that he shares with Epstein. That's it. Isn't he doing that? You make money as a socialist, gotcha? No, he gets into that kind of stuff too. He will use that as a easy remark to get the base excited. He might even be smart enough to understand that it's not inconsistent. Like I've said, I think I hate to even entertain this, but Nick Fuentes, unlike many of his counterparts, has actually read books, at least a couple books. And he does have an ideological worldview. He has a goal that he's working towards. Many of the other guys on the right, they don't do that. They can't communicate. They're not charismatic. They're not funny. And they're certainly not well-read. Okay? So he's smarter than the commentary that he engages in sometimes when he says shit like this. When he's like, oh, you're a socialist, but you're wealthy. He's being honest when he says I'm an America hater and I'm a subversive that needs to be taken care of, that needs to be like cordoned off of society, thrown in jail. Those are the things he does actually believe.
He has never, as far as I know, up until this point, been subpoenaed.
Yeah, his point is your worldview is violent, so why is he banned but not you, except that he's delusional and you're not a Nazi? Exactly. But that was precisely what I was talking about as well. That's my point. My point is there's a reason why, regardless of the Cold War, you can run around and say, I'm a socialist, but in the aftermath of World War II, you can't say you're a Nazi. And the difference, of course, if you ask Nick, is because international Jewry has rendered Nazism to be the ultimate thing that you can't actually openly advocate for. That's what he will say. He'll point to the Holocaust studies as a department. He'll talk about genocide scholarship and how much of an emphasis that has on the Holocaust. He'll talk about how Jews are infiltrating Western society, and that's how they made Nazism to be this ultimate dangerous fucking ideology. But the reality is, it is actually a fucking unbelievably violent ideology. There is a difference between a alternative economic organization of society like socialism is, and what socialism represents, to straight up fascism. That's it. One is a fucking death cult.
He's never lost access to a big tech platform or a big tech service like PayPal or Stripe or Uber. Never lost access to the social platforms like YouTube or Instagram or Facebook. In the meantime, literally everybody on the right has had all of that happen to them. And I know because I'm one of them. When right-wing people went to Charlottesville and said Jews will not replace us, and there was a variety of people in attendance. There were immigration restrictionists.
Yeah, I think part of the difference also is that I follow the terms of service, whereas you don't. And when I actually do get, in a heated moment or whatever, I get banned. And oftentimes it's actually people like Nick Fuentes and their fan base that try to spam reports to get me banned. And sometimes they actually do reach a level of success with that. But ultimately, that's the reason. Like, there are genuinely stupid rules that the ADL has deployed on Twitch. Okay? Like not being able to say Zionist and then insert any like animal name or whatever. You can say Nazi pigs. Okay? You can say Islamist pigs. You can say fascist pigs, Republican pigs, Democrat pigs, but you can't say Zionist. Bleep. ADL made it so that it's no longer allowed to say on the platform. And they designed it just for me. And I did get banned for it. Except your fan base actually celebrated that ban. Genuinely, can people like Fuentes be reformed? No, I don't think so. Because he makes money off of being edgy. He makes money off of being a neo-Nazi. It's very difficult for someone to stop what they're doing if this is how they make their livelihood. Nick's trying to rationalize his envy with ideology, so his base will pressure the current journalism society to either elevate his speech to acceptable or to demote your message and speech to be unacceptable like his. Real, if I can't get away with what I want, neither can you type shit. It's pathetic. Yeah, I mean, but that is literally the driving motivator behind Destiny's 6-year-long conquest against me as well. That is genuinely what this is. These guys will fuck up spectacularly, all on their own. And instead of actually addressing why they fucked up and learning from that, learning a lesson from that fuck up, they very quickly turn it around and say, well, this guy does it too. That's where this But Hasan shit comes from. Okay? Destiny will have a fucking court case around revenge porn that he's disseminated, right? To a minor, it turns out. And what did his audience do? They immediately hyper-fixated on anything that they could grab onto to claim I was doing something similar. They couldn't really find one, so they invented it. What did they say? Oh, well, here's this Vogue article or Variety article or whatever where Hasan receives unsolicited nudes in front of a journalist. Okay? Don't you think that's the same as distributing revenge porn? No, it's not. Obviously, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about? The problem for them is that most adults can make that distinction. Most adults can understand the difference between those two things. Yeah, even the fucking brothel thing. For years and years, Destiny knowingly has talked about how I went to a brothel, right? It's something that I've talked about personally. Like it went viral. People were really mad. I was talking about sex work in general and how I have no issues with it, whatever, right? And for years and years, Destiny knew knowingly, he knew that the brothel that I went to in 2010, that is still around, by the way, still in operation, it's called Artemis in Berlin. It got raided in 2016. And the prosecutors claimed it was raided for sex trafficking and also for tax evasion. Turns out that wasn't the case at all. Turns out neither of those two things were happening at the brothel, as a matter of fact. And the brothel actually sued the state, the police force, and the city, and won. The brothel won a defamation case. Okay? Destiny knows all of that, and yet he still consistently lies about this. Why does he do that? Because he was in trouble for being a fucking sex pest. Over and over again, he constantly gets into trouble because he has no self-control whatsoever. He's an unbelievably narcissistic person, and the only defense mechanism he has is to project. Because he's worried that if his audience hold him to account, then he's not going to be able to defend himself. So he dangles the red meat. He goes, well, what about Hasan? Turns out this motherfucker literally did go to a illegal brothel where women were sex trafficked.
You ever paid for a prostitute before in a legal state?
I don't know if it's legal. I actually did one time very recently here because I was curious. I did one of those massage places or whatever. And I was like, I'm curious what this is like. Fuck it.
Was it just like a sad hand job, or?
Yes, for like, and I like tipped really well too because I was like, oh, you know, I got a lot of money. These girls seem like they don't make much. Like maybe they'll be. Actually, it was horrible.
Was it from like an older woman, or?
She was probably like in her 30s or 40s.
You could have picked a better place, I guess.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to spend a lot of time doing it because I'm not going to get caught like doing anything illegal. I just wanted to experience it one time. Like the scenario is actually kind of sad to me. Like I don't know. Like I have to pull out my phone and use like Google Translate so that this woman understands what I'm saying. It feels like she's like some fucking sex slave trafficked in, and it's like this is kind of awkward, and I don't feel good about this. And maybe you'll be really good at least at giving hand jobs. It's like nope, yeah.
Where was she from? What nationality was she?
Chinese.
Oh,
but yeah.
Interesting.
So like, you know, it's always projection. It's always fucking projection. So what do you do? I guess you just keep going. But that's what's going on here as well. A similar vendetta is taking shape here as well, where it's like, why haven't you been banned like I have for years from all of these platforms? Why have you not been? Why didn't you have to suck Destiny's dick like I did? Say this is Nick Fuentes to reach back out and to regain a platform.
And National Socialists. There were neo-Confederates and white identitarians. There were paleocons. There were people that were there because they were concerned about the Robert E. Lee Monument. You know what happened to those people? Those people were doxxed. They were harassed at their homes. Their families were harassed.
Dog, you did a fucking neo-Nazi rally in Charlottesville. Of course people are going to fucking hate that. Like, you're just, at a certain point, you have to fucking come to terms with the reality that, yeah, people don't fuck with Nazis. And that same kind of enmity doesn't exist towards socialists. And it's not because like there hasn't been a lot of government intervention in the direction of disrupting socialist organizing. There has been. I would go so far as to say far more consequential disruptions in socialist organizing than fascist organizing in this country. Okay? There were times, and maybe even to this day, there are instances where fascist groups were deployed deliberately by design by the state. Or the state turned a blind eye to fascist organizing. Look at the Klan, right? Maybe it's too vulgar for you, that form of fascist organizing. But I guess it's more American and more real and perhaps even more successful than what you're trying to do.
At their homes. They lost their jobs. They lost their Twitter accounts. They lost their bank accounts. They were charged 5 years later under the Biden administration under the Ku Klux Klan statute in Virginia. The groups that organized it were sued by the far left SPLC. So let me ask you this. When all those far right people that went to that rally, when the government was being weaponized against them, when the big tech billionaires were cracking down on them, when the far left activist organizations with $700 million in offshore bank accounts in the
Southern Poverty Law Center, yeah. The most powerful institution in American society. Huh. Anyway. UCLA attack, clear example of turning a blind eye to KKK supremacist activity to punish the left. Yeah. Timestamp of Norm speaking on the far right's
Palestine.
What is this? Sinister plot behind the far right shift on Israel. Norm Finkelstein interview. I'm trying to link up with the boy. I'm trying to link up with Norm as well. I really want to get him on the broadcast. I said I would go to him if necessary. Oh yeah, what's happened to the SPLC is an indicator of how friendly to fascism the country's become. They were a respected, normal, legal aid organization, and now they're the way they're attacked. I know. I mean, look, we make no mistake. Even if it's not Nick Fuentes' version of fascism, right? We are experiencing a version of fascism right now in America, right? We're not wrapping up. No, I want to watch this Asmongold fan thing that Stephen Asark did, where he interviewed like Asmongold's fans to develop a better understanding of what their appeal is, like where it's coming from. Even NPR had a piece kind of attacking them. Yeah, I think fascism is developing in America. It's just not the anti-Semitic fascism that Nick Fuentes wants. That's why I'm laughing. It's not his version, right? I would even go so far as to say like a Judeo-Christian supremacist version of fascism. It's America and Israel working side by side. Now, this doesn't mean that like all American Christians and all American Jews are involved in this. That's not what I'm saying at all. But it's not the anti-Semitic version of fascism that you're used to. When you think of fascism, you think of the neo-Nazi version or the Nazi version, which is where, Jews are the primary vector of ire and one of the main targets. It's not like that.
Is the undisputed Roach King of Twitch.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. You cannot trust people that can't come to the conclusion that there are two genders. At the end of the day, they want to come off on the side of illiterate, un-American immigrant Somalians rather than actual Americans.
Every day, tens of thousands of people watch and play video games, doom scroll on X, and talk about politics.
I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives.
For the average person that doesn't know much about live streaming or World of Warcraft, they know who Asmongold is because of clips like those.
I don't think that I do have a lack of empathy. It's just that I have a moral compass. It just doesn't point north.
I've been a digital culture reporter for the past decade, studying every facet of Twitch, YouTube, and influencer culture. And I've watched Asmongold go from a fairly small World of Warcraft guide creator into the largest political creator on a lot of platforms.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. I would take away their right to vote.
And I wanted to know why. When I watch Asmongold, I just get uncomfortable.
Think about how close Kamala Harris came to winning the presidency, and then tell me that democracy is a good idea.
Things he says are so explicit and over the top that they really don't make sense to me.
Islamophobia is real, actually. It's not. It's not real. Always freak out, always melt down, always overreact, and never leave your opponent any breathing room, ever.
So I spent the past 6 months investigating Asmongold, figuring out why people like him. So I went directly to his viewers, a lot of whom I spoke to on X. And
Steven literally, like, he is a reporter. He's a real reporter. He does like culture and tech reporting for Rolling Stone and whatnot. So like, you know, that's the reason why I was going to watch it.
You even agreed to Discord calls with me. What I learned is that the average Asmongold viewer is a complex individual who doesn't understand why the world is the way it is, but blames DEI and women for the problems that they experience. They are full of distrust and hate, but I think there's still hope here, because even in Asmongold's
He should have just ended it there. The average Asmongold doesn't understand what is going on. It's true.
Disgusting diatribe, there are some pieces that I agree with.
$5 or $10 million should be the amount of money that you should be looking at people that have more than that and being like, why aren't you paying more and why aren't you giving out more of your money?
So thanks for coming and welcome to my channel. This is Stephen A. Starch Talks.
It's a good take. I'm glad that Steven put that in there, because that is a part of the complexity argument. Because he does actually have populist sentiment on both sides at times. But for every like good take that he has like that, right, that's very appealing to everyone, you know, that has mass appeal. You know, I would say 80% of his commentary revolves around the other dumb shit and hatred. And also, it ultimately doesn't make any sense because he still eats Elon Musk's penis all the time. Like literally nonstop. He's eating Elon Musk's deformed penis with regular frequency. What is this? Ostonox smears? What? I missed it. Ostonox and I have made this for you regarding the smears. Oh. Yeah,
Again,
we'll look at
whenever
it.
you have somebody, I saw his tweet, 4,000 followers journalist crashing out because Asmongold fans don't want to talk. What's this? Let me pull it up. About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What?
They have like a perception of him like he's like some sheltered hermit, like Jedi wizard that knows everything in the world, despite him not actually interacting with it.
I genuinely believe there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they're getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful.
It's the Roosevelt quote. The reactionary is always willing to take a progressive attitude on any issue that is dead. The moment there's a chance it'll pass, he'll flip. Beautiful.
And least research streamer. Let's go ahead and research. Let's look this person up and see what they've said about me.
Yeah, it would be poor research because he's not doing any research at all. He's literally just picking up a video and watching it.
So there's not even a single actual criticism that this person has for me.
When I hear Asmongold saying, you know, provocative, intense things like, I don't know, certain groups of people need to be put in a mental institution, or if he doesn't express that much empathy for people dying, you know, things like that. I'm not listening because I necessarily share that exact belief system as he does.
I'd love to go for trust, and I don't write hit pieces. I try to write my stories from a place of understanding. The understanding is basically saying that I'm an edgelord and I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, but that's true. So he did do his research. You're just mad. Like, that's literally just true. This is not even an ideological disagreement that I have, and I think he's being fairly favorable here in this video as well, where he says that you're a complex individual. But you have openly admitted this. You literally say you don't do research. You don't have to do research. You don't have to read. All you need is game theory or a deep understanding of how human beings operate by self-interest.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, obviously nobody's going to engage with that. Definitely.
So who is Zach Hoyt, known as Asmongold? Born in Austin, Texas in 1990, Asmongold grew up in relative poverty with two parents who really struggled to get by.
Things could have been worse for me, but yeah, we were very poor. Like, she made under poverty like every year, basically. I grew up in a house where my mom never really had a job, and we grew up in poverty. And my dad helped me out a bit, and he made sure that the lights stayed on, but that was about it.
He was obsessed with video games from a young age. In a rare interview from 2016, he tells a story of how he was running around with his friends pretending to be Halo Spartans, and that's where the name came from, and it just stuck. Asmongold never really wanted to do anything in life. He never really had any aspirations for anything grander than what he had.
I think the biggest indictment here is that he looks positively British in more ways than one. He's literally just British. Maybe that's why the fucking Reform UK lads like this guy. They see a proper lad. A fucking Angloid. Down to the fucking teeth. You're definitely banned from the UK now.
Describes his existence as just something that he did in order to get by. Video games were his main focus, and he wanted to do anything so that he didn't have to get a real job.
That was one of the reasons why I didn't have a job, is I didn't want one. Like, all I really wanted to do was collect government welfare and jerk off and play video games.
And as a dork slash nerd slash gamer myself, it's something I entirely understand. I got started in journalism writing guides for League of Legends because I didn't want to have to actually work. So I entirely relate to Asmongold on that point. Asmongold had a few jobs. He worked for the IRS and a few other smaller places. But his real love was World of Warcraft. It was a game that he dedicated his whole life to. He became one of the best warriors in the entire game and decided it would be a good idea to post YouTube guides on how to be the best warrior and stuff like that. His channel
Yeah, he did. He worked for the IRS. Yes, it's true.
Gained some success, but not too much. He was still very niche for a while.
I was making WoW YouTube videos, and then they said you should stream, and then I started streaming. That's exactly it. It worked really well. It did. I mean, my stream popped off immediately. Like, I immediately started doing well, and so like I was like totally locked in on this. And that's all I would do.
But after enough time on YouTube, he was able to make enough to survive.
Is that the reason why I dropped out? Is that I was making $1,500 a month, and I was like, okay, well, I can make a living on $1,500 a month. Why would I need more than $1,500 a month?
It wasn't until 2019 when World of Warcraft.
Care to explain us on? Oh yeah, I saw this. Very fitting for the guy who helped Trump win in 2024 to have a 2020 MAGA hat. Leftists are just MAGA. And then this guy responded, not many people caught this at the time, but here's Hasan showing his true colors, secretly signaling that he's a MAGA supporter. And then this guy goes, I know you're trying to trivialize the situation, but to anyone outside of Hasan's base, this joke doesn't land when he didn't everything in his power to help MAGA win. And then he responded with, you're absolutely right. I've also noticed that a lot of people who actually watch his coverage of the election have no idea how much he was helping Trump. It almost felt like he wasn't helping Trump at all. It almost felt like he was criticizing Trump, but I'm going to take your word for it, Sire Rottweiler. No, this person is obviously fucking with him, dude. What do you mean? He's literally saying... Yeah, he was so good at hiding that he was helping Trump that no one got it.
Warcraft Classic came out, which took the game back to its roots of just endless grinding, where you don't need to accomplish anything in your life. You just need to play World of Warcraft all day. That Asmongold really soared in viewership. He became the main World of Warcraft streamer, and his audience ballooned in popularity.
You have a vermin problem? Hi.
A lot of people found him during this time, including
Alan Hawkswood,
a 43-year-old Australian who loved World of Warcraft.
I don't necessarily watch all his videos. I kind of dip in and out. Look, I think in a lot of the, I probably didn't watch him for the first few years. It's probably only really after he became big.
Alan, we spoke for about 40 minutes and seemed like a very lonely man. He has people he knows from work, but all of his friends are people he knows online.
I have very small friend group of true friends that I've been with for 20 plus years, but that is essentially the only friends I really have.
Alan says he lives like Asmongold, a fairly gross individual. I think, you know, he made jokes at the time about having a dead rat that would smell when the sun came up, so he knew it was time to wake up.
The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream, because basically what happened was whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat.
And he had bits of blood smeared on his wall from his poor hygiene, and his room was relatively disgusting.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I essentially live the same way.
Oh, God, this is... Okay, this is a little bit like confirmation bias for me, but I mean, this is literally what I have suspected all along, which is that Asmongold... Remember, I had this conversation with Felix when we were talking about the evolution of reactionary thought and the evolution of reactionary content. At some point, it went from like contentious politics, Ben Shapiro doing debates, intellectualism, to aspirational politics with the likes of Andrew Tate, which was no longer about, you know, trying to engage in any sort of like pseudo-intellectual representation of your ideas. Okay? And the final evolution is representational politics. A lot of people like Asmongold, regardless of the fact that Asmongold is a multimillionaire, numerous business owner, right? He owns multiple businesses and makes tens of millions of dollars a year, right? For a lot of people, they look to Asmongold as a hero because they're like, oh my God, he made it while also being a schlub, like also being kind of disgusting. Like he lives like a depressed agoraphobic. And a lot of people in his fan base are depressed agoraphobics who look to Asmongold as like this beacon, this hero, this representation.
I can see, what, 5 cans, empty cans right now, 2 coffee bottles, there's clothes on the floor, you know, what's now. I'm a messy person, so I don't judge him for his hygiene.
I don't take pride living in garbage or not. It's simply something that I don't care about.
He lives in squalor and hates immigration, which he says doesn't make him a bad person. It's because he's Australian.
What's that place with the kangaroos? They couldn't get rid of them. What's it called? Not Arizona. It's something like that. Australia.
Things like the Great Replacement Theory / replacing the population obviously appeals a little bit more to me because I believe it is a possibility for us, unfortunately.
But he's also pro-fascism.
I think, once again, as you said, the pro-fascism. But once again, in Australia, in certain regards, I still believe 100% we need fascism.
Now, how did we arrive at this worldview from being an Asmongold watcher? That's crazy. Bogan, fucking Bogan, bro. Fucking Bogan, bro.
And Asmongold was just there for him. He watched him multiple hours a day while he was working. Asmongold was just part of his life.
I am very different to a lot of normal people. His political takes, in a sense, I probably agreed with, say, 90% of them. In a sense, he became a news source.
In a world where streamers were standing in like fancy houses and being superstars, there was Asmongold sitting in his filth, talking about how he just wants to play World of Warcraft all day and hang out. The money and the fame never got to him. He's still the same disgusting gremlin that he was when he was still making just a few guides for a few $1,000s.
See, but he doesn't have to wear the I'm holier than thou veneer because
It's aesthetics. See? I clocked this. Remember, I told you, his fan base associates his nastiness with relatability and also decency. Like their brains are so fucking rewired and so busted in many respects that they think people fall for this grift and call him an everyday man. Yeah, be Asmongold, eat beef jerky for 2 square meals, eat fast food for dinner, top it off with ice cream, fall asleep in your chair, watching anime. That's why he's popular. He's the modern everyman. Yeah. They associate his horrifying hygiene habits with authenticity. When in fact, maybe it is authentically himself. Maybe he's just a nasty little pervert, right? Whatever. Okay? Who knows? To each their own. But he is unbelievably out of touch. And if you see yourself in this authentically degenerate person, then you probably are unbelievably out of touch as well. This is the problem. But they think, oh, he's just like me. He lives just like me. He doesn't care to generate more value. He's not greedy, you know. He's a regular guy. He's just like me. It's like, bitch, you're not a regular guy. How do you not understand this? You're not a regular guy. If you live like Asmongold, you're not regular, okay? You're irregular. It's not a normal way to live. You need to snap out of it. Like, this is, depending on the level of depression and anxiety you're probably experiencing on a daily basis, you might need medical intervention. You know what I mean? It's not normal. But on the internet, it is. Because who spends the most amount of time on the internet? Who is more likely to create an account that says Christian, father, husband, and shit poster in that order, DACA, like a white nationalist anime account, right? A guy who is like Asmongold, an irregular person, because regular people are not doing this shit. And that's precisely the reason why the internet is inundated with irregular folks. And what is irregular in the real world becomes very regular on the internet. And that actually has a damaging cycle that it creates as well, where because everyone is increasingly more online, this might actually end up reproducing more people like this, and maybe at a certain point turn this irregularity into a regularity. Does that make sense?
Because of obviously he lives in squalor, doesn't turn around and say, you know, I'm better than you.
After his 2019 explosion, Asmongold started to diversify into different spaces. He co-founded OTK with a few of his friends, and Mythic Talent, a talent agency. He started.
Wait, that sort of executive dysfunction is not the sort of thing you snap out of. If we had universal services, we would have had help and been a totally different person. No, I know. But I'm saying that these guys don't even see anything at odds with that. They think this is a healthy and normal way to live. And Asmongold does have the fucking capacity. You're talking about a guy who makes like $10 million a year. Again, owns 5 fucking businesses. Like, he's not like his fan base. His fan base might not recognize that there's an issue there. Okay? Asmongold has all of the capacity to fix everything, and he just chooses not to.
A podcast and really started to expand outside of just his niche and really exploded in 2022.
I lived like that for 5 years, undiagnosed and untreated neurodivergence and task paralysis. It was years of you saying exercising could build my confidence back up. That's right. That's why I try to be a better example for the people that are fucking watching. He literally does say he's better than you if you're brown. Also, Asmon did have state help. He was on Snap. He's just insane. He's received state help and talked about how his family needed it to survive. Yeah, I know. And now he just, makes money, tens of millions of dollars every year, denying it to others.
During the Amber Heard trial, when all of these commentary streamers were reacting every single day to what was going on with Amber Heard because they desperately needed content and they didn't want to have to think for themselves.
Here we go. Let's do it. Oh my God.
I caught the most strays out of this, even though I had the most balanced take where I was just like, I don't like either party involved here. And everybody fucking still yells at me when virtually every content creator in the entire internet was primarily on Johnny Depp's side. And once again, the one motherfucker that was like, I don't like either of these people. I think they're both weird. Every fucking person was like, you're the reason. And they will. Now they'll latch onto it and they'll yell at me even further. It's crazy. See, people still do it. Nah, you were wrong on that one. Sorry. Okay, Amber Heard is the victim here. Yes, Johnny Depp is is bad. I don't even like Johnny Depp. I hate Johnny Depp. I don't care. I have no dog in this fight.
This is bad, man.
Lots of different content creators, including people who had never covered anything remotely like this before, all started covering this at the same time.
It was so funny because I also covered it the least out of everyone. Everyone would do wall-to-wall coverage every single day. And I didn't because there was real news going on.
From the position of that narrative and getting millions of views from it.
This is not your home, invader.
Zenbane found Asmongold through these Amber Heard clips.
I wasn't even watching the trial. I thought the whole concept was stupid myself when I had heard that it was, people were watching it. But I just happened to click on it. I think it was because the thumbnail or something just kind of caught my attention. It was good clickbait, I suppose. I don't know. His reactions were funny. Watching Johnny Depp, the way they clipped him was funny.
Zenbane said his great-great-great-grandmother was a school teacher in Mexico, and she came here properly. So she's a good immigrant. But all these bad immigrants, they're the problem. They're the ones causing our world to get worse.
She didn't come here jobless and try to live here, illegally. There is no illegal immigration in my family. And this might even be controversial to say, but any disparity we're going to feel throughout life, that it's going to come more so from our own people than from someone outside of our culture. So, but essentially, if we define what happens when we say that was racist, right? Someone says a bad slur, someone beats you up, or just someone prevents you from advancing in life at a job, like any of those things you're going to experience, as Hispanics, we're going to most likely experience those more from other Hispanics than from someone who's black or white.
He described Asmongold as a street preacher.
I'm going to use Hasanabi as an example. He's more like trying to come across like the Pope. Everyone should listen to me. Whereas Asmongold is the wacky homeless guy on the side of the road, holding the mic, holding the Bible and just screaming his interpretation of the Bible.
I think
I like this guy going, yeah, you know who I think, like even in his worldview, I know he's trying to use that as a negative. Like he's saying, I'm the negative force here. But yeah, I think the Pope would be more knowledgeable on Catholicism than the random fucking street preacher who's, by your own words, in your own estimation, the crazy one. But that's wild. Like he just dropped that as like Hasan is annoying because he is the Pope in this equation, a position of authority he has. And I hate that shit. I choose voluntarily to listen to the guy who is not knowledgeable and genuinely fucking insane. He said, between the Pope and the hobo, I'm getting my Christianity from the hobo. Look, maybe I'm weird, and I recognize that, but I believe that we have a finite amount of time on God's green earth, okay? So if I'm putting information into my brain, there are moments where I'm looking for entertainment, certainly, right? I watch anime, I watch movies, I listen to comedy podcasts every now and then. But if I'm listening to something to develop a better understanding of it, I'm definitely not going to a guy that I'm going to self-describe as a crazy person. Okay? I don't see any utility in that at all. I don't have time to just sit there and listen to what fucking Asmongold has to say because I know he doesn't know anything. And I genuinely can't comprehend why people do that. Like, I'll watch valuetainment, right? I watch bad shit. But oftentimes I watch it to derive some satisfaction out of it, just to like make fun of it or to make content for you guys to consume or to sometimes directly tackle the ideas that they're representing, to develop a deeper understanding of what the oppositional figures are saying and thinking. There's a utility for it, right? But in my own spare time, I'm never going to fucking sit around and listen to like Asmongold because I know he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So I cannot comprehend why other people do this. Then why the fuck are you watching a video about him right now, Lamau, this bozo, See, this is what I mean. This is the mindset of the average Asmongold fan. I just described why I'm watching oppositional figures. Like, in the process of me describing to you why I would be watching a video like this one, which is not Asmongold, mind you. I'm watching a fucking actual tech reporter who's a fairly smart guy do a deep dive and analysis into why Asmongold's fandom is invested in Asmongold. And you're so fucking stupid that you can't even comprehend that. Even if I was just straight up watching an Asmongold video, I would have I just explained to you why I would be doing that in this very moment. Okay? Ask chatter about his dad. I have a theory. This chatter can't handle my swag. You're underestimating how stupid the average person is. I know.
After Amber Heard, Asmongold sort of felt invulnerable. Like he could say anything and get away with it because his community absolutely loved it. If you look at during this time, he starts working with Clippers to grow into a massive phenomenon. Every single one of his YouTube videos were pulling in millions of views. So his streams were getting tens.
Hasan met with Jodie Evans, wife of Neville Roysingham, a financist of CCP-related agencies. Disgusting. He's lying, Lamar. Iran still reports some stuff, but limits inspections and gatekeeps access. So the International Atomic Energy Agency doesn't fully know what's going on. They have literally 24/7 camera access, or had. Asked this R-word, why would China sacrifice its biggest market, US and Europe, for an unwanted war? They're focused on internal development. That's why they're extracting minerals all over the world. Wait, is he... I can't tell. He hates China, but he's at least somewhat knowledgeable about China. But he says words like financist. The Financist by Francis Ford Coppola. Little Clav update. He's detransitioning. Yeah, I saw. YouTuber Clavicular has gone 4 weeks without testosterone trying to recover his fertility, and people can't believe how different he already looks. He's detransitioning. The world's first male-to-male detransitioner. I've told you this. This is MTM trans, like, for sure. D-trans. I think he got mogged too hard. He got mogged so hard, he was just like, fuck it. I'm out. I'm done. What's the purpose? Dude, the judge mogged him so hard in the courtroom, it made him reconsider everything. He's like, fuck this. What's the goddamn point, dude? I've been fucking putting a hammer to my face nonstop, and then I walk up to a courtroom and some fucking random sexy judge destroys me. Yeah, it was fatally mocked. He sentenced the beta dumb. The judge hit the fucking gavel, said, "You got 4 years of being beta, bitch."
Thousands of views. And then his YouTube videos were getting even more views, and he just grew and grew from there. But eventually, all of that incredibly toxic diatribe leaked out of his community into the wider space. In 2024, he was banned from Twitch for a brief period for describing Palestinians as
terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
From there, he did apologize somewhat, saying,
I said something about it that was disgusting. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited...
I like that he had like a second and a half of introspection and then quintupled down in ways that one could have previously never foreseen. Like, he literally had 1 week of being like, yeah, I think this politics stuff is just making me really like a bad person. And then he was like, actually, I really enjoy the amount of the amount of love and admiration I receive from people who live in identical conditions to me all around the world. So I'm gonna keep doing that.
Spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most mean-spirited, rude, like nasty, like just callous, psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into that.
Since then, Asmongold has basically proven that he's learned nothing. He is just saying whatever the hell he wants. Asmongold's cut ties with OTK and Mythic, though he did clean his room.
And clean out the entire thing. Clean out everything. Clean out like all the desks. I even got the vacuum cleaner.
But around this time is when I really started to have a fascination into Asmongold. I kept seeing all of those clips, all of those horrifying things he said.
Say it the way I think it is. That's it. I say it the way it is. Anybody thinks I'm racist out of their fucking mind. So if they think that, they crazy. Fuck them. Who cares? What you're saying is very true. People are going to take this out of context, turn it into something to name. Good, I'll look forward to it. It's a new YouTube video for me tomorrow.
His lines on what is fair and what isn't are really confusing. Weirdly enough, he does believe that a universal basic income is a good thing and that you should help the poor.
I think it's okay if they want to buy cookies with food stamps because in my opinion, it's just cookies, man. Let a person have a little bit of dignity.
He doesn't like immigrants. He doesn't like people. He doesn't care for anyone that is outside of his own bubble.
The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem, there is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop.
And when you're watching someone 8 hours a day, that sort of diatribe really infects who you are as a person. So I decided I needed to figure out who watches Asmongold. So in December of 2025, I put out a tweet saying, if you live in New York City, I would love to talk to you. And I got hundreds of responses, all of which said, absolutely not. Some of them said I was trying to make a trap, that I was going to record them, even though I said it was going to be an off-the-record talk. I just wanted to figure out who they were, and they all hated the idea so much. I also got a lot of valuable answers. People seem to love Asmongold because they love to spend time with someone who is genuine. The fact that he is someone real, that he is someone you can hang out with, that he doesn't seem like he's faking it. And I don't necessarily believe that's a
Look, he's a standard caricature of a gamer, not some LA yacht streamer. Whenever he starts talking politics, though, I tune it out. This YouTuber got him. He mentioned he felt inferior by sucking at Elden Ring, which made him into a white supremacist. No, I think he was kind of there. And then he got a little taste of the clout with the Amber Heard saga, and then he just kept going.
A good thing for a content creator because those people may not have your best interest.
While I'm not in New York City, obviously I'll tell you why people might feel that way, whether they agree or not. He doesn't sugarcoat how he feels. He's blunt and totally honest. I'll be honest myself. I hate a lot of what he says, but he still managed to get me to watch regardless.
It's hard. I don't think Asmongold has.
I'm willing to bet every single person that wrote this under that comment has deep, tremendous disdain for me. For a lot of these guys, like, their understanding of politics ends and begins with content creators on the internet. There is no worldview beyond it. There is no politics beyond it. It's just like, I hate Hasan. I love Asmongold. I love Asmongold. I hate Hasan. That type of shit.
Anyone's best interest at heart other than himself. He just...
Like us? Buddy. My community fucking despises when I cover Asmongold for more than 3.5 minutes. This is the first time I've watched a long, extensive Asmongold video. This community doesn't give a fuck about Asmongold. Are you insane? At most, sometimes when he says some fucking heinous shit, we cover it. But more often than not, throughout the entire day, we're just talking about the news. Like, I just interviewed a candidate running for Senate for an hour and a half. What are you talking about? And when you say us, I suspect you're not even a fan. You're just in here LARPing as a fan. Like us, first comment. I understand the space that I occupy. Okay. I understand I have a very clear-cut purpose, a very clear-cut goal, an agenda. Okay. I have a worldview. I'm not shy about explaining what my worldview is, and I bake it into all the news coverage that I do throughout the day. I see my role, my job, my responsibility as someone who is going to navigate the world of news every single day for whoever wants to come in here and learn what the fuck's going on. Okay? That's it. That's my job. There are, of course, instances where I'll dive into silly shit, meme around, make jokes, maybe even play a video game every now and then, every 8 months or so. But through thick and thin, through the highs and the lows, whether people are watching or whether people are not paying attention, I'm always in here covering the day's news every single day, right? That's what I'm doing.
Wants to be able to like live how he wants to live. The money he makes means nothing to him.
I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Really?
He doesn't want to grow off of it. He just wants to like exist and again, not have to work. And the people who watch him, I think, feel similarly. They just want to be able to watch and not think and just hang out. So about a month after I do that tweet, I put out another tweet, which is basically my thoughts on Asmongold. I will let Asmongold read my tweet so I don't have to.
About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What? But none of them took me up on the offer. Instead, I got hundreds of replies and messages saying that I didn't understand them, how I should just watch the streams and not the clips. So I did, and I learned that Zach doesn't care. He'll put out a video that he doesn't understand the full context of and rant about it with extreme right-wing bias. It's vitriol for 6 hours straight. Oh. A hand-picked selection of clips designed to invoke anger without critical thinking. I genuinely believe there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they're getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer.
He read it on stream and was quite pissed.
This guy is like, he's randomly trying, meet me in real life. Yeah, obviously, random people don't want to meet some dumbass in real life. Let's see what this guy's saying about me.
And then his fans came after me hard. They were ready to, call me all sort of names. But out of that tweet, I managed to get conversations going with a few actual Asmongold fans. People who agreed that, hey, maybe it's a good time to kind of leave the echo chamber. Because Asmongold believes that you should stay within the echo chamber.
So the problem that I have is that whenever I want to interact with somebody, or somebody wants to interact with me, usually that's like a non-starter because I don't want to talk to anybody. What's a good time for you? Never. Never. That's the answer. Never.
Whenever Destiny or Hasan want to debate him these days, he turns it down because the idea of having your views questioned is completely unacceptable to Asmongold.
Oh, yeah.
I have no obligation to do any.
And it's really funny because like Destiny fans will say this about me as well. And it's like, no, I just don't want to fucking be around Destiny. I talk to people that I disagree all the time. I do debates in public. I go outside. I do debates that I set up ahead of time with people like Sean Hannity, and then they fucking escape me. I'm setting one up with Van Jones. I just don't want to fucking be anywhere near that weirdo. But I'll debate anybody else pretty much.
And there are some people.
He doesn't want to debate anybody. He doesn't want anyone to question him at all.
People that think that.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk dodged me too. So does Sean Hannity. Is fucked up.
Because I disagree with you so much, you have some kind of like obligation to 1v1 me or something.
I do think if you do political commentary, I think this would be one of the laws I would enforce. You should have an obligation to have some kind of confrontational discourse. It can't just be that everybody can go run off into their own corners and construct their own realities. That's just crazy to me. I don't think it's acceptable.
Yeah. No.
He wants to exist in this world, and he wants to be that sort of guy that doesn't have his stuff questioned. He wants to exist in the filth. Throughout all these conversations and all these tweets, what I learned is that the average Asmongold fan just wants to live in their own echo chamber. They just want to relate to a guy who they feel is like them. I don't want to make fun of these people, but the first openly said how much he loves fascism. The second one was a fourth-generation Mexican immigrant who believes that immigration is a bad thing. And the third made me a whole PowerPoint about Hasan's armpits.
Who am I? None of your business.
Black Druid, he reached out to me with extreme animosity and really was like, I'm gonna own this guy. He gave me a list of 5 rules.
Oh my God, brother, what? This is, I told you. It's like, there are entire circles on the internet where they just sit around and have psychosexual, pathological obsessions with what they perceive I'm doing on a daily basis. It is such a strange way to fucking live. These are the great names you click, by the way. No, I know. Asman said he's the only one being fair to you about the subpoena thing. Wait, what? He literally was giddy at the prospect of me going to fucking prison forever. He's like, finally, someone's demanding it. The fuck is he talking about?
Before we even spoke, including I could not asking his name or any personal information, which is pretty hard for an interview because that's kind of the whole point. But once we got talking, it got even stranger.
Asmongold isn't a right-winger. He's been, as far as I've watched, going back all the way to the Dark Souls days, he's always been left-wing. If you want, I'm just going to send a quick photo to you so you can just take a look.
Oh my God, another European. Wait, what the fuck? Bro, you're just mentally ill. You're like a mentally ill Euroid chud. You need to stop. Bro, you have socialized medicine, okay? I can hear it in your fucking accent. Go to the hospital. Check into the hospital, big dog. What the fuck are you doing? You're not even taking advantage of it. Again, if you want to argue on whether or not Asmongold is left-wing, just argue on the policies that he advances, that he advocates for. Why do you have to compare him to me? Like, this is betraying the entire project. Like, you basically give the game away. Your entire understanding of the world revolves around fucking Twitch streamers, man. Fuck. You're obsessed? Me? Or are you talking to the guy who made a fucking unprompted PowerPoint when a journalist was trying to identify like what people like about Asmongold? And he immediately started talking about why Asmongold is leftist. Look, here's the leftist that he is exactly like. Uh-oh, scatter.
Had created an entire PowerPoint where he showed why Hasan is worse than Asmongold. Because Hasan had a horse growing up, and Asmon was the goated Chad who lived in squalor. These were benefits to him. Black Druid giggled when I used the term POC. Get that there are like POCs in media?
Sorry, can you say that again?
There are POCs in media?
POCs.
That's a person of color.
I'm not sure if you know, but I'm brown myself, so I'm not really sure what you were expecting. But let's move on.
And believes that DEI is what is killing video games, and went on a long rant about.
I know for a fact that if they were to appeal to like this woke ideology, they also lose a lot of money. Like you can look at the video game, for example, Dragon Age. I would actually assume that a lot of men have felt attacked by journalists that basically their whole space of the gaming sphere, because they've catered to the woke crowd, they've lost billions. We can just talk about Conquered if
Bro, he thinks he's cooking. He thinks he's literally cooking right now. He's like, well, let me tell you, the DI has destroyed the video gaming. Listen, I'm a brown uroid. I bet you are confused that a brown man could be a racist. Well, be confused no longer. That's right. Oh, that's right. A checkmate, libtard. I bet you're scared. I said such an edgy voice, edgy word, libtard.
Example as well. Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? It's an ideology that I believe, let's just take it out, right? Let's take out all the politics, okay? Or let's just say that it was an ideology that loses money. Is that a fair assessment that we can both agree on?
No. I'm not getting into any of that sort of stuff in this video. There are plenty of other YouTube videos on the internet that are gonna do that for me. So I'm just gonna kind of explain, what these people are kind of thinking.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. Turns out going outside was a terrible idea. I've also let the place get a little messy, but I thought that was kind of appropriate for what we're talking about today. This video has pushed me to my absolute limit. My YouTube recommended feed has been absolutely destroyed. It is just full of Asmongold videos now. And now I see his hair and teeth whenever I close my eyes or go to sleep. DEI and woke just fill my every moment. But it hasn't all been bad. There have been a few bright spots in this production. Alan recently beat cancer and said that his opinions on Asmongold have shifted, mainly because of Asmon's takes on the Iran war.
So when you first talked to me and talking about Asman, I'm not 100% sure where that was in general, because that was a couple of months ago. But with this latest Iran stuff, he is just following the narrative, which is America good and we're the best type thing. And I'm like,
Wait, remember, Alan literally said he's a fascist. So there's a high likelihood that he no longer fucks with Asmongold as much because he just only watches Nick Fuentes. Yes. Alan the Australian, I don't think he's salvaged himself. Maybe he has. We'll hear what he has to say. Or he could have just moved on to someone who is at least a little bit more knowledgeable about what's going on, although they are still a fucking fascist, right? Almost jail time, buddy. Yeah, bro. Even whether I go to jail or not, you're still a fucking loser, okay?
Yeah, nah.
But the reality is that you have to also look at why are people oppressed. And in some cases, there's a good reason why they're oppressed, and you should probably oppress them even more. They deserve it. And I think that Iran's a good example. Same with criminals, stuff like that, shoplifters.
I feel it's more about keeping the audience that he wants.
And I think that the moment that American bombs start dropping, the moment that American soldiers get involved, now it's no longer the Iranian revolution, it's the regime change that was basically...
Dude, he was so... That's the other thing that also annoys me. Like, I understand why a lot of people were very mad at me and they never let it go when I was wrong about fucking Russia will never invade Ukraine, even though my analysis, I still stand by it, was sound. And I was literally, getting my notes from Ukrainian resources on the ground who also didn't think that it was convincing enough, that it was something Vladimir Putin is crazy enough to fucking commit to. I was wrong. Okay. I apologized. We moved on. But these guys are so consistently wrong all the fucking time. And yet, no one actually goes, dude, what the fuck? You are genuinely leading me astray. They're perfectly happy being wrong, okay? They're perfectly happy living in the wrong universe. And whenever the truth contradicts what they assume is happening or what they assume is going to happen, they don't just go, where am I getting this bad information from? They just move along. I don't know how you can live like that. I don't know how you can actually consistently feed yourself bad information. Right? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Remember the amazing Asmon take that people would get bored with this Israel stuff? Yeah, he was wrong on that too. Or even like Sex Pestiny. Epstein is a big like wrong bet kind of guy too. He just was consistently wrong on the Israel issue and he just never let it go. He just constantly He's found himself deeper and deeper in a hole on this Israel stuff and on numerous other occasions as well. Like, you know, Joe Biden shouldn't drop out, or, you know, Kamala Harris is going to win and we can actually cast aside this lefty nonsense. And like, we should actually purge the left from the party, from the ranks of the fucking party, all this stuff. Like, and there is a legion of like cult followers basically that are just, they live in this stupor. That live in this environment where they're just wrong all the fucking time and they're unbelievably loud while they're wrong all the time. I don't understand it. I don't get it. If I was going to a single resource for all of my information, yeah, Mum Donnie won't win, all this shit. But if I was going to a single resource for all my information and that single resource was consistently wrong in their analysis, in their prediction, all this shit, I would probably, yeah, I mean, here's another great example. Another one of his fucking orbiters. Kamala aggressively courting moderates with the rhetoric in his speech at the ellipse. You absolutely love to see it. I feel extremely confident that this strategy will ultimately prove itself to be a right move come election day when we see margins of indies and R's. Victory needs to come first, and this current electorate is definitely not asking for a Bernie Sanders approach to government. Do what needs to be done in order to win. We have zero options without victory. Is the reason you're actually live after 5 because you're trying to farm PBSOs before the pedo admin bring the hammer down? You got to start saving for legal fees? Yeah, no. I'm just back home. Like, I think there's a difference in like David Pakman's audience, for example. David Pakman's audience is like more adult and actually going to David Pakman to get information. So David Pakman lost a lot of subscribers in the aftermath of the election because people were like angry at him. They felt like he had actually led them astray, right? Because David Pakman, regardless of our ideological differences, regardless of our you know, world views, has an audience that is there to like learn about the world, has an audience that isn't there just to like fucking lean into internet drama or whatever kind of fucking idiotic thing that Asmongold or Destiny covers in general. That's the case. And that's why I think his adult audience was like, this fucking sucks. Chatter's viewership goes down when we talk about him. He doesn't care, Lamount. What?
Facilitated by America.
Zenbane said he's actually super excited for this video to come out, and Black Druid doesn't seem to hate me as much. He's sent me very long rants, including a few heart emojis. But I think the thing that's made me most optimistic working on this project was meeting Charles A. Hurley, a 23-year-old who first started watching Asmongold when he was 16 or 17.
Amidst the flames, only we shall remain.
When I got into WoW Classic, I also got into his content a lot more, where he starts to grow on me, where he had like this resonance of like relatability.
His cousin had introduced him to Asmongold because they were both playing World of Warcraft Classic, and he got really into Asmon. He became really excited and energized by Asmon's content.
He started becoming a bit of a comfort for me back then. I used to like watch a lot of his VODs for hours on end, like usually on like when I'm playing other games, I always have him on the background. Just feels like you're kind of like committed into like something bigger with him.
He became watching and obsessing, wanting to know what made Asmongold so good at the games he played.
I used his mannerisms to like bleed into like my own personal life. The idea of like becoming something more, like the idea that was implanted into my head. Well, just becoming like, as I thought before, like someone like him, like well regarded or well like spoken, just like well accomplished, or like have like dreams of becoming the next Asmongold. Oh God, that was That's so fucking cringe of me to think about that, but...
He started to copy his mannerisms because he thought it would make him a better player in the video game that he really loved, Star Wars: The Old Republic. He started to take the game as seriously as Asmongold was. But he was also copying Asmongold's mannerisms out of game. He was saying whatever he wanted. He was becoming more aggressive. And he was really pushing himself to his limits, really dedicating himself to the craft of playing video games. He also became really obsessed with anti-woke content.
Star Wars, not Knights of the Old Republic.
It's such a simple concept. Like, oh, you used to believe that, oh, well, we just want better games instead of the wokeism stuff. And then you have, like, pretty much all these contents. And back then, it really worked back then. It just like, you can just click immediately since you're like pretty much so attached to that person, you don't even want to go.
But throughout all of this, he felt that watching Asmongold was making him a worse person.
Yeah, I got some like exceptional highs, but I got into like exceptional lows.
It started to influence his non-gamer life, pushing away his friends and family.
Pretty much ruined relationships, or even close ones like family, friends, or pretty much even like relationships with partners.
But it was hard to quit Asmongold because Asmon was good at WoW, so he should be good at life. At least that was Charley's logic at the time.
I wish I could say complicated, but it was just out of like pure ignorance and just kind of like the unwillingness to just kind of change, because you kind of invest in a person for so long, you want to believe that this is all part of the movement, and you just like, and since you have such like a good opinion about him in your head, like pretty much all that goodwill from like all those other days, like back then where he used to have been a prominent WoW player, you would pretty much carry over that goodwill to like any sense of variety he does.
But in 2023, Charley's opinion on Asmon really starts to change, specifically because of anti-woke content. He realized that it was just kind of the same thing over and over and over. These posts and videos were making less and less sense.
So 2023 was like the point I stopped watching him hardcore. It got boring, it got repetitive.
Asmongold's endless attacks on DEI, woke, and political low-hanging fruit just stopped being interesting.
The thing about anti-wokeism is that it's the perfect propaganda tool, because fear-mongering it's like the ultimate tool when it comes to like...
At least he has like tremendous self-awareness.
Easily converting your thing to like, hey, like you used to be a WoW player, but now you're like a full-time political content creator. It's just honestly frustrating to me how I was just like led on for years, and it just amounted to like absolutely nothing. I just couldn't do it anymore.
These days, he sort of stopped watching Asmongold as much. Charley still sees Asmongold because on Twitter, he's unavoidable. But now, he sees a sadness in his former idol.
He moved away from his like most lovable hobby, which was like World of Warcraft, but now he's just like pretty much miserable with like Twitter now.
Though Charley has stopped watching Asmongold, he's found it difficult to get rid of all of his mannerisms entirely. Asmongold was a major figure to Charley, someone he's still struggling to move past.
He's still been kind of my disease. All that grind mentality, as of recently, became deeply diminished. It begins to like pry open your like mental state. There's just like nowhere to go except the hole you kind of dug for yourself.
I get the Asmongold appeal. It's like watching something a little bit upsetting, like a blackhead popping video. I guess I don't understand it. I have nothing in my life that I can compare this to. Maybe I have the weird kind of autism where I'm literally obsessed with like maximizing. I'm obsessed with min-maxing. Okay, I'll use a gaming term for all you gamers in the chat. Okay, where everything I do I try to min-max. I'm trying to brain max. Racist Coco Melon. This is true. I'm you know, when I'm offline, I'm trying to friend max, or I'm trying to brain max, I'm trying to learn. There's a lot of information out there. There's so much that I don't know. So I'm trying to fucking fill my brain with as much information as possible so I can be a more competent commentator. I'm working out, body maxing, right? And it's strange to me that with the limited amount of time that people have in their lives, they choose to spend it watching Asmongold. I don't know.
When it comes to Charlie, he makes me feel hopeful about the future of Asmongold viewers. Because when we kind of look at what these people are going through, a lot of that.
I sympathize with this guy feeling like a streamer is leading him on. It's like how you lead us on pretending you're going to game. I literally do not even lie to you anymore. I don't even dignify you with a lie. I tell you openly that it's not happening. So at this point, you're just on maximum copium for thinking that it's happening.
Again, feel kind of hopeless. But Charlie was able to pull himself out of the sadness. He was able to see through the veneer.
He used it as his kind of his massive fucking specialty gimmick, where it's like, oh well, I may be a degenerate, but at least I'm an honest degenerate, and that's all that matters. I could say the most rancid, disgusting thing on the internet, but hey, I'm being honest, guys. And that's just the most dangerous tool when it comes to a cult figure.
The problem with anti-woke content is it's very addictive. It's a new enemy each day. It's finding something that you personally despise to attack. And, if you can't see through that veneer, if you can't see through the bullshit, then you're just going to keep going into it more and more and more. And even though I'm feeling a bit under the weather, I still think it's important for us to see the sun one last time.
Everything sucks these days. Our politics is just feeding us mindless nonsense. Everybody hates. The world is getting so goddamn expensive, and it just seems like everything is going down. And Asmongold is kind of like the prophet of all of that. He is the crazy, screaming street preacher who is like, the world's ending and everything's gonna go bad. And you're like, yes, Asmongold, you're preaching to me. I understand it. Asmongold offers them a space online around other like-minded individuals who care about the same things they care about, like video games and why video games suck these days.
This is my outlook on it, is if you have something in a game, you need to make sure that that is good immediately. The whole idea that players, you're not going to have somebody that wants to spend more than 10 minutes to have fun.
It's a sort of community that they don't have in the real world. It's a space where they can feel more free and more fresh, and I feel Asmongold is preying on that. These people are lonely and have nowhere else to turn to, and Asmongold is offering them a space where they can feel what they want to feel, that they can say whatever bad words that the communities around them deem inappropriate. They want to feel like they're part of everything.
I've taken over your disgusting mannerisms now. I'm 6'4", muscled up and enraged MAGA and have a subpoena from the government. I apologize. I mean, people do actually, I try to present myself as a decent role model. That's part of the reason why I think whenever I go out to protest, there's hella people at those protests who are like, bro, I'm here because, you got me out here. That's it. And that, I think, is infinitely more productive than sitting at home all day, fucking rotting and complaining about titties in video games or black people in video games, or how the government should purge all of the non-white people from U.S. soil and poor people deserve less because of their moral failings or whatever.
People don't have conversations as much anymore.
No, because they don't want to, and nobody thinks about anything anymore.
No,
That's the reason why.
You think you do, but you don't. People go to convenience over and over and over again instead of doing the more difficult thing and having real interactions with people.
Asmongold isn't turning these people antisocial. They already are, but he's giving them an outlet, a place where they can feel like they don't need to grow, they don't need to change, they don't need to live outside their echo chamber. They can just continue being who they are, and that's where the problem lies.
He did an hour video yesterday of one of these woke games. It was called Relooted. I watched the video. It definitely just came across as low quality content.
Listen, guys, it's a hard game. There's a lot of graphics going on here.
I definitely have noticed I soured on his content, and that's whether it was the way he was acting, where he's just playing it up. I think because of the way he was playing it up, it felt like the mask had dropped, and that was his reality. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Maybe.
See? One day, people will also look back at his fake laughter and go, gross. Because he can't play games. Yeah, he's really bad at gaming, and he gets really mad, which is, I guess, the closest, the most similar I feel to him.
He's an idiot.
Asmongold doesn't want you to improve. He doesn't want you to become less lonely and become a better person. Because if you do, you might stop watching him. I don't really think he thinks about this stuff. I think he knows at his heart of hearts that if these people start to get better and don't think that all of these like immigrants, women, DEI are the enemy, then they might try to leave. They might see Asmongold as the enemy.
It's crack, bro. It's copium. That's what it is. Everything sucks in your life. You're at your lowest point in your fucking life, and you look at a guy who, you know, visually looks like he's always at the lowest point in his life, and he tells you that the reason why you're in the lowest point of your life is not because of fucking capitalism, not because of the way the system is designed, not because of your starting point, your fucking shitty spawn point or whatever. And it actually has everything to do with the fact that there are brown people out there, scary brown people, that there are trans people out there. And that's what society cares about. They don't care about you, a white man who has been fucked over and over again, a white man who never achieved what you were destined to achieve, what you were told you were supposed to achieve in a society that's supposed to be designed around your domination. And it hits like fucking crack. Yeah, and women, of course, women. Oh, yuck, women, the biggest enemy of all. You know, you're being replaced. The elites in society don't care about you, which they don't. There's truth to that. And they're trying to replace you with third world migrants. And women don't want to fuck you, and it's because of feminism, because they think they're better than you, because they want to fuck someone hotter than you, right? It's not crack, it is heroin, exactly. And it fucking dulls your senses, and you sit there and you wallow in your filth without fucking ever assuming that you have the capacity or the power to self-improve. and that hope, every day, that hope of a better future is robbed from you. Okay? And you wallow in your self-pity, and you fall into this deep, dark space where the only thing that gives you hope in your life, not hope, but like the only thing that gives you joy in your life is reveling in the pain of others. Okay? That's what it is. That's how this works. Everything sucks for me, and it sucks for me because of systematic factors, but not the correct systematic factors. Systematic factors such as, you know, brown people that we're importing into society, right? And women that don't want to fuck me because of feminism. And in all that doomerism, you just find yourself in this deeper and deeper pit of despair. And the only satisfaction you can ever derive, in that deep pit of despair is to basically get together with a bunch of other people who also are just as sad as you and cyberstalk enemies. The sense of community that you arrive at in places like Asmongold's community, in places like Sexpestany's community, are entirely designed around enemies, okay? And they're not usually even ideological enemies. Sometimes it's ideological enemies, but oftentimes it's a figurehead that is a stand-in for the ideological enemy. It can be a Twitch streamer that your favorite content creator has deep envy and resentment for. Attack him. You're attacking him to do politics. And I see this all the time with, again, Epstein's fan base, right? They're not normal. They spend every single waking moment like spamming clips to be like, let's go. There's actually a little bit of motion around like, Hasan is in trouble. The federal government's coming after him. Let's go. Let's fucking slam as many clips as possible on the timeline. Let's take a little bit. Let's chip away at his, high horse. Fuck this guy, right? You didn't do anything. You didn't accomplish anything. Your life didn't get better. You just felt a sense of satisfaction because you're trying to drag others down to where you're at, and it's not going to even fucking work. With Asmongold, it's also me, but also beyond me, it's, random video game journalists, right? Random transgender content creators on the internet. There's tremendous satisfaction from kicking them down a peg while they're already on the ground, Yeah. A reminder that no matter how bad things get for you, it's always going to be worse for that person in that immediate moment when you're cyberstalking them, when you're A-logging them, when you're actually trying to ruin their fucking lives. And that's it. You're talking about this. You're talking about it like this is exactly the sort of thing they derive satisfaction from. It is. You talking about it like this is the no. I don't think my recognition of why they tap the glass and how deeply unhealthy it is actually going to offer them satisfaction. Maybe, right? Maybe. I'm sure some of them get excited. They're like, oh, he's talking about me. Oh, I've got to him, right? But what they don't understand is I am trying to fucking lend them a helping hand. Like, I legitimately want them to do better. I want these people to do better. I want everyone to do better. Okay? So when I talk about this stuff, it's not to like disparage these people and be like, oh, fuck you, you know, eat shit and die. It's to genuinely be like, I hope you can snap out of it. I hope this is a moment where you think you're tapping the glass, but the glass is tapping back at you and you get scared. And then hopefully you look in the reflection and you see what you've become and you make the necessary changes in your life to get better. Like Asman, one of the biggest Twitch streamers whose community is vile as fuck, will just say this about a trans woman with 10 concurrent viewers and nobody cares. I don't see these people as people and compares her to a dog. Remember when this was against Twitch TOS? Yeah.
But she's staying so strong. These people are demons. Well, I mean, guys,
like, look, someone compiled tweets from this random trans Twitter user, okay, just so they can get together as a community and fucking rip into them, right? Fucking lay into this person, right? Make their day fucking awful. And then they take it the next level. They go to the account and they're in the fucking replies and they're like, fuck you, you're fucking trans, you're gonna kill yourself, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. Like, when you're doing that, right? When you're fucking doing that, you're not in a healthy mindset, man. You're literally one step removed from unironically engaging in suicide by cop or a school shooting. The only thing holding you back in that situation from committing a heinous act of violence is basically the fact that you're too afraid to go outside and encounter another human being, thankfully. It's crazy. A lot of these shadows aren't fully rooted in this hopelessness and they just think they found community. They can easily be pulled out by showing them there's another way. Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's definitely a lot of people. In even this community that probably found themselves in their lowest point in their lives at a certain point, maybe a couple years ago, maybe as recently as last year, right? And they were engaging in this kind of behavior, but something shifted. Maybe they heard Asmongold explain a concept that they were more knowledgeable of, and that caused them to snap out of it, right? Because that happens a lot. Tam bir drama whore oldun aga. Önceden böyle değildin. Bak. Türk Asmongold fanı. Türk Asmongold fanı. Tam en sevdiğim adam sensin. Var ya. İnanılmaz. Niye bugün geldin şimdi burada söylüyorsun? Drama whore oldum aga diye. Çünkü hoşuna gitmiyor. Sevdiğim adamın anasını sikiyorum diye. Sevdiğim adamlara laf ediyorum diye. Ve de sana laf ediyorum diye. Biraz hayatını düzelt oğlum. Kimsenin fanı değilim. Ha peki.
I'm going to just be kind of blunt. Comments like this don't bring her back and kill her again. It's just a stupid comment made by an idiot on the internet. Like, whenever I say that I don't care what people's opinions are, it's because I don't care about the people. Like, why would I, like, for example, like if a dog is barking at me, I don't ask myself and think, oh my God, I'm so sad this dog was mean. I don't even think about it. It's an animal to me. I don't even, like, it might sound bad. I don't even see these people as people. I don't. I don't treat them like people. I don't see them as people. All I do is I just see what they say and I respond to it.
What do you help me pull me out of one of my lowest points in my life a few years back? I mean, I try to do that. That's the goal, you know? Hey, he's talking about me. I used to watch Asmongold. My sis told me to start watching you. Asmongold started to talk about women all weird, and I was like, this guy, you are so much better and actually makes sense. I learned so much, discovered myself as non-binary, pansexual. Thank you. I've become a better person, and thank you, sis. Hell yeah, chatter.
I feel like nowadays, nobody wants to critically think about anything. Nobody wants to have their own opinion about anything. Like, I've noticed this a lot.
Because in their real world, that's what people would tell them if they had community. A lot of these men are isolated. They lack a support system that sort of keeps them from going down these deep, dark rabbit holes. I think after COVID, a lot of people became even more isolated and unaware of what was going to happen to them. And they went down deep, dark rabbit holes, blaming all of these other issues for their problems, rather than what was actually causing them, which was their isolation, loneliness, and lack of human communication. We as people need other people in order to feel whole. Human society was born out of a need to congregate. And when that community is taken away and completely disregarded, we sort of lose our sense of identity. We lose who we are. And when someone offers that sort of sense of community, it becomes even more important. Influencers give online individuals a community, and Asmongold is offering them a different sort of community, one that isn't more politically correct. Remember a time when you could be on Xbox and say a whole bunch of slurs? Asmongold offers you that space. And there's a Discord where you can hang out and talk your shit.
The Discord is basically a shit post. It doesn't really have like anything to do with the general like Asmongold stuff. It's just like a little hangout place.
You can be exactly who you want to be, even if that person is, you know, kind of gross. You don't need to improve. You don't need to get better. You don't need to be a happier person, because you can be an Asmongold viewer. You can be part of the club. And now for something that I hope doesn't make too many Asmongold viewers uncomfortable. And I'm gonna go touch some grass.
Good video. I don't think anyone has ever done a fucking like psychoanalysis on Asmongold fans in general. So which creators fans should I look into next? Like, I feel like if he did something like this in my community, I suspect that the outcome would be very different. And I know that because journalists have profiled my fans. He seemed visibly annoyed with this video and you watching it. Who? So what's interesting about this is journalists have reached out to my fans, like NPR and other numerous outlets have reached out to my fans at times when they're doing a profile on me, and they've had them featured in the reporting, and it's a very different vibe. What do I hear all the time when I go outside, when I go to protests, when I go to when I go canvas or do campaign events and things like that? People come up to me and they say, man, you changed my life. I wouldn't be out here doing activism if it wasn't for you. I wouldn't be door knocking if it wasn't for you. I wouldn't be at this protest if it wasn't for you. Things of that nature. And that's exactly the change that I want to see in the world. That's exactly what I want my output to look like. I don't want to lead you down a pit of despair, to be sad, lonely, and angry all the fucking time. I want you to be angry at the right things and use that anger and resentment for designing a more productive future for yourself and others, right? That's why I always urge you to touch grass, urge you to be normal, urge you to go out and fucking organize in your communities, organize labor unions in your workplace, join the DSA, go out and door knock for candidates, right? Phone bank. That's it. I want you to be the best possible version of yourselves. Whereas I feel like a lot of people are trafficking in despair. They're merchants of despair. And a lot of content creators on the internet especially, they feed into this sadness and loneliness, and they know maybe that's just who they are. Maybe that's what they're most comfortable being. Right? But it works for them. It works that their output is constant negativity. And I know that they say that about me as well, but it's projection. Okay? And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will bid you adieu, and I will go hang out with friends and family. But I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. I love you all. I love this community. I'm very proud of you. We do great work no matter what the fucking haters say.
Just you wait. Just you wait.